Cue the brass band of excitement. It's the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss 2025. I'm John Sargent, and joining me is Grandmaster and GOAT Judith Polgar. How are you doing this morning?
Hi, John. I'm really good, and the tournament is getting really exciting by now. I was away for a few days, but I was still keeping an eye on it.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and take a look at where we stand now, and then we can talk a bit more about what we expect to happen in the final couple of days, because this is the last weekend. It's the home stretch. Here are the standings in the women's section, and we have Katarina Lagno now as the sole leader, half a point ahead. And earlier on in the tournament, Judith, I feel like we wouldn't necessarily be hyping this up so much, but when it's 3 rounds to go, and you've played your nearest competition already, this is turning into a real advantage and a real shot at that top 2 candidate spots.
Well, Katarina is a lady who showed so many times that how resilient she is, how big fighter she is, apart from the fact that she's a mother of 4, I think. So she has a lot of challenges.
4?
She has, yeah.
That is strong.
And so she's a very tough girl. I remember her when she was a very young talent prodigy, when she was like 11, 12 years old, together with Karyakin. They were the stars. And yeah, she's there. She's fighting. She's grabbing her chances, and she's playing board number 1 and take the lead already in the best possible time, you know, because when you start leading the tournament from the very beginning, 11 rounds can be sometimes too much, and it's not enough with your energy. But she's right there playing, of course, with her big rival, Maria Muzichuk. Nice to see her. Actually, sorry, this is not the pairing. I messed up again. So, no, but she's playing on the leading board, of course, so she deserves it. But she needs more energy.
I think you've just made a great point there, actually, Judith, because you mentioned Maria Muzichuk, who is still, of course, there in 11th place. She is on 5 points, 1.5 points behind the leader. There's only 3 rounds to go. So realistically, if you're fighting for the top 2 spots, of course, there can be edge cases where everyone loses, and mathematically, a lot of things are still possible. But realistically, where are you looking for the cutoff to be now? Can you still afford to be more than 1 point behind the leader?
Well, definitely who is behind the leader, half a point or 1 point. The only thing you can think about, let's play the best I can. And then let's look around after round 11, the final rounds. Of course, probably they would need 3 out of 3, like players like Irina Krush, for example. Because when you have 1.5 point behind, it means that for the leaders, things has to be really going in a very unlucky way and losing definitely some game. While for those who are chasing them, they have to make like 3 out of 3 and winning against the rivals.
All right. Well, those of you who are particularly eagle-eyed, I'm looking at all of you, the Super Grandmasters in chat, because there's a lot of you there. We know that because you're there every day. You will have noticed that there was a player on 5.5, and that player is Tan Zhongyi. And Tan Zhongyi is not on this screen, so you might be wondering what on earth is going on there. We don't officially have all of the details, but we know she's playing on a fixed board, which is why she's not there. So there you can see Tan Zhongyi is playing Carissa Yip, 5.5 plays 5. And that is on board 27. So for those of you who are going, hang on a second, I swear I saw 5.5 on that screen somewhere. You are not wrong. They are playing on a fixed board, and I'm not 100% sure why. Maybe one of them is filming or something like that. But yeah, they are playing, and we will definitely still be keeping an eye on that game.
Interesting matches there. And of course, when there are 3 rounds to go with qualification spots, number 1 and 2, I'm pretty sure that in the playing hall, it's heating up in the open section and in the women's section as well.
Well, let's take a look at the standings now in the open section and where we would expect things to potentially lie. Still only the 2, I say only the 2, 2 joint leaders at the moment, half a point clear of the field in Matthias Bluebaum and Nihal Sarin, both with 4 wins and 4 draws, so they're feeling pretty good on 6 points, and there's a chasing pack of 5.5 on the left-hand side of your screen. Being half a point behind the leaders right now isn't that big of a disadvantage, and you can see there are some really big names. I don't know if you're on 5 points now, Judith, a full point behind, if realistically you're going to be in with a chance. Do we feel like maybe that's the sort of cutoff and below 5 points now is looking a bit difficult?
Well, yeah, with 5 points you can still make miracles, but today is a decisive day. So if the 5 point players, they don't win, but they make a draw, I think they can say goodbye to the even dreaming mathematically about the qualification spots. But,
Okay.
every day is important, but towards the end, it's getting double the importance of every round.
I think that's a very important point to latch onto, because people might say, well, if you're 5 points and the leaders are on 6, catching up 1 point isn't so difficult. Maybe, but when you think about tie breaks as well, and there are only 2 qualification spots, even if you get the same number of points, it's going to be very difficult for them on tie breaks to make it to the candidates. And you don't want to do that. You want to be half a point clear. You want to be a point clear.
Absolutely. Those tie-break points in chess, it gives so much headache and pain for the players. Obviously, depending which side of the tie-break you are, you're the beneficial one or you're just complaining because your tie-breaks are not good. I've been there before in Olympiads, also in individual tournaments, so we all know about it. But this is sport. You have to be better on every ground, in every form, not only in openings and middle games, scoring the point, but if you're tying, it means you have had to play a better chess and a better score which gives you a better tiebreak.
So these are the standings down to 40th in the open section. Let's take a look now at today's pairings and see who we are going to be seeing duking it out over the next 7 hours. Top board already, Nihal versus Firouzja. That's going to be so much fun, but plenty of exciting matches up and down this scoreboard, and an all Netherlands and all US clash as well on boards 4 and 5.
Yeah, we have quite a number of incredible matchups today. Even on board 9, I love to see Maxime Vachier-Lagrave playing against Yais, for example. But of course, many other. But I would like to highlight the fact that how important it is to be stable in the tournament. And out of the top boards, like Nihal, Sarin, Bluebaum, Mishra, Abdusaturov, even for on later boards, Hans Niemann, Anish, Van Forest, they are all players who did not lose a single game. They just did not win enough to lead the tournament, So this is interesting. It shows that they are very strong. They are not going to be losing the game. Somehow they can balance it in a way that they either win or draw. Of course, there are some matchups which may be decisive. But of course, everybody is extremely careful in these matches, in the top matches. If you want to qualify, losing a game is a no by any means. It's impossible. Vidit is on board 11, so we see also Rapport playing on board 12 against Nicholas Teodoro. And, we see quite a few interesting matchups on these boards also. What is your favorite here?
Ooh, here on board 2, just because I've seen fireworks in some of their games in the past, I'm particularly looking forward to Yakubayev Demchenko, I think, on board 19. I want to see that being an offbeat opening, some really fun, crazy positions in the middle game. I would love for that to happen on that board, but we'll wait and see. And the moves have already started. One comment I would make on the results and consistency in the tournament, Judith, of course, you are completely correct. But at the same time, I'm thinking, from a viewer's perspective, following a player who makes 4 draws and 2 wins, I'd almost rather, from an excitement point of view, follow the player who has 3 wins and 3 losses, and to see which way the game will swing. But when you're trying to qualify for the candidates, of course, that doesn't wash very well.
Yeah, I mean, the importance of that, well, first of all, I believe a draw can be also just as exciting. Like yesterday, Gukesh Divya, it was quite a big fight over move 100. But there are even more spectacular games. Draw, it happens quite often in the sharpest opening. It happens. So I had once an argument with a Hungarian grandmaster, Ribli, who is very famous for being very solid. So for him, it was not a question that two draws are much better than one win and one loss. So we were
Right.
discussing, we had the debate, and then I told him, well, for me, of course, one win, one loss, it's clearly a much better thing. It's entertainment, it's fight, it's fire, it's whatever. No, two draws, stability, please. And well, yeah, this is a mentality also. But I think for the players, it is important that they feel that they are not making such a mistake, so they have the self confidence that okay, even if things are not going so well as planned, I will be managing to hold on the game. So from this
Yeah.
perspective, it can be very important. Like Nepomniachtchi is also someone who is not losing a single game so far, but he just not didn't win enough games to be on the
Yep.
very top between the leaders. So you see these players who are extremely tough and very difficult to beat. At the same time, they also might not win enough games. So what do we see
So,
here? First few
well,
moves already on the boards.
I'm seeing a lack of central pawns on board 5 for Mishra and a pawn on h4 for Niemann. So immediately I'm going, what on earth is going on over there? That looks like a lot of fun. But that is one of the 10 boards we have on the bird's eye view. What do you think, Jude? Is it worth going there first?
Well, I think absolutely it's a good choice because in the first game, Nihal plays very solid, c3 Sicilian. And on the other boards, we have some interesting openings, but it's like Catalans and stuff. But we can always go back to those when it's more developed. Because here in this game, let's go back from the start.
Yeah.
D4, and I believe it was a Grunfeld. Well, 3h4 in my times, when I was playing Grunfeld and King's Indian, nobody played h4 against me. But of course, these days, h4 is a trendy move already at the early stage of the game at 3. I don't think there are too many people playing it h4. But 3 to go. We are already entering in that part of the tournament where nerves are going to be taking over also quite a lot of decisions. And of course from Hans, you can expect everything anytime. So h4 d5 takes c5. Look at that. C5. Probably it's a gambit kind of thing, but I've never seen this
Coming
before.
out swinging.
D5, CD5, C5. What a move. Mishra, who beat Gukesh in this tournament. And passant, D takes C6, knight C6. So black is having a great development advantage. At first, it looks fantastic for black, but we'll see how it works out. Fantastic position, to be honest.
It's really interesting stuff and good that they're coming out swinging. I should point out that these, even though they've played several moves so far, Niemann has spent several moves thinking for a minute and a half, 2 minutes, and we can't read into that too much, but I don't know how much of this line now is prep for both players and how much we're trying to take each other out of book. So white has that lovely central pawn on d4. Black has no pawns in the middle of the board, but at the same time, look at the development. White still needs to think about king safety. Is that pawn on h4? What's the plan for it? Are we going to see h5 anytime soon? What do we have to play to support it? Your king's still in the middle of the board. So there are some fun questions to ask in this position for white, but it's quite clear that we're aiming to be very aggressive and we want the full point out of this game. There can be no doubt about that.
Well, it's a question for me actually what Hans is playing for. Because is he playing for a clear win and he wants to burn bridges by any means? Or is he ready to just to play interesting and he wants to be playing a game just to surprise the opponent and then let's see what's going to be. So actually it can get very sharp because first of all, white has to consider move e4. So this is something already to start with. Am I going to control the center and then be ready immediately to push d5? Of course, this h4 will be also always standing there unless it's going to be moving forward, which is sharpening the game as well. Another idea, but that would be very solid to play g3 and play develop the fianchetto. I would think that it might be slow, and this is not exactly the spirit White was playing. I would think also maybe bishop g4.
Yeah,
And try
once
to.
h4 is on the board, bishop g4 feels a lot more easy to play for black, right?
Yeah, the question is whether after bishop g4, bishop g2, can black capture this, or it's not so good for black yet. Taking on b7, rook goes to b8, bishop goes back, white has a pawn up. Black is looking for counterplay, of course, but is he going to have enough counter chance? Because if white consolidates himself,
Hmm.
castling later on, possibly to develop, then white is just having a pawn up with a pair of bishops, which is fantastic. But somehow g3 at first, I have a feeling that it might be a bit of slow. Also, it's
So
possible.
if we
Yeah.
flip the script a little bit here and we look at this from black's point of view, you've been very aggressive with your opening. You have superior development. You have a chance to try and make something out of this opening for black before white can castle his king. But where is the strike? What are we looking at to try and provoke additional moves to avoid castling?
Well, basically, I think, for example, queen a5 can be good, or maybe queen b6, but queen a5 may be even better. And with the idea if bishop g2, going rook d8, and then
Okay.
trying to push e5. So after castle, let's say to push e5, and then what is white doing actually? So I'm trying to break up this central pawn, and if after e3, I think already I would be going bishop g4, and you can feel that black has a real energetic, dynamic position. While white, the only thing he can say that I have an extra pawn, I have a bishop pair, but what the hell can you do with your bishop pair? Being your
Hmm.
bishop biting into your own pawns, right? So this
Yes.
does not seem something that that white is looking for. And also you see from the opening choice, like Niemann shows that, okay, I want to play an energetic position. I'm going to be taking the initiative. I'm going to be putting pressure on you. While when black played just two moves later, c5, it shows, you know what, I'm going to play the counterattack. I want to have the initiative, and I'm ready to give up a pawn. What is this h4 in your position? You didn't even develop with a single piece. So they are battling it out, like who is going to be right in their approach. And then, of course, e4 is I think the main critical move, because if, let's say, black goes anyway queen a5, threatening to take on e4, um I don't know, maybe just bishop d3 or bishop d2. Also, I had an option, maybe bishop d3, rook d8 anyway. So I'm wondering if maybe
Right.
bishop d2 is better. So this queen is actually not necessarily standing so well, and these pawns look very healthy in this kind of position, and white is always ready to play d5, not e5 though, because e5 most of the time it doesn't work because it gives away this very important d5 square. But in these structures, d5 is the move which is played, and then the c6 knight has a big dilemma. Where am I going? Most likely it cannot go to e5 because of my knight on from f3, it's controlling it, and after that it does not have a real good spot to move away. So this is what black has to be taking care of. So
I
right
think
now,
there's a key psychological difference to the variations we just looked at as well, which is whites come out the gate swinging with an early h4, like the trendy alpha zero popularized move.
yeah.
But in some of the lines that you showed when Mishra was being aggressive, whites had to play e3. You don't play a move like h4 so close to the opening and then have to play e3 just to solidify your position. If you're like that, then psychologically it'll feel like, oh, maybe I'm not fighting for a big advantage out of this anymore. So e4 definitely the preferred move there. Even if over the board the evaluations look similar, you want to be playing the more aggressive move. So I think that's maybe a point to highlight.
Yeah, and if you see on the time, it's interesting that Hans is the first who starts spending his time because Mishra was playing very fast up to this point. So it seems like he was kind of ready. And I think Hans is a player who you can expect all kind of unexpected ideas like this, H4, like you're not surprised at all. What do you think going back to the bird's eye view and pick another game? Because here I
Yep.
think maybe Hans will be spending a little more time to make his decision. We have
Let's take
already
a
a
look.
game. Geary versus Fun Forest. Queen's off the board already. Very fast they enter into that. Interesting that Firouzja is thinking. Look at that. He's thinking for more than 10 minutes already, I believe.
Oh well,
I
he
agree. Three.
as we saw from the Esports World Cup, he doesn't move fast until he gets about 4 minutes on the clock. So that makes perfect sense. Oh dear. Is there what position is screaming at us the most here? We have Jan playing Saric. That could be fun.
That seems to
That
be a
looks nice
very
and
fun
dynamic.
game, but also there is another one, Vachier-Lagrave against Erdogmus, also very interesting. But I think first we can go to Nepo. What do you think?
All right. Let's go ahead and take a look at board number 8. We'll probably move to board 9 after that because you're right. The major pieces are connected. The king is on F2 though, so some shenanigans did go on there. But for now, this is Jan Nepomniachtchi against Ivan Saric. Delightful matchup here, but what on earth is going on? This looks very scary for black.
I
Very
think
scary.
we can go from the very beginning just to try to understand it, where all this incredible tactical position comes from. Of course, it comes from the Sicilian. What else?
Love
The
it.
Najdorf. 6 bishop e3, e5. This is, of course, one of the lines. I don't know if, John, you play this line, but knight g4 was the big Kasparov development in the
I
mid
remember
and late
that.
90s. And then I was playing it also with black quite a few times. Then there's this other move, which in some period of time it was very common, and the English attack f3 g4. It was also with it allows g4 and it becomes very very tactical, sharp. And I had won some few nice games. So e5 is more keeping things under control and not too theoretical in some ways, because knight g4 is so much worked out. This can be also very much worked out in details. Yeah, knight c6 is a very common continuation. Queen e2. The idea is so that basically long castle will come rook on d1 with more power on the d file. Knight e7. Interesting. Interesting move, sometimes supporting d5, I believe. g4.
Oh, here we go.
h6, not allowing g5 because he wants to keep his knight on f6. Supporting, gives all the support for this little pawn to be pushed on d5. Long castle, d5.
D5 anyway.
To be honest, it's a very illogical story, right? Once white is playing long castle, then black is breaking out in the center with d5. Still, the pawn is under a pin because of the d1 rook. So it shows a lot of self-confidence, I must say.
That looks...
Wow! Look at
Oh,
this
stop
move.
press. What?
What is this move? Wow.
I mean, the move looks great, but why?
What an unbelievable move. But it means, I believe that, of course, Jan knows about this move. No question about that, I believe, because he was barely spending any time. Yeah, and I'm checking knight d4 is the first computer move. So this is the thing, that some players make an incredible novelty, spectacular move, double exclamation mark. At the same time, it's a computer move, but still, he has to work at home the way that it works and that he can show in a real game, when he's out of the book already, Why is that good? So e takes d4, capture the knight. Bishop d4, queen a5. Queen a5 is usually the best spot for the queen in Sicilian knight or positions for
Mm-hmm.
several reasons. Bishop f6. And
This has
now,
got to be like not a forced continuation, but this has still got to be part. If you're going to play a move like knight d4, then all of this will be prepared in advance.
oh, absolutely. But also after knight d4, it's clear that there is no real other move for black than take it. And after bishop d4, of course, here already you could start looking other things. But of course, you're going and looking at it with the computer, and then you go on for. Well, here, for example, I think d takes e4 might be the same transposition because d takes, bishop takes the knight, queen is hanging, and then you go queen a5, right? So this was in the game, but with another move order, black played queen a5 first. It's giving other options for white, but bishop took on f6, d takes e4. Because if not d takes e4, and black would be keeping the piece. After that, e takes d5 is gaining back, basically, because black cannot take back because of the pin. So it would be possible just to grab it. Okay, so this is not possible. And if the bishop would be moving away, then I believe d6 and gaining back the piece. So it's kind of logical to take d takes e4, and now white went queen takes e4. I give the bishop, I don't care, I want initiative. And after g takes f6, white captured on b7, rook c8, and we see that basically Nepo was not spending more than a few minutes, but basically he's playing al tempo without even thinking. So he's very much knows what is going on the position on the board.
It feels like a race already, which sounds really odd, but the first move, like the first thing I'm looking at in this position is, oh goodness, a2 looks really weak. And then the next thing I noticed is, well, imagine if counterintuitively then, knight e4 can just be played, and actually you're just saying your attack is faster.
Well, knight e4 seems
This
to be
is scary.
probably the best move, to be honest, because it is threatening with both on d6 and on f6. I mean, just even to think about it, that knight g8 can be the best move. It's
unblocks the position.
It is not nice, I must say. I just want to see if there is any other move in this position, but I believe knight d5 would be a blunder because of rook d5. And if the bishop takes, then the rook is hanging. If the queen takes, then knight f6, and it's taking the queen. So this is not an option for black, which means that knight g8 is the only move. But it looks awful. Okay, after knight e4, the rook on c8 is more powerful. Suddenly the a2 pawn is also under attack. The e6 bishop is very well placed, not only defending the rook, but also the crucial d7 square, which could be checkmate if that would be not there. But crazy knight e4, knight g8.
Like, if black finds a way to stabilize in this position, and I appreciate that's a big if, then, you know, you count the number of minor pieces on the board. Black has 3, white has 2. So if you're able to trade everything off and black can stabilize, I can see there being some strong winning chances. The problem with that statement is that I don't know how you thread the needle to survive long enough to get your king to safety and start swapping things off. It feels like the attack here for white is really relentless, and that's something the eval bar won't necessarily show, or doesn't show, that black is walking a tightrope right now.
Well, it's definitely something seems to be very scary, as for example, after bishop a6, if it's white to move, bishop b5 and wins on the spot, right? So black has not many options to do, and basically there are only moves. Black has no time to capture a pawn like that or anything. So it's clear that the bishop has to be moving away to make space for the king. So it's either bishop c5 or bishop b4. Hold on. Knight here. I did
Yep.
something. Yeah, so here it's either bishop c5 or bishop b4. This is the two move black can be thinking about. For some reason, bishop b4 is not liked by the computer, but the main idea is to escape with the king if it's necessary.
It looks very logical.
I don't know exactly what's the problem for black. But, or bishop c5. I don't know if bishop c5 might be better for any reason.
Okay. Looks
I
like it likes it a lot more.
yeah, it likes it a lot more, and I'm wondering why is that. I was thinking maybe after bishop b4, there is a possibility of playing rook d4. Rook d4 maybe to attack the bishop. Well, it's scary for black, and also in some cases, white can go queen b5, exchange the queens. This is also something black is has to be.
No way. Judith, let's stick with this variation for now. This isn't from me. This is from our producer, Bick. Rook d4, almost the right idea. Try one more square.
Oh, rook d5?
Yeah.
But what? What do you mean? Ah, and queen b4. Oh,
Wow,
that's
okay.
neat.
Nice one, Bick. Wow.
Simple, but wow.
Simple
Easy to
but wildly effective.
Yeah, knight d6. Knight d6.
And now that and it almost doesn't matter if you've moved the bishop away from its home square on f8 because the queen on b4 is covering that square and you're worried about all sorts of mating attacks because the queen you no longer have the additional space for the king. So I guess that's the reason why. But wow, imagine if we went down this line and rook d5 gets played. That's that would be incredible. I suspect we're not going to see it on the board, but I think this is a great illustration of how dangerous this position is fundamentally.
You know why we're not going to see this on the board? Because Jan is in his home preparation, and obviously the computer will not give this option of bishop b4 because of rook d5. So it's easy. So he's well. I don't know if bishop e7 also has any sense, to be honest. Also a big question. But at the same time, somehow bishop c5 is more active.
I mean, look, he's got time to think, right? Like you said, he's in his home preparation. He's got 5 minutes more on the clock than he did at the start of the game. So this is maybe something that a lot of viewers might not experience as often as people who are playing, which is even if you feel like you're in a better position, when your opponent is blitzing out moves and making them straight away, that does have a psychological effect on the game. If you spend 10 minutes thinking about a particular move, you move it, and there's an instantaneous reply, you're going to be sat there thinking, oh goodness, am I just walking into my opponent's prep? Did I just do something wrong? And for me, Jude, I don't know about you, for me, the worst part is when my opponent stops thinking. If my opponent blitzes out 15 moves of prep, and I make move 16 and they stop and they have a 10-minute think, that's possibly the most anxious I can get in a game of chess, because to me that's saying I've just played a move that isn't in their preparation, which means it's probably a blunder. How is it a blunder? And that's all I'm going to be sat there thinking the entire time. So it's a very scary and very psychologically difficult place to be when your opponent is playing the way Jan is currently playing.
Yes, because knight d4, I can visualize very much that Saric was preparing this, and he was looking at it some time ago. This special move, knight e7 system, playing castle d5, and then knight d4, and saying, "Wow, what an incredible move!" and so on and so forth. And then suddenly it happens on the board, and he can play knight d4. So probably he
Yep.
was just, maybe he analyzed it until this point that, okay, knight e4 or something, seeing the evaluation of the computer plus something, very little advantage. So it's okay for white. And then maybe he was just not, I mean, as I reacted that after knight e4, knight g8, this not look good. So you
Mm.
might even in your home preparation, if you don't have time or whatever, you say, okay, I will do something, I will check it later or whatever, because it just seems so difficult for black. I mean, once you go knight e4, black has to go knight g8. It just, we usually said, okay, it just cannot be good for black. I'm going to
Right.
be dealing with this, okay? But in this position, it seems that Saric, now he has to be thinking what is really the best move. I have the feeling that he does not have a clear idea, plan that he prepared for this position, but he knows that he has a pretty good game. But he also sees that his opponent, Nepo, who is a world championship challenger twice already, he has an incredible preparation, of course, due to partly because of his world championship matches as well.
Yep.
And okay, so now I think maybe we can also jump to some other game, because I see something fun. We were talking
Yes.
about Vachier game as well, and we can go
That's
back
right.
to board nine.
The
But there
king's
is
on
another,
f2 there.
yeah, but there's another position which I would be even more like to jump.
Oh, go on.
And it's board number 3, because Keymer started to play some very strange things. Look at that G5 he played in a very early stage of the game. So it seems that he, with black pieces, he knows that he has to be playing for victory.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and hop in here before we go back to board 9. Because, yeah, G5, absolutely love to see it. Gary the G pawn marching
Because
down the
basically,
board
I think Keymer understands that he has to play for a win very clearly in every round from here on. He has five and a
to
half
get to the
points.
candidates. Yes,
So
sure.
yeah, to get a spot, of course, this is the only reason he's playing here. So it means that with the black pieces, also he has to show that he wants to take initiative. He wants to be playing for the win, and of course, not in a crazy way, but in a way that it makes sense. Let's
Mhm.
go back from the very beginning to understand what kind of opening we're dealing with, because the position we're having, it does not show that it comes from an English, knight c6, castle, e5, e4. Yeah, now we switch to kind of a Sicilian with some strange setup with white. d3, bishop g4, h3, moving back, knight g5.
Okay.
Parham is doing interesting work. He's also playing very energetically. He also knows that he's also five and a half. So actually, in this game, boasting that they would need desperately a victory
It's
at
a
GF4.
the best chance for one of these players to get a candidate spot is for this game to end decisively, regardless of who wins, right? And I feel like both
Absolutely.
players know that.
At the same time, they also know that maybe to make a draw in this game still gives a small chance, but they know that generally speaking, they should be playing for a win, and
Mhm.
because most likely they have to win 3 out of 3 to qualify. At the same time, of course, they know whoever lose, tournament is over for him.
Yeah, in terms of qualifying for the candidates, I think if you lose at this point, you're right. That's absolutely out. A draw still gives a slim chance, but we love to see the fighting chance. And I've got some good news for you as well, Judith. I've had to take a couple of days off so far. Yesterday was one of them. We had a lot of draws in the top 10 boards yesterday, but every time I'm back, we have at least 5 or 6 decisive results in the top 10. So maybe we'll get another good game today. I'm the
Well,
lucky charm.
today it can be easily happening, especially from board number 3 towards down. So G5, what's the idea? G5, the idea is to eliminate this powerful F4 pawn, which together with the E4, they have a very, very strong center for white.
Hmm.
And after G5, now the question is, what is white up to? So the first obvious move is F takes G5. At the same time, another move which black has to be taking in account is e5.
Oh, wow. Okay. This looks fun.
So both are, but of course, first I think it would make sense just to take what
Well,
Keymer
yeah, what
has.
happens if you go down material, right? You've got the white knight on f3, you've got the dark squared bishop, both looking at the g5 square. So the question then becomes, where have we got the compensation for this, and what's the follow-up? And if you look closely, the piece on g2 is a bishop. It's not a pawn. So
No.
going and grabbing this, and white's king is beginning to look very, very breezy. But that said, black's king is not castled and is still in the middle of the board, so it's not one-way traffic as well.
No, it's not one-way traffic, though I would say that the White King can get in a much bigger trouble very fast, because after exchanging these pawns, both of the lines got very open towards the White King, and Black is planning to play very quickly Queen d7 long castle and bring the other rook to g8, which can lead to some very
Oof.
shaky position for White. So this is why I think this would not be really an option for white. I was also thinking about what happens if knight g5, defending the h3 pawn at the same time putting pressure on f7.
Makes
But
sense.
at first, I was thinking that maybe black is just playing queen b6 or queen c7 and try. But though maybe this is not possible.
Ooh.
Rook f6 or something.
Oh, yeah. Are there tic-tacs with rook takes knight? Oh, maybe it's not rook takes knight.
I don't know.
I'm
Maybe.
pleased, Judith. That was also the first move I was looking at, but maybe that's a bad sign because I'm very good at looking the unsound stuff. Oh, what's the move here that punishes queen c7?
Maybe knight f7. Maybe knight f7.
Oh, wow. Okay. But how many
Because
pieces
this
does
way
white
the
have in the
tempo.
attack?
Well,
Okay.
bishop g5 next, and there is difficult to protect it for black. So let's go back.
Okay.
So
If we did go down this line, Parham would definitely see this. So
yeah, maybe queen a5. Queen a5. Queen a5, or what else? Because of course the queen should be on d7. That would be the greatest spot. But I don't think bishop e6 is the move.
I was going to ask, is there an opportunity to get that out of the way? Because look, queen h5 check is not a possibility, right? So maybe that gives you time to play queen d7?
Sorry?
Well, queen h5 check is not a possibility, so
No, but my
lights...
problem is that if we go bishop e6, maybe knight d5 can be a move.
Oh, and that's coming in.
Maybe knight d5. So that can be annoying. No, after knight g5, probably he has something else. I'm just wondering what it could be. Knight e5, for example. That's a nice spot for the knight. Defending on f7. Because if black has the time to develop and long castle, of course black has fantastic compensation.
Yeah, you still need to get out of there, right? And you're still at least 2 tempi away, and we've taken a look at the moves where we just get the queen out of the way in one move, and it looks like queen a5 is the only one that's potentially could be considered. Still need to get the king out of the way, so there's so many problems here for black.
But you know, maybe moves like this can be. You see?
How many sacrifices can we look at for both sides in 5 minutes?
Yeah. Actually, knight g4 can be a kind of a threat. Also, knight h5 can
coming in there, yeah.
jump around, yeah. So it's it's not an easy position. I mean, g5 is a very interesting idea, I must say. So let's see what happens on e5. Does this make any sense? And let's say after d takes e5 to go. Though knight e5 is possible too. What about knight e5?
Yeah, white's
Very.
accomplishing some different things in this variation, right? Because you you're asking black the question, if you want to open up the G file, you're going to have to work a bit harder. I'm not going to take it voluntarily. So this muddies the waters a little bit
But
compared to black's original plan.
I mean, it's just a very crazy idea and probably doesn't work. But even such a moves come to my mind.
No.
And then if king goes out, h5.
I think the correct word to describe this, Judith, is disgusting. That's amazing stuff. Just the attacks that can come out of nowhere for both colors in this opening is incredible.
Yeah, it is quite interesting. But probably just white has a great position. Knight e4 is possible, or even just go queen f3. Because this g2 bishop is extremely powerful. Very, very strong. If let's say this pawn would be on c6, that would be a completely other story. But it's just all kind of tactical things come to mind for players.
What I would say though is that even though it's very double-edged and both white and black can produce some absolutely devastating combinations as we've just explored, the clock tells us a slightly different story, and it's saying that Vincent Keymer is very much putting the pressure on Maghsoodloo to figure all of this out over the board, because Keymer has 1 hour and 43 minutes, 3 minutes more than he started off with to get to this position, and Maghsoodloo now is nearing the 1 hour mark, so he's really in deep water. That doesn't mean positionally he's in deep water, but psychologically and having to work everything out, he's being given a workout right now by Vincent.
It's a very interesting idea by Vincent, and Vincent's coach is Peter Leko, who is working with him for many, many years by now, I think 6 or 7 years. So, and Keymer became a very strong player lately. In the last 1 year, it was clear that he showed some incredible results. Victory in some tournament, also in freestyle, which is the Fischer random chess, which also says that he's a very creative player, and he's also a player who follows what's going on the board. Of course, this is a home preparation. It's very clear, no doubt about it for me. But in real complicated positions, when he's out of the book, he's also a very interesting player on his own way of thinking, with self-confidence, going interesting ideas, taking initiative. If he has to suffer a game, he's going to be fighting until the very end. He has a very healthy mindset, but here I think he won an incredible battle in the opening in round 9. Yeah, this is round 9 already. So it was
Yes.
it's a fantastic game going to be happening in this game, I believe. What do you think, going back a bit to the bird's eye view to look at it, what has happened on the other boards?
Yeah, because that was still the analysis board. We should point out the position on the board was still G5, so those lines hadn't actually been gone down yet, but we're going to be picking some of them very soon. We did mention early on that we wanted to eventually make our way to MVL, where he's playing Erdogmus on board 9. It looks like it did look like an interesting position where the major pieces were connected. Okay, yep. And then you look a little bit more closely. We've got castling on opposite sides, and there's a king on f2. So some shenanigans definitely went on here out of the opening. Let's see what happened.
Well, it was an open Spanish, so if we just go back from the very beginning, they started out with an open Spanish. d4, b5, bishop b3 takes, bishop e6, c3, one of the main lines, the most played line, knight d2, knight c5, bishop c2, d4. This is very clear. Korchnoi was a big expert on this, and it seems the IS is choosing this opening as well. Knight b3, d takes c3. D takes c3, I think, maybe not the only move, but it's also kind of sharp line. Queen d7, Bishop g5. What's the idea of bishop g5? Just stop black from castling, but also
Preventing long castle.
move. And for the moment, everything seems very shaky for black because of this very powerful bishop on e4. Of course, the queen from d7 defends everything for the moment, but also white wants to go rook c1, and things can go very wrong on the c file for black. Bishop g5, very interesting. h6. Queen c2. Look at that. What kind of home prep we are dealing here also. Queen c2 is move 16. Also, home preparation, giving up a bishop in order to bring the rook to d1, attacking the queen. Knight b4, counter attack. Look at that. Queen c3, bishop takes f2. Now the king has to be taking, otherwise the rook would be hanging. Knight d5.
Wow,
Again, we are witnessing an incredible, seemingly very unpleasant pin for black. But the white king is under attack. Queen is under attack. Queen c1. Long castle. Long castle. So now again we can ask, whose king is more vulnerable? Is it the f2 king or is it the c8 king? h3 against g4. Of course, we can ask why h3, why not, let's say, queen taking on g5? Why not to take this pawn?
Because that would be the point behind queen c1, right? To have the queen or the knight take on g5. And you would have to imagine that that's an alternate way to do it, because otherwise why else would you play queen c1?
No, the thing is that queen c1 was a move because knight d5 was there, so you had to move somewhere your queen, right?
Sure.
So you could try to put it on c5, you could do it on d2, on c1. So
well, c5 looked great. Like tried to keep the king in the center, and it certainly looks a lot more active than c1 at first glance, right?
Yeah, at first glance, queen c5 seems to be a powerful move because also immediately the d5 knight is hanging.
And then I'm guessing because and then all the counterpunching with stuff like g4 is, you don't really have time to deal with too much of that because you're focused on having to deal with the knight on d5.
Well, maybe c6 and trying to exchange the queens later on h7 and a7. Very complicated game.
It's difficult to see through the murky waters of this position.
Well, I just don't understand after knight g5 what other move. Well, for now, actually, it's pawn equality. So maybe queen a7 is a possible move. But then rook c1. Very complicated position. Very complicated position. And queen c1 was played instead of that move. Instead of queen c5. And now black did not push the pawn, but gave away the pawn. And now h3. And now my question is, what was black's idea after queen g5?
If you're going... So I'm very reluctant to suggest this because I'm worried it just leads to loss of material. But where my mind goes to first is, if I'm going to be giving away the pawn on g5 as black and I'm castling opposite sides of the board, is there any harm in just pushing everything and getting rid of all the obstacles? And I'm looking at f6 as my first candidate move, because why not? If we're gonna remove one, let's remove the rest.
f6. Yeah, it's seems to be a very good move. So probably this is why queen g5 was not played.
Judith, this is very unusual because we are in the middle of analyzing a really exciting, complicated position. But I'm very pleased to say I've managed to correctly predict an exciting board that we have to go to right now, and that's board number 19. where we have Yakubayev playing Demchenko. This is the position after knight f5 on move 13. Black's already bust.
Wow.
This was, I think, a Queen's Gambit accepted.
Gambit. Yeah, Queen's Gambit accepted. This line. Yeah. Whoa.
Oh, here we go.
Castle. Look at that. Look at that. Queen b4. It's not a move because of c5. And simply giving up the... I mean, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Look at that. Bishop f7, king f7, giving a check, king e8. So black cannot castle, and I'm castling. What a crazy...
And I'd like to point out, Judith, that if I told you that up to this point, there is a player who basically did not spend more than 30 seconds on any move, would you say it's white or black?
Black, probably.
Yeah. So black hasn't spent more than 30 seconds on a move up to this point. And it's actually white that was thinking first, and it feels like it's who's blinking in preparation the soonest, because the speed at which this game was played was incredible. So I think it might be like a move order issue, or we remember the line but not quite how to get there, and we're mixing up two lines, because there's no other real reason why you would have the game be this one-sided so quickly.
Yeah, he went knight f8, bishop g5.
Yep.
And things are starting to go on white's way. Queen e7 question mark, knight f5, winning.
And if queen e7, that is mad. That's got to just be a knight f5. Sorry, that's got to be like a queen e7 is absolutely a line in a bunch of variations, just not this one.
But the crazy thing is that, yeah, I mean, queen goes away, knight takes g7, and basically game over.
Oh.
If after knight f5 you have to take this, then takes, and rook comes to e1, and it seems like game is over. Because you don't have long castle. If you would have a move long castle, then black is fine.
And I think if
but because of bishop f7 was played, no move.
Yeah. And in the position after bishop g5, this is, I don't know if this is what happened, Judith. You might have a better explanation for this, but knight e6 was supposed to be the move. We have the blue arrow. And the idea is after knight e6, rook ad1 is a very logical continuation for white. And then you move the queen to e7. Here, it's okay.
But it's giving up the bishop on g5.
But if you take the bishop on g5 straight away, surely white can do all sorts of stuff with the discovered attack, right?
Well, I tried knight b5, the comp doesn't like it, so maybe knight f5.
Oh, wait. Does that mean it's knight c6 if it doesn't like those? But that doesn't make much sense, does it?
No, probably knight c6 is the move. Yeah.
So if instead of taking the bishop on g5...
Because actually takes, queen d2.
Just pick up the knight.
Well, it's actually not as simple as the bar shows. I mean, black has the rook, bishop, and a knight. White has one queen and one pawn. But it means that white has to be incredibly sharp. I mean, king f7, you have to know very much what to do, because if black is to move 3 moves, bishop e6, rook d8, rook a b8, then I think black can also could be better. So white has to play very accurately.
That's right. The theme, if you like, is black's pieces are not coordinated and black needs a few moves to get coordinated. So it's now white's job to make sure black does not have that opportunity. But if black
Yeah,
gets
but I
that
don't know if I
opportunity,
wouldn't
this
misplay it. I don't see it if I wouldn't be misplaying it in 5 moves with white. I think it's really easy to misplay it, to be honest.
it's a lot. It's certainly a lot sharper. But I guess the point I wanted to make is that after knight e6, rook a d1,
Yeah.
if black plays queen e7 in that position, it's actually acceptable because you no longer have the battery with the queen and bishop on the long diagonal, and you can just about get away with it. I think.
So maybe black.
So I think it might have been a move order thing. Because after knight e6, rook a d1, queen e, actually black can play queen e7 in that position.
Oh, you're right. I think you're absolutely right that this is what has happened. Because after knight d6, if you don't remember because you looked at it for a long time with your analysis, then you would think that okay, knight e6, rook d1, but then I take the bishop was the thing. So probably it could be only with queen e7, rook d1, knight d6.
And I hate this, Judith, because it's happened to me in my own games many times where I think I remember the line and I get a move order wrong, and apparently that just costs you the game, or what was a clear advantage, you're now just fighting for a draw. It's so frustrating because it's not just the position on the board. It's you thinking, I've spent hours looking at this, I've prepared for it, I've studied for it, I should be fine, and then a move order mistake or something that feels minor is actually costing you half a point or a full point.
Absolutely. But here I don't know. It's still white should be playing right. Rook d1, let's say.
That makes a lot of sense.
Let's say rook d1, knight d7. Rook e1, queen f7. Maybe bishop f4. Because I don't see bishop f6 working.
No, and the question I would have with this setup, Judith, because you played a knight to d7, it's making me think, do I want my rooks on the d and e file, or would I prefer them on the c and d file? Because if you have to play a knight out to the 7th, then if there's a rook on c1, you can't do that anymore. So I'm wondering if there's a way to limit the counter-attacking chances.
Well, okay, rook c1, I go something c6.
Oh, this is ridiculously complicated. This is probably the game of the round so far, folks. There's a lot to calculate here. And we're going to have to get a little bit of fuel to make sure that we can continue following this ourselves. We've had some very exciting games, not just on the top 10 boards, as you can see here. This is board number 19, and we will be checking out the games up and down the playing hall. But first, we're going to go to a quick break, so definitely grab your teas and coffees. You're going to need it. When we come back, we find out how this position resolves.
You're a ChatGPT user, right?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, it's I generally prefer it to Googling these days.
Well, to make things a little more interesting, you've been playing chess for a lot longer than ChatGPT's been around. We're going to have you play blindfolded if you don't mind.
Sure.
And we'll just have you spin in your chair, and we'll make the moves on your behalf. So good luck.
I'll play h4.
Love it. ChatGPT calls your move unorthodox.
That is true.
D5 is ChatGPT's move.
d4.
Okay. ChatGPT is aware you're going for E4, or at least it thinks you are. H5 is the response.
Oh, wow. c4.
C6.
Solid, maybe a little bit passive.
Rook C8 is the response.
Can you ask ChatGPT if it can see why that may be a mistake?
Sure.
Because if we're not learning, then what are we doing?
It thinks your move was a mistake. It's talking about why castling queenside is risky. It says your queenside pawn structure is a bit loose. Okay, let's try to be a little more specific with ChatGPT. Do you see a danger to your pieces on the D file, if I can use those words? Ah, good catch. Yes, I do see a danger on the D file. But then it goes back to you. With your king on C1, the D file is semi-open and your rook on D1 can become very active. Then it says, right now my knight on D7 is pinned. I'm not sure what knight it's thinking about. So you've confused it. It can't learn like us humans can.
What a shame. Rook D1.
Okay, it did last 20 moves without actually making an illegal move, although it had some illegal thoughts. Rook F4 is not allowed, but it's what it says. So you have the option of putting it out of its misery and capturing the king, or forcing it.
Let's go Rook D8.
Okay, so we'll put Rook F4 on board, and we'll play Rook takes D8. Oh, now we get to have some fun. I'll respond with Rook takes H4, capturing your H-pawn in return and trying to activate my rook.
Well, the rook was just an F4, so it's not completely unreasonable. Okay. I'll try King E6.
Love it. That's the kind of move we can get behind. All right, Rook takes C4, taking a bunch of, it's taking space at least, yeah.
King F7.
Oh, I think I see the illegal checkmate you're going to go for. We'll see if you're thinking the same thing. All right, E takes D5. That one just came out of nowhere. Just take a pawn from the graveyard, put it on top of the knight maybe, and I think I see what maybe is happening.
Queen H5.
Yes,
checkmate.
The queen jumps over the king. And let's see if ChatGPT allows the checkmate. Okay, you might have to cry foul on this one, Magnus. It's playing Rook takes H5. Might be a good time to announce checkmate. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm sorry, that was the first illegal move of the game, but it did very well till now.
Yeah, I was raised in Telna Village, Arizona, which was where the Church of Immortal Consciousness, which was a spiritual group, formed. It was a cult, and it's taken me a lot of years to come to terms with that. But once you do, and you kind of reflect on a lot of things about that experience, you realize that it was not normal and not okay. And the unique story of my life is that as I became a strong chess player in the American chess scene, one of the top players, I was taken away, separated from my mother by the cult leader in order to pursue chess, which is the wildest thing in the world, given that that road kind of ultimately led me here.
Did they realize that you have talent, the cult leader? Or
Yeah.
what was the process there?
Yeah, I mean, I learned to play chess along with my stepbrother, which is its own very complicated story with my parents and how that dynamic went down. Because my dad was actually one of the leaders of the cult. Very wild aspects there, and I learned to play chess with my stepbrother, and we got good really fast. We were obsessed with Searching for Bobby Fischer. I mean, that was the movie that got a whole generation of players into the game.
Welcome back to round number 9 of 11 here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Over $850,000 on the line, as well as a pair of spots to the candidates in the open and women's sections. But before we get back into the chess action, just remember, it's September, which means it's Subtember. And the reason you need to know that is because you get 30% off. And also, frankly, it's just free if you have Amazon Prime. So now is the best time to go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Benefits including playing ad-free on chess.com. You get event emotes in the chat, which frankly is what I'm interested in. But you also get mid-break content instead of ads on Twitch, in addition to having ad-free broadcasting on Chess24. Use !subscribe in the chat to learn more. And don't forget, the more subscribers we get, the higher chance Bic gets fired, and we put the money instead towards hosting a big party. It's going to be great. But Judith, we're going to hop back into the action now. We haven't actually seen any of the games in the women's section yet, and I'm kind of curious to see how they're getting on. Don't forget, we've still got the spots and the candidates on offer there as well. So let's take a look at what the games look like and see what catches our eye.
Here we see the top 10 boards. And, well, on board 1, Vachier-Lagrave is clearly having a better position. Seems to be starting out with the King's Indian. So there she's doing fine. Vaishali is kind of an interesting game.
This looks
because
interesting.
Black did not castle yet.
Yeah.
And
should we take a quick look at that?
Yeah, why don't you pick that?
Let's go ahead. So we're going to head into board number 2. Song Yushin playing Vaishali. Vaishali has the white pieces here. And what's notable for me here is that we're joining the position after knight d4. But like you said, Judith, there's the castling is still something that Black needs to do. It feels like there's still a little bit of time required to get into a comfortable position. And I think it's a question of counting tempi and seeing who's got a faster attack right now, because with the F and H pawns launched up the board, this is certainly a statement of intent from Vaishali.
Yes, it is very straightforward play. I would go back a little bit, just go for the very beginning, just to see what was going on, because it's a typical close Sicilian, which I don't see people playing it so often. Spassky was a great player who was playing the close Sicilian with the white side, and many people wanted to follow him. It's a very healthy setup for white, playing f4 first, and only after that he plays knight f3, knight e7, h4.
Here we go.
This is something in such early stage, it's kind of a surprising move for me. At the same time, if you go h4, probably it is better without castle first, because now after h4, white is threatening to go h5, gaining space advantage. So Black reacted with h5. You know what? I don't want to see the white pawn on h5, but it has its drawbacks, because once the way the game developed, short castle, rook b8, planned to go b5 in many cases. This is why a4 happened, a6. Already it's not possible to stop b5, but white was not eager to do so either. b5 takes. Well, now white has a very active rook on the a file. At the same time, Black is also having some plans, pushing away the knight from c3, for example. And the question is, can white use the rook by any means on a6 or a7? But for this, the c6 knight is actually doing a great job defending. Queen e1, very clearly the spot for the queen in general situations in these lines. At the same time, I'm wondering if this was the best move, because I would be thinking with all kind of f5 move and keeping the queen on d1.
Oh, wow.
Threatening with the h5, but of course for that Black has to castle. So I'm wondering if queen e1 was really the best move. But okay, it was played, queen e1. And now Black, instead of castling, which would be a very natural move, I'm thinking that maybe after castle f5 anyway would be powerful.
Then you try and take with the e pawn and
Takes.
take with the knight and bishop to preserve the pawn chain if you can, right?
But now I'm threatening, so the Black knight has to be kept on e7. So I'm wondering if after bishop f5, can I go rook f5?
Can you play rook takes is the question.
And my queen is not on d1, but I can go back to d1 or to go to e2, and then in the next move to capture this. And it seems to be very, very, very difficult for black to save.
Oh.
Because white is going this direction. The d5 square can be also vulnerable at some stage, knight d5, or if bishop d5 can show up there, then this f7 pawn can be great attack.
That's really unpleasant. Is there a way for black at some point in the line to have gotten the c6 knight out of danger by playing knight e5 so that it frees up the knight on e7 to capture on f5? Or is there just not enough time for that?
The thing is that there is not enough time because white is threatening mainly to go f6, not to capture.
So you have to
on
take
e6.
once first, no matter what.
Yeah. Yeah. Takes. Well, of course, it seems like bishop f5 is kind of losing. So black has to try something else. But I think this was the reason why black did not castle and decided to go knight d4. And after knight d4, as this is knight c2 a threat, white went queen f2, very logical continuation. If you played queen e1, queen on f2 can be very good defending. And still, of course, white is always keeping in mind to think and analyze and make f5 work. At the same time, after knight d4, we should not forget that the rook at some point can enter to a7. But for now, it's black to move. White has spent a lot of time, though.
I have a question about an idea that almost certainly doesn't work, but I want to understand why, Judith. And it sounds strange, but I'm thinking that the pawns are advanced on the king side. I'm really worried that white is going to bust open the f file. So counterintuitively, I'm thinking about the idea of f6. And the reason I'm thinking about the idea of f6 is because once white moves away the knight, I then want to play f5 at some point and block up the f file and say, I'm not going to allow you to get play where you've positioned your pieces. But I don't know if that's a feasible idea or not.
Well, f5 pushing away my knight and to play f5. In one hand, I think it's a nice idea to try to keep white away from all kind of f5s. At the same time, in this position, I think I would consider first to play e5 to block the bishop of the protection of the d4. And it's not so easy because if black takes on f3, takes, and black cannot really take because now the c5 pawn is vulnerable and I can grab that. Maybe not immediately because you go e4, I believe. And there are some fun tactics here.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, that's disgusting. But it's a long-term weakness no matter which way you look at it.
Yeah, and okay, black's pawn structure is also kind of not easy. But here, yeah, I have to look what... So it's not easy for black also to play because there are lots of weaknesses.
And there's no way to... This would be nice if I could find a way to play knight c6 there and just keep the outpost, but you can't because of the light squared bishop, so it still feels like white is the one applying all the pressure.
Well, it is very interesting because queen d6, knight f4. I mean, of course, white has great compensation. But f6, f5, it also has a serious risk. Okay. So after queen f2, now, for example, the first question is whether can black go castle now? Maybe you just castle. No rush to do any f6, f5, anything like that, because now f5 is not really a threat because you can just capture it twice. That's all. There is no sacrifice option or anything like that. So
Yeah.
after castle, also knight e2 is not possible to kick away the knight because the c2 pawn is hanging. So it's not so easy for white to get rid of the knight. Well, white can go knight d1 with the plan of playing c3, but of course c3 is not really a threat because knight b3 attacks the knight and takes the bishop. So after knight d1, you should be also moving out the bishop first, or move the rook first before you go c3. But if you go bishop e3, then you block your option from the knight to go to e3, support your system, your play. So maybe after knight d1, knight e3, and kind of f5 can be a plan. But I mean, I would expect black to castle in this position and just play. It's a normal game.
I love your analysis of why it's actually on the opposite side of the board, on the queen side, that white is facing some of these problems, because, like you said, the knight to d1 creates some issues in the longer term. Trying to play the bishop out to e3, well, that's also problematic. The pawns on b2 and c2 have some question marks over them. It's not easy to solve the positional weaknesses in the position for white because of how strong black's knight on d4 is.
The knight on d4 is very, very key factor in this game for black. After castle, there is one more idea which I would consider to look, is e5, making space for my knight on e4. So let's say black takes on e5, and then I could go knight e4, attack the pawn on c5. And also sometimes I'm just ready to grab back and then play knight f6 or bishop f4.
So I guess
It could also be the plan immediately.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to call it the critical move, but when you play e5 like that, I'm guessing the question for black is whether it's possible for her to respond with d5 and just keep it close to the light squared bishop, and then you can you might have play on the a file, for example, as a result.
Well, d5 is possible, but now we have a very specific structure. Probably now I would be going knight d1.
And then you've got, probably not now, but then you have the f5 square to put the other knight. So you're not solving a problem, but if black is asking the question, where should I put my pieces in the next couple of moves, the answer feels a little bit more concrete than it did before, maybe.
You can always go wrong very easily, you know? I mean, now, for example, b4 is something that is a threat, though black most likely not going to be blundering that, because you either go knight from here to f5, or you can even think time to time to go f6 to break up this whole center.
Yep.
Well, I just wanted to point out that e5 is something that it's in the spirit of the position.
And it gives some long-term options for the light squared bishop as well. Because if you play e5, even if black does close it up, white's plan is, okay, let's start marching the b and c pawns forward. They're a little bit of a weakness. Let's get rid of them, open up the play on the queen side, and start to steamroll black there. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, indeed. So I think we've more or less discovered what is going on in this game.
Okay. We had the let me see. Do we want to take a look at the Drona Valley game? Board number 9, right-hand side, bottom row.
What's going on? It seems like she's already having a better position there.
It's looking like black is playing with a lot of pressure, and material count looks equal. It's but if you take a look at the coordination of the pieces, I mean, white's barely gotten off the back rank.
Yes, it's quite a big problem for white. Black has a beautiful position, great advantage of his pieces, better development. So black is just having a fantastic position, to say the least.
And this came off the back of a French defense. This was a
Yeah, it
French
was
advance.
like this, but there was a queen a5. What an unexpected opening prep. Takes, and then white gave up the central pawn. Knight d4. Question mark. Yeah, and it seems like black is playing very active. Knight b5, queen b8, and now white is in trouble already. Well, basically, white has lost quite a few moves.
Spending all the tempi.
One move
defending.
after another, not a good one, but wasting a lot of time. And
to
black has a
have-
much stronger strength there.
Two knight d4s, both of which were question marks as well. It's like every time the knight goes back to that square, even though it's a nice central square, it seems to be causing white more problems than it is solving. So Valley, she's doing incredibly well in this position so far, and you can see it's going to go on for some time, but there's the tactics can only flow in one way when you don't have the pieces developed and on good squares.
Yeah, I think it's we're going to see an interesting game, but black is taking over clearly. So I would think that black will win this game.
Okay. Well, let's head back to the bird's eye view and see what's going on. So that is Tsolakidu playing Vaishali. I beg your pardon, playing Valley. Vaishali is on board too. Let's head back to the bird's eye view for the open and see where we are at with the games there. Earlier on, we took a look at several of the games in the top 10. Have we had developments elsewhere that we want to be checking out? It looks like we have an attack going in Arjun playing Sevian on board 7, but is there anything else, Judith, that's catching your eye?
Well, actually, I would be happy to go back just for a minute just to see the position of Nepo.
Okay, let's do that.
But only just for a fraction, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and then maybe after that we can do a quick rundown of all the boards from 1 to 10 and show people some of the positions they haven't seen yet.
Absolutely.
Great, let's go.
I just found it interesting what's going on that position.
Excellent. So this is Ivan Saric playing Jan Nepomniachtchi. We're on to move 20. Well, that was move 22. They're moving quite quickly. And bishop c4 has been played.
Yeah, it's just very interesting where we left off with the queens, and at the moment where it was a dilemma for Saric how to continue. And now we see an endgame where the e6 pawn is very weak, so black is hesitating. Should I go e5, which is very much a move you don't want to play because you don't want to block this bishop on g7. You rather play somehow f5, but it's not so easy for black how to decide. The black square of f4 is something a great spot for the knight for black. So if black can go knight f4, could go king e7, bring the rook, black has a fantastic position. But here white is still pressing on black, asking questions. Okay, what about the e6 pawn? Can you decide whether you give it to me for some extra tempis or you're going to be pushing it? So here I think it will be an interesting endgame, see how the 3 pass pawns can show its forces, and can it give a really hard time for Nepomniachtchi. So let's go back to the other games. So to take a bird's eye view, I would suggest, and then pick something which we have not seen yet. Were you picking Arjun's game?
I did take a look at Arjun's game, and I thought, oh, are we seeing a potentially quite fun attack building up there? The eval bar doesn't show us there's anything devastating yet, but there's certainly plenty of stuff building up. So maybe we take a look at that game and then go back to board 1 and cycle our way down.
Yes, absolutely.
Those 3 pass pawns, by the way, Judith, I realize they're not super important to the position right now, but obviously there's extra pressure to get every move right, because if you don't, going into an endgame with 3 connected pass pawns, it can be very rough. But this game, Arjun Erigaisi playing Sam Sevian, And we joined the position after bishop d7 on move 15. But as you can see here, a lot of pieces pointing menacingly at the king side now for Arjun.
Yes, and just go back 2 moves ago, what has happened? Black played bishop f5, kind of provoking white to bring the knight out to h4, and I think it was not difficult for Arjun to go into the provocation, going knight h4, bishop d7, and now he went queen f3 because he thinks, it seems, that he wants to put pressure on the knight on f6. At the same time, he's thinking to go knight f5, I think, enter there.
Okay.
White's position regarding the pieces, it looks very nice. The bishop pair, I mean, look at that, the bishop on g2. But there is one problem. There is one serious problem with White's position, and it's this knight on c2. Okay, this knight should be on d2, and then White has a huge advantage. Having it on c2, it's a completely different story.
I have a big question, Judith. The blue arrow, I'm guessing, wasn't drawn by you. So when I see the queen and bishop on the long diagonal like that, my natural reaction is not to say, hey, let's get rid of the pawns on the long diagonal while my rook is still on a8. Why is that not just a feasible move, but apparently the best move by far? I would be looking at things like bishop e7, for example, a lot faster than I would be looking at moves like b6.
Well, b6 is a very concrete reaction. Oops, and he went rook e6 instead, which goes given a question.
Neither of those. Okay.
Yeah, at the same time, we should look at it just for a second, b6, why it is a very logical move. Because breaking up this pawn here, it makes a lot of sense. At the same time, after c takes b6, black cannot take queen b6 because bishop f6 would be there.
For sure.
So I think after c takes b6, black would be going rook b8, going out from the possible attacks on the long diagonal, threatening going rook b6, and on the 6th rank, the rook would be standing just perfectly fine. At the same time, also given another threat by capturing the other pawn, which is the b4. So it seems like giving up a pawn, it would be only temporary, and it would give great ideas for black. At the same time, black did not play because somehow psychologically he was afraid of this kind of capture on f6.
A lot of the themes are the same though, right? Because even in the b6 line, you were talking about the rook currently on a8, doing a really good job on the 6th. So moving the other rook up to the 6th, at least on the surface, doesn't sound like that big of a problem. But yeah, white can ask the question immediately.
Which for some reason white does not want to ask this question. But still we have to talk about it. I'm thinking very much if black can go e4. But I don't know whether it is. I don't see any potential. Actually, even rook e4 is possible. But what is bishop h3 all about? What black gives away, or what happens? Oh, you know what? Wow, look at that. h6, bishop e6 takes.
Okay.
Takes.
Yep.
You cannot go knight f5 because of g4, and that's falling off.
Yep, so you'd have to go knight g2.
But after knight g2, look at that.
Oh. You'd have to return the favor with rook e4.
Well.
Oh, wow. Okay. So yeah, you've got 2 rooks. Your opponent has 1, but maybe not for long.
Maybe it's still the best move, but
it's not a pleasant one, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you remember I told you this knight on c2 is really bad. But I don't see anything else. I mean, I think after bishop h3, really h6 is the move. And it's a great exchange sacrifice. And maybe this is why rook e6 was played, because black thought about that. Bishop h3, but then I have h6, and then I sacrifice
yeah.
the exchange.
And also, like, the question mark against rook e6 is very much there was a really strong concrete move in b6. It's not a rook e6 is a blunder. So it still ticks a lot of the requirements of what do I want to achieve out of this positionally, and it makes a lot of sense. So if you have a concrete line, which we've just discovered, against bishop h3, then there's not too much reason not to play it.
Yeah, and black wants to go h6, pushing back the bishop, so the f6 is completely defended.
So do we think then that it's black trying to seize the initiative here and push back on white? Because visually, when we came to the board, we could see bishop, knight, queen, all pointing towards the black king. It looked like that this was going to be potentially quite promising for Arjun, but a lot of the lines we've taken a look at now are actually showing that Sevian's counter-attacking chances in this position are really quite strong.
Yeah, black seems to have a very stable position. Very stable position in this.
Interesting. So that's board number 9, I think. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bird's eye view and maybe start going through our games one at a time. We'll start with board number 1. Nihal Ali Reza, we said this was going to be a very exciting board to see what happens, but of course we had so much action on the other boards that we haven't had an opportunity to take a quick look at this yet. We would be remiss not to, so let's go ahead and zoom into that game and maybe start going down the line as well, because we have Abdusattorov Bluebaum on board 2, which we also haven't taken a look yet, and then we haven't seen Giri van Foreest, so plenty of games to go through. Let's start with Nihal Alireza.
Yeah, this game started out very slow because after move 12, after c3, Alireza was in deep thought how to react and which system to choose against c3. And he chose the knight f6, bishop c4, knight b6, bishop b3, d5. It's a very known theoretical line. I was playing it also pretty much with black. c4, pushing away the bishop first, castle, g6, knight a3. When black is pushing this pawn, white is not very fast on trying to get rid of it from d3, but actually white is getting rid of it from the other side on b3, so to keep the central pawn as strong as possible. And this is what we are witnessing. Interesting, knight d5, giving the opportunity the white knight to come to c4.
c4.
Yeah, so here it seems to me that black started to give away some space. Interesting that he went knight d5. The reason black played knight d5 because white's plan is to go d4. So it was a prophylactical move. Playing knight d5, now d4 is not possible because the c3 is under attack, right? So it was a prophylactic. At the same time, bishop e4 seems to be a very powerful move in the center. Queen d8, knight c4.
Queen d8 instead of castles.
Well, the problem is that after castle, I think knight b5.
Oh, right. Yes, of course. Ouch.
No. So, knight, you know what is even better? Because just go knight c4, takes, and knight b6.
Ooh, tic-tacs all over the place. Yeah, that'll do it. That's very comfortably game over.
Yeah, so it was a good question. Why not castle, but not castle? Because of this. So queen d8, queen going d8. Out of the Tempes, knight c4. Again, black cannot castle because we're just transposing bishop d5 and knight b6. So now Alireza had to go rook b8, going out of this pin on the a file. White has a very beautiful position. That's very clear. Yeah, now
Definitely not the
question.
kind of initiative that Firouzja would have wanted out of the opening. Feels like something's gone a little bit wrong for him here. I'm taking a look at where, yeah, he's had like deeper thinks. Move 2, a little bit on move 4, move 6. It doesn't feel like this is home prep at all. And
No, he
Firouzja's
was
having to
thinking a
solve these
lot.
problems over the board.
Yeah.
Okay, so White applying the pressure on board number 1. By no means is this decisive at all, but certainly a lot of questions for Alireza Firouzja to answer at this stage of the game. And that's board number 1. Should we maybe take a look at board 2 and see how Abdusattorov and Bluebaum are doing? The eval bar is, well, it's in the middle on that game, but we can see some very distinct differences in their setup and pawn structure and things like that. So we can maybe have a quick chat about who is likely to be going for what sort of advantage heading into potential endgame here.
Well, this game started out, I'd like to go back to the beginning of the game because it's a psychological battle always. So it was a very solid opening, very solid because it started out with a Petrov, but after that, D3 was played. So it started very slow. Knight c6, g3, d5. Black took over the center. So black had a very healthy game. a3, a5, knight c3, takes. And so the players are playing out very, very healthy without too many concrete ideas. And it seems to be that, okay, it's a playable position for both sides. At the same time, even though it's a slow start, with good maneuvering, White can end up having his pieces in a very good spots. Like the g2 bishop is extremely nice on the long diagonal. The knight can be located on c4. At some time when the black bishop moves away, bishop a3. So, and the structure, it can be not so easy for black, though it seems nothing special. Queen g6 going out of possible knight e4, I believe. Bishop a3. Yeah, this is a surprising idea to exchange the black square bishop. b6. Well, for the moment it seems like shaky because of this bishop in the long diagonal, but it seems like white cannot take advantage any tactics, and this means that black can develop his pieces to b7. But he did not go to d7 because actually after knight c4, bishop b7 would be a blunder to knight takes e5, and after that the b7 bishop is not protected. So he had to go bishop d7, which is quite fine. b6 is not the only idea to put the bishop on b7. It's just having a strong pawn structure, defended pawn structure. Rook a1, because on a3, it's not very useful for later part of the game. Rook e8, rook e1. Interesting. f6. f6, just in case black is protecting the e5 pawn for later, because knight on c4, rook on e1, so sometimes it could be unpleasant, though f6 I'm not so crazy about. Queen d2, and this is exact position where we are. The live position is this queen d2.
What do we think about the pawn structure here, Judith? Because neither white nor black have the bishop pair. So if we're looking in the long term, black has 2 pawn islands with all the pawns on dark squares. White has 3 pawn islands, including the doubled pawns on the c file. And both sides have a light squared bishop. Is this a side where, is this a kind of position where piece trades favor one player over the other because of the resulting pawn structure?
Well, for black, I think black has no problem at all. If there is an exchange of white square bishops, black is just doing fine, great, because white has a very weak spot on f3. If, let's say, we take off the knights, black is also very fine. At the same time, they are not playing crazily for winning. That's very clear. They are extremely
Sure.
solid in this game. Okay, they are playing on board 2, and they are very close in the qualification. Bluebaum actually playing with black. He is leading in the tournament, right, together with Saric. So one
Absolutely.
thing for sure, he does not want to give any real chances for white to win. At the same time, for white is also not so easy to break up. What I'm looking here after queen d2, that white probably wants to go f4, breaking up the center, and after exchanging the on f4, queen f4, after queen d2, this could be the main idea for white. And then this pawn on c7 can be a little bit vulnerable. So there already white can be playing. In the later stage, if let's say we would exchange the rooks, for example, one pair of rooks, I think it would, or both of the rooks, I think it would be beneficial for black, because the a4 pawn can be vulnerable, and then it's not so easy to keep an eye on that. Once the knight is moving away, then that's kind of a weakness on a4. So black should be very happy with his position because of the a4 weakness.
It does
in the
sound
long run.
like, yeah, there's more problems for white to keep on top of in the long run than black here. Black feeling more comfortable, perhaps.
Yeah. So Nodirbek, he will try to push, but not to push too hard.
All right.
It's a
Well,
very
okay.
safe position for Matthias.
So this is board number 2, and that's the position after queen d2 on move 18. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go ahead and jump to our next game that we haven't covered so far. Now, board number... Oh, actually, let's pay a quick visit to board number 3, Parham against Vincent. Why not? Still quite an entertaining position, but really it's just long think territory at the moment. Rook dg8 was the last move played. I think we were taking a look at the position after the g pawn got pushed. So let's refresh that on the and see.
I just thought to go from here quickly. How
you want to go from there to the live position?
Yeah, because this is where
Yeah,
we
let's do
start.
it.
This was the very curious move by Vincent, showing that I'm playing for a win. I want to qualify, sacrificing a pawn with a home preparation.
And that was move 12, right? So that was g5 on move 12.
That was a long time ago. It was move
Yep.
12, and white played a bad reaction on g5 and knight h2, a little bit passive.
Oh.
And then he wanted to be taking it with the knight and exchanging one pair of knight. But black, of course, went with the idea which we discussed, that bishop e6, queen d7 is the best location for the queen, attacking also with the tempoed h6 pawn. White went queen h5, and we see here long castle. White went c3 against the move knight d4, I believe, and black is there with rook g8. Rook g8. So black has a beautiful position. I love it. White goes d4. Look at that. Is this a pawn sacrifice?
Certainly looks like it. So you
take,
take, knight takes, and then what's the follow-up there? Either rook onto the c file or rook onto the d file?
Yeah, I would think that white wants to go rook c1 and somehow e5. But after rook c1, maybe just knight c6 back. I collected the pawn. Thank you very much. Going back. So what does white want in this position? Because also rook d1, I also go back. Though
I'm getting very scared of the d file. If we go back there, I thought I was looking at like knight b5 a4 stuff.
I was looking this kind of move also. Interesting. Probably not too good, but it's kind of a queen exchange offer. But you know, what about bishop g5? Bishop g5 is very powerful.
Starving the
White,
queen of squares.
white cannot take because losing
You
the
can't
queen.
take that. To what extent are you forced to play rook takes knight here?
Well, pretty much, because if you go back bishop g3, I think I can go bishop e3.
Yeah,
Also
that queen is
possible to
looking
go. Also another one to just to go bishop f6, I think. And I'm attacking now. And defending my knight at the same time.
What this is also highlighting to me, Judith, is that it wasn't completely clear to me why at the start of that sequence, knight h2 was such a bad move. I was looking at ways of repositioning and seeing if we could find ways for the knight to continue to defend the light squares. But aside from just looking a bit passive, it didn't look particularly dangerous or problematic to me. But when we go deeper into these lines, where we take a look at what's happening 5 or 6 moves ahead, and you begin to see there's no time to bring the knight back into the game. There's no tempo for you to reposition it onto a good square. So even if there's a good idea behind it, there wasn't time to execute.
Yes, well, basically white made the move knight h2 because he thought that the queen reaching h5, it will give a lot of stability for white, I think. Not necessarily too much about talking about the attack, but more to defend the h3. And it seemed like to have the queen on h5 is kind of a good outpost there. At the same time, black has several ideas to push it away. First the bishop with bishop g5, then he can go back. Also, for example, just another idea to share, like what did we see? Rook d1, just an idea. For example, I mean, it can be bishop f6, bishop f4. Can I go rook g5?
Oh, wow.
You see? So there is a queen trap this way also. So in one hand, it seems to be a very big security for the white queen on h5. But you never know, it can get in trouble in a second, but with all these rook g5 kind of ideas.
And you're already
therefore,
trying to spend your time to try and reposition the knight that you put on h2 to get you there. If you're spending even more time getting the queen to safety and covering off those squares, you're never going to get round to positioning the minor pieces.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting game, what is going on. Vincent really wants to win. And of course, for Parham, it's a crucial game. He was there leading the tournament not long time ago. Now he's still there in the chasing group, but half a point behind. And don't forget, losing this game would possibly make him completely out of the race for the qualification.
Very much the must-win game as far as trying to get qualified is concerned. I completely agree with you there, Judith. So some very exciting questions to answer. This is the live position after d4 is played. The blue arrow suggests that accepting the pawn sacrifice and taking it is simply the way to go. So we wait and see whether Vincent Keymer will go ahead and grab that. He's got an hour and 1 minute on the clock against Parham Maghsoodloo's 49. So let's go ahead and zoom back out and take a look at board number 4, perhaps. And this is a game we haven't covered so far today, but it is between two countrymen, both also half a point behind the leader. We have Anish Giri playing with the white pieces and Jordan van Foreest playing with the black pieces. It is Anish Giri who is down on the clock by a reasonable margin, about half an hour. And we reach this position after knight f6 on move 18.
Yeah, this was the position. We can maybe zoom in for a short time. It's not such a position which explodes, and we can dig very deep on what kind of opportunities white has or black has, because the position is pretty much balanced. It was a Catalan, and they have exchanged all the pawns in the C and the D file, as we see, and which means that this is a very typical symmetrical structure. And we see here that black is completely fine with the development because there is the bishop on the long diagonal, the rook is on the open file. The knight was pushed back to f6. I think e4 was a sign that white really wants to push it. At the same time, I'm not sure that white is so happy because, of course, e5 will never work for white. I mean, I'm talking generally because it gives away the d5 square. At the same time, here on the d3 and the d4 squares can be very important. So I wonder if white wants to go bishop c3 or possibly bishop g5. But in this game, I don't see Anish to create something very special in this game. I would not think it at all. How is he going to be building up?
So the only real difference from a building blocks perspective is that Anish Giri has the pair of bishops, and a pair of bishops in hopefully a board that is fairly opened up is maybe something to play with, but all of the pawns, it's 6 pawns versus 6 pawns. There's no imbalance there in terms of the structure. Both sides have a pair of rooks. So a pair of bishops versus a bishop and knight alone is not enough to say, ah, yes, I can definitely have some sort of game-winning advantage out of this.
No, that's not enough at all. I mean, the maximum white can get is a position where, let's say, we have the 4 rooks off the board. I think that would be a great progress for white. Playing f3 just to protect the pawn on e4. And then somehow bring the king all the way to d4, bring the bishop to c1, regroup it to b5. So black is restricted with the knight to play. And then somehow if white would be able to go bishop b5, bishop d6, and attack that pawn. I see that I made a beautiful drawing. I hope it's understandable what I want to say. The main thing is that without rooks, the a7 pawn can be a weakness. And if you're very good, you can try to do that. Also, the d6 square is usually a weak spot, which can be occupied with the bishop that's restricting black king from coming to the center and etc. But if without rooks, the black king can also centralize itself. I mean, black has not such a big weaknesses at all that it would be a big problem or any serious problem.
Talking about how the pawn structures are the same and it doesn't feel like there's much you can do to shake up the game, I've got one other question that maybe some club level players would ask. One idea in this position is to bring the dark squared bishop immediately to play bishop g5. And there's 2 ideas behind that. The first is if I take the knight, at least now the pawn structure is not symmetrical anymore, and maybe there's something to play for. And the other idea is if I'm exchanging one pair of minor pieces, at least I'm not exchanging down to opposite colored bishops, which is going to be more drawish. So is there any merit in trying to shake things up by playing bishop g5 with the idea of exchanging and playing around same colored bishops, different pawn structures? Can that be an attempt?
Well, I'm not a big fan of this. Even if I can just play h6 and capturing on f6, it gives nothing for white. I have a rook on the d file already. My other rook are going to be ready to occupy the c file. The black king will be from g8, goes all the way to e7. So black is having a completely equalish position. There is nothing really to be worried. I think white should be probably going bishop f4 or something for later possibility to go to d1 and occupy this d6 square, which we were discussing before. Yep. But I would be very surprised if this game would end differently than a draw.
Okay, so that's where things are at, and I believe that means we've covered at least superficially all of the games on the top of our bird's eye view now, which is excellent stuff. We will be going to a break, but when we come back, we'll continue going through all of the top 10 games, as well as maybe check in with board 19. We haven't forgotten about them. Let's see what's going on in the Demchenko game and all of the other games where it looked like they were very sharp positions. We now get to see how they resolve. Recharge your teas and coffees, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back after this.
We have 4 different puzzles, white to play and win.
I think quite clearly the idea would be to get some knight h6, knight h7 mate. We need to get the rook out of the way, so I would assume we go for rook takes g6 first move. I mean hg, queen h7, king h7, knight g5, knight h6, knight h7 is direct mate. Fg, queen h7, I guess only king f8 is possible, but then, I don't know. I guess queen h8, queen g8, queen h6, king f7, knight g5 also works. So.
Yeah, amazing. Wow. Can you just show us the moves?
Yes, so I will take on g6. Let's say fg. So okay, this is quite... there should be even many ways to mate, but I guess this is the main motive.
Very nice. Wow.
Well done.
Impressive. White to play and win.
Quite obviously we have back rank issues. The first thing that came to my mind was some queen g3, king a8, queen e3, but I see there's a queen g6 option, which could be problematic, but maybe then I have rook d2. So I think that could be a try. King c8 is the only issue. If I go bishop a7, queen c2, queen b8, king d7, queen b7, queen c7, rook, really quite long lines. I mean, rook d1, I think about king e6, and then I don't really see a clear follow-up. Maybe if I go, but I feel like it's too far. Usually if I have to go that far, solutions are wrong. Yeah, this one is quite difficult. Yeah, I was thinking whether we can use the diagonals, some bishop d6 followed by queen h3, but I see there's f5. I mean, I'm talking about queen g3, king c8, bishop d6, queen c2, queen h3, f5, so I cannot really see any follow-up there. Ah, okay. So we go queen g4 check, queen g4, bishop a7, and then king d7, rook d2, and rook c1, I guess.
Very good.
Yeah,
Well,
this is the typical mistake of not considering unusual moves, yes.
Do you think you're the funniest chess player?
Yes, he does.
Okay. I think you're very confident about yourself in general, is what I understand.
Not in something, depends. On certain things, yeah, not in everything.
If offered, would you reshoot the same cookie scene with Danny?
If offered, I would not do it again. True.
Are you embarrassed of doing that video?
Yeah, I think it was like it got out of hand as it went on. True.
Were you happy when you found out that Magnus has walked away from World Championship?
Probably, yeah.
Yes. But he has some more thoughts about that, so maybe you want to ask him some follow-up?
Did it make you happy because you think now you have better shot of becoming world champion?
Not only, no. It just, I don't know, gave me this fuzzy feeling inside.
True.
Mm-hmm. Was your Twitter actually hacked?
Yes, it definitely was.
Okay, so that question also caused a huge reaction on him. So
it does, but it is the truth.
Maybe you want to elaborate around that, or?
Did it bother you, the entire controversy with Twitter hacking, and do you think it was a conspiracy against you?
I'm not sure about it, but it bothered me a lot for many reasons, and I'm not surprised I get a reaction, but I'm glad the test didn't show that it's a lie, because it's not a lie.
Looks like he's telling the truth.
Have you ever been nasty to your opponent? Like, kind of like a little bit evil?
Yeah, I think nasty is a better word than evil. I'll go with that.
Yeah, you touched a really a bad point there. He has some huge reaction on it, so he immediately remembered.
Some incidents came to your mind, yeah?
No, but okay, it's normal. You are like nothing out of ordinary, just a competitive game, so.
It's the brass band again. It's the FIDE Grand Swiss round 9 of 11. And 2 spots at the candidates are up for grabs in both the open and women's sections. Things are beginning to heat up. The openings have been decided. We've now seen which players are deep into prep and which are having to think their way out of problems live on the board. Judith, it's been really fun so far, and things are starting to take shape in what is a must-win round for a number of our players.
Absolutely. It is a must-win round. And as we were going from one game to another from board one, now I see this game which catched my eyes.
Oh, yes.
Already before we went to the break, I couldn't stop myself looking at this, what has happened on board 5.
Yeah, I've got great news for you, Judith. Earlier on, we had a game where there was a question mark for knight d4. The knight moved to d4 again. There was another question mark. And now I can say we've achieved equality in our broadcast day so far because those 2 question marks have been replaced with a double exclam.
Yeah, we had actually another knight d4 by white. You remember Saric was
yes,
playing also.
Quite
but
a lot of them.
That was from white side. Yeah, so there it's a traffic jam for the knight on d4, it seems today. But let's see what is happening here, because already the beginning we were spending quite some time discovering how Hans is playing with this very energetic move h4 he played already in move 3. But now I just want to go back 2 moves only, where this was the position where, okay, so Hans developed with e3, bishop e2, solid, not to be no aggression at all by any means. And then suddenly he started after rook e8 to go in a very strange direction. Very strange direction. He went knight g5. And you know, sometimes it happens that you think you have a good position and somehow you go off the road. Like, you know, he's not hunting, but like, oh, there is something beautiful. I go knight g5. I even queen b3.
It supports g4. It makes a lot of sense.
h5. I'm
looks
going to
great,
be spectacular.
Yeah, it looks fantastic.
The only problem is that there is an opponent sitting opposite, and he also has some things to say, you know? So more or less, this is what happened. He said, okay, I played rook 8. Obviously, I'm going to be continuing on my way. I go e5. I'm not going to be chickening out all these kind of g4 just because you played g4. So this is what happened, g4. Then black.
If you're going to play knight g5, following up with g4 makes that, like, you might as well follow through at this point, right?
But the problem is that after g4, where is your king going to be landing, you know? This is a big question. So he went d5, knight d4, brilliant move. It is not so unexpected, to be honest, because if white is capturing, it's not a piece sacrifice because the knight is hanging. And if it moves away, then this pin on the e-file immediately takes advantage. Black takes advantage with d3. So it's not a piece sacrifice, but still it's a very nice move. And now, unexpectedly, white ignored this by playing a4. I think the only move, I think it was f3. Because suddenly white has to be looking after this energetic g4 pawn, which was played few moves ago. So to protect it, and already then e takes d4 is a threat, bringing the knight to e4, stabilizing. So after this, I think black should be taking on e2, queen e2, and then, I don't know, queen b6 or something, or b5 possibly. Okay, black has some compensation. But at least after f3, white would force black to give up the d4 knight. After a4, my first problem is that white is not... Ah, no, it was f3 played. Sorry, something happened.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Did he take back a move and play the f3 instead? Or was that...
let me just practice that, Judith. It's the Jadoub all the way on the other side of the board. I don't know. That was a bit weird. Yeah, because we have issues with g4. We have issues with king safety. We have issues with trying to take the knight on d4. So the last thing you'd want to do is just is maybe move a pawn on the opposite side of the board. But now f3 has been found, and I guess. Depending on, assuming there's no sacrifices on g4 that make me a little bit nervous, there is now the threat of, you don't even have to castle, you might end up playing king f2 as white in some position.
That's also possible, yes. Yeah. Okay, so f3 is the best move. f3 is the best move.
But then, I guess the question I have here, Judith, is yes, it's nice to be able to play a flashy move like knight d4, where it can't be immediately recaptured. But if you get a position where white calmly plays something else, you don't want to be in a position where, as black, you just need to move the knight back somewhere. So presumably, you have to be prepared to take the light squared bishop if you're forced to, right? I don't see a retreating move by the knight being good here for black.
I believe that knight takes e2 is a must to move away with my knight. And then after queen e2 is the question how black is playing. Because if white would have the time to play e4, have the king optimize it to f2 or castle, bishop e3. After that, white has just an incredible strong d5 passed pawn, right? Or connected passed pawn. Protected passed pawn after e4. So black has to play fast and show something. So this is the question, how black will be continuing. So for example, let's start b5.
It's too early to mention this would create any sort of decisive difference, but it is worth mentioning that Mishra has 15 minutes more on the clock than Hans. So if we get into some positions where both players are having to spend quite a lot of time calculating carefully, then imagine that 50 minutes versus 35 becomes 20 minutes versus 5. The clock could start to play a major factor in this game.
Well, I think you're absolutely right, because we are really only at such an early stage of the game, move 15. So
they have to get to 40.
Yeah. And knight e2 is on the board. Knight the e2 was played. And after queen e2, I play b5. Let's say. And I'm trying to push b4 and bishop b5. Which means that actually castle is not possible for white, for example. So white has to be reacting on b5, either to play a3 or... well, the thing is, if white goes king f2, I think black can just play b4, and after that I capture the pawn. I have the bishop pair, also bishop b5 can show up there, so this is not possible for white. So white really has to... a3 is one move. I'm also wondering what happens on e4. If b4, knight goes back to d1.
You got to play the bishop out, right? Even though the king's still on a dark square, the natural
but
continuation.
Some crazy moves I'm thinking. Maybe to go, well, let's say I would take.
The structure's just solidified, Judith. Surely there's nothing crazy here.
There's always crazy. You're around me. Always crazy.
No.
Yeah, the bar ruins my party. The bar ruins my party. I just wanted to somehow to push. But probably only f4. But later on I will make it work at some point.
Because you've got, you'd have the knight on d1 and the bishop on c1. They can both blockade on e3. So I'm guessing that's going to be a part of white's defense in that crazy line.
So what about playing b4, knight d1, going bishop b5?
Yep.
Queen goes somewhere. How to make advantage of this b5 bishop for black?
And the knight on g5 for white also feels like a bit of a hindrance. You want to be able to play h5, g5 if you're white to try and bust the position open on the king's side and create some counter-attacking chances.
But you know, what about playing takes, knight d7 simply? Trying, threatening sometimes h3, and that pawn can be a problem, or bishop's f8, bishop c5.
In that case, do we start with h5 as white? Because I'm thinking the f-pawn's never moving, because if the f-pawn ever moves, the knight jumping into e6 looks fantastic. So
Yeah.
you play h6. I'm really scared of h takes g6 ideas in case there's some sacrifices down the line that allow you to create a mating attack. But I feel like White's got some counterplay here, right? Like White's got something to play for.
Yeah, and my problem is White still has a protected passed pawn. So I don't know. Okay, my white king cannot really castle, but I have some ideas, right? So in the game, we are right now, after queen e2, there is also other ways, like what about queen b6? Just attacking that pawn.
Then we go back to our... oh yeah, I was going to say the universal move of knight d1 solves all the problems, but it doesn't because you've got the pawn on d5 as well. So yeah, a couple of problems to solve here for sure.
Okay, so let's keep it for Mishra to figure that out. And let's go back to our bird's eye view. What is on the other boards that we can pick? And what we have not seen is actually the only game which we were neglecting. It was Maurizi Yuyandi.
Have we seen A1 De Liang Pragnananda either? I feel like those, maybe we haven't seen either of those two games.
Yeah, we should go there, I think. Let's see what Prag is doing.
So we'll go board 6 and then board 10. So board 6, we have Pragnananda playing with the white pieces, and he's playing against A1 De Liang with the black pieces. We haven't spoken about Ewander too much in this tournament so far. It feels like he had a slow start, but is now starting to come into his own. He's on 5 points, so same as Prag. And he's been playing reasonably well, so this will be very interesting to see.
Yeah, and Prag started with a pretty good start he had, and then he missed this winning position against Mishra. It was what was it, a bishop versus knight endgame, I believe. And at some point, he had the pawn up, and then he made it early, an exchange, pawn of an exchange, and Mishra was able to set up a fortress. And after this, he collapsed. The day after, he lost against Maurizi, I think. I think he lost against him. And then practically his chances to qualify dropped significantly. At the same time, in this position, he gave up a pawn. It was started out with the Catalan. Here, White has a great energetic position. I love it. It's nice. It's full of compensation. But okay, Black collected the pawn. Ewander says, okay, show me, right? Show me what you have. G6 was a kind of a must because there were serious threats on the diagonal where the queen is standing on c2. So now the question is how Black will be trying to defend. So White can go bishop b2, one of the options. Other one is to just develop to f4 and bring the rook to d1. But these positions can be very hard to crack. This can be a problem for White. But I would rather play it with White, to be honest.
It takes time, but at the same time, the plan is slow but obvious. You want to get the dark squared bishop out of the way. Maybe I'm even playing the light squared bishop to f3, king up to g2, so I can get the rook on the h file. I want to push the h pawn.
You're not hiding your plans.
No.
It's pretty transparent, I must say.
It looks obvious, but it does take a lot of time. It does take a lot of moves, so it's not going to come as a surprise. Let's put it that way.
I'm sorry, but this plan, I like it very much, but I feel that it's slow. It's a game when you would say, okay, now it's my move to make 5 moves, and after that, it's your turn. So you go bishop f3, king g2, rook h1, h5, and you have one more move. Right? And then it's the killing arrived, like knight f6, knight h7, something already there. But the problem is black will make moves. For example, one of the main move I'm thinking now, what black wants to do in the next move. For example, already, let's say bishop b2. Can black go bishop b7? Or is it a blunder or something? I'm thinking now, what is it possible? What happens on queen c3? And then if no, I think this would be losing already, don't you think so? Takes. Black cannot take because of checkmate on g7. But this is not what I wanted. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, you take with the knight now.
Of course. And then it seems like kind of only move to go rook d4. So what happens? Something like this takes, queen f3, and now I gain the exchange, but probably it's not a problem. Knight d7, takes, and black has great compensation.
Oh, rook f4 was the flashy way.
I understand rook f4, but do you get anything? I mean, your knight has to be coming out from b8 anyway.
It gets me nothing. It looks great, gets me nothing.
But we do it in a flashy way.
Yeah, exactly.
You
gotta do it with panache.
Yeah. So this is something white can go for, but it's not so beneficial. So this is why black is doing very fine, because in some cases black can just play rook d4, blocking the power of the bishop on b2, and it's not going to be enough for white.
And if black gets an extra tempo, the knight on b8 comes back out to c6, and that's another piece that can blockade on d4. So it's like where black's pieces want to be feels quite natural. The bishop will come back to b7, the knight will come out to c6 maybe, and none of that feels too difficult to spot. So the plan feels sensible.
So this is what we have here. Let's move on, I think. What do you think to the next game?
Yeah, we mentioned Maghsoodloo against Yu Yang Yi, right?
Yeah?
So that's board number 10. It's the only board in the top 10 we haven't at least hopped into and taken a quick look at. So let's go ahead and do that. We are joining the position now on board 10 after the 20th move from black, which is knight c5. And this is, okay, two pair of knights against a knight and a bishop. Different pawn structures. In fact, there are doubled pawns on both sides of the board if you look carefully for black. But at the same time, those knights are positioned on very, very active squares. And having the light squared bishop here hemmed in by his own pawns doesn't necessarily do Maghsoodloo any favors here. So definitely some problems to solve for the player with the white pieces.
Yes, it is. At the same time, I think none of the players will be happy with the draw.
Because you've got the knight here. I'm looking for ways to complicate the position and make things interesting so that we're not happy with the draw. But if you play a move like the knight out to c5, you're attacking the pawn on a4 twice, you're attacking the pawn on e4 twice. The obvious reply is to play knight takes knight. But then if you simplify, you play knight takes knight, recaptures, what are you going to do? Something like rook fd1, rook fd8? Where are you playing for? Where's the edge that you're playing for? It's difficult to spot.
This is the question. This is why I think Mark is thinking, because this is exactly what thoughts goes on his mind. Okay, I have to take on c5. I have nothing better than that. Otherwise, I'm losing a pawn. B takes c5. I have to control the d5, rook fd1, rook fd8. So what is this? Is there anything going to be in this position? Can I play for any possible advantage? And here, black's it's one thing that black wants to take, and the a4 is hanging. But let's say if white thinks about b3, then black goes rook d4. So if actually somebody plays for a win, it's going to be black.
Yu Yang Yi, 27-14. I mean, there's every possibility if he wins today, he'd be in with a shot of making it to the candidate spots. So yeah, this is it's possible that I don't want to say we're playing for two results, because there are many ways that both sides can still screw up the position, but at the same time, it's very difficult for me to see how white is engineering the winning chances, and it's a bit easier, like you've just demonstrated, Judith, to show how black is making an argument to say actually he's the one with a shot of winning the game.
Well, basically, it's black who is playing for a win, but there is something, big action is going on, and we have to jump there.
Oh, right, that's
because it's Keymer is serious. He's not playing jokes. He really wants to.
Oh no! This is board number 3. Vincent Keymer with the black pieces against Parham Maghsoodloo. For those of you who were on social media a day or two ago and you happened to see the interview that Parham Maghsoodloo gave, I think it was after 2 or 3 rounds ago. It was a really fantastic interview where his only goal is to get to the candidates and play for the title of world champion, and that is just his goal in chess. So he knows he needs to take the risks. He knows he's got the attitude, that much is for sure, but it doesn't look like in the last round or two it's paying dividends, because Vincent Keymer has now found himself in a fantastic position with potentially devastating attacks against the White King if Parham is not careful.
But you know what's funny? We've been here. Before the break, when we were watching this, analyzing this game, we were exactly in this position. And this is where I showed Rook G5, which maybe is not the very best move, but it's a possible move which is not bad at all. This was a situation, and White cannot take here because takes, and then...
Because then you take that in the H...
Yeah, I mean, White can still escape by giving a check and go back Queen D1, but after Bishop H3, it's like the best move you can do is to resign the game. Otherwise, you suffer longer and you will lose the game. So basically, after Rook G5, the only move is to move away with the queen to H4, I believe. So for now, Rook G2 is not possible because the F6 is threatening. But, you know, I have all kind of crazy ideas. Like, for example, what about Bishop B5, Bishop E5? Like, I'm trying to force you that my rook is given to you as a present. Take it.
Wow.
So if you take it... Oh, I love the bar. Sometimes it's...
That is ridiculous.
Very rarely, but it supports me. And next move, I take on H3.
Oh, that's in the feature chat. That is brute. Having the attitude is half the battle, but Parham is struggling with the other half. But you know what I would say to that, though? Because if the other half of it is opening preparation or calculation in the middle game and a whole bunch of other things like that, what I would say is that those things are easier to fix in the short term than whether you have the attitude or not. You know what I mean? Like having the attitude, like form is temporary, class is permanent, and Parham oozes class in his games and in his attitude towards it. So no, I completely hear what you're saying though.
Basically, Parham fell into home preparation, home novelty, which it was a solid opening, but somehow this G5 came from the blue sky very unexpectedly.
We should point out, by the way, that Rook G5 wasn't actually played in the game.
What did he play?
I think he played Bishop G5 instead. So I think that was on move 22, because after Rook FD1 we had Bishop G5. Parham responded with Bishop G3. And the Bishop just went back.
Well, we don't have on the board. You're spying somewhere and you know the moves.
Oh no, that was 2 moves ago.
Ah, there was a repetition of moves.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
We just want to squeeze our way to move 40 because it's only move 24 at the moment. So if there's an opportunity to grab an extra pair of moves, why not? So the H pawn is still very firmly rooted to H6. And how we move forward is definitely still a question to be asked. But it does look like you said, Judith, white is waiting for torture from black right now.
Well,
rather
this
than
is
the other way around.
Great opportunity for Keymer to win this round. It's wow.
Huge.
Especially against Maghsoodloo. Wow. And well,
Maghsoodloo, he's had a great tournament so far. He beat Richard Rapport. He beat Alireza Firouzja. He's faltered a little bit in the recent rounds, but the only game he has lost so far is to Nihal Sarin, who's currently co-leading the tournament. So he's still having a fantastic time.
Well, not after this game if he's losing, because then he's out of the contenders to play the candidates. I know it's very harsh things what I'm saying now, but unfortunately
it's true.
It's true.
It's practically true, because even if you make your way back and you're able to like tie, for example, on the number of points because you close out with wins, there's every chance at that point that the tie breaks unfortunately don't go your way. So you can definitely make it back. You can get the rating back, you can get the score back, but what you won't be able to get back are the tie breaks, and that is almost certainly going to decide some of those spots. Judith, I've got a news flash on a completely different board that I wouldn't mind taking a look at if that's all right with you, because it's one of the boards that isn't in our top 10. So we haven't seen this board on the bird's eye view yet, but it's actually board number 22. And it's Levon Aronian's game, and he's playing against countryman Andy Woodward. And it looks like, from what I can see, that it's been a very, very crazy game with some very dangerous winning chances here. I would say, even though the eval bar is showing Andy doing well, this looks very, very double-edged.
Well, it looks very sad for white. It looks very sad for white, because black does not care if this pawn is taken with the check, because this rook is hanging. Black is ready to bring his rook to e8, also can give it check and check on h3 after that. So it seems like a dead lost position for black, for white.
Is this a recent error where actually white had some really good winning chances and it was just something that was missed in the last move or two? What happened here? Because with the pawn on h6, like this looks like
back.
White at some point must have had a crazy attack.
It was an IMSO Indian, and probably something must have gone very bad for white at some point. It's all theory. E5, D5, knight A5, very typical setup, putting pressure against the pawn on C4. H4, question mark. H6, bishop C1, knight H5. Something went very wrong. Well, it seems like he just simply has no time for all this.
I mean,
look at that.
We know what the plan is.
I love this move, F5. And why the computer doesn't give an exclamation mark? Complain. We have to complain.
I think we can manually give it an exclamation mark if we want to.
So we should.
I actually don't know what the command is. Vic's gonna have to tell
I don't
me.
know.
I don't remember. We're giving it an exclamation mark. All right.
Definitely. What a beautiful move. G takes H. Queen F6. We don't care about taking back pieces. E5. What is this move? No, something went very wrong for Levon. E5. But already yesterday he lost his game against Yaz. some incredible actions going on different boards. So
it looks like that's is that it then for this board? It doesn't look like there's any way back. On the live position, an exchange of queens has been offered, and it's beginning to look like, I don't know, if there's a way to survive for an extra tempo or two, maybe that's great, but the rook is still on prise. There's still so many problems to solve.
Well, it's very hard to imagine that Levon can hold this game.
So frustrating times for Levon Aronian then. Andy Woodward on 4.5 out of 8. He will make it 5.5 out of 9 if he manages to convert the point here. And there's multiple ways by the looks of things for Black to continue dominating this game. If it was the case, Judith, that there's one very specific line that we have to be careful to follow, otherwise Black can lose the advantage, then there might be something more to discuss here, but it looks like there are multiple ways to win now for Black.
Yeah, this is what I'm checking out in the meantime. That is there a way for White to make a draw? But I think it's not going to be the case. 2 rooks down, it's pretty much too much.
Okay.
So Black can take the rook. That would be the good one. But we have some action on the top boards.
That's right. And if you just looked at the bird's eye view, you wouldn't otherwise know it because the eval bar looks very much to be in the middle. But we've actually had some fantastic moves getting played on the top board. It was actually the previous move that was particularly exciting. It's a little bit unfortunate to see the red X there because we saw the double exclam for bishop a3. Nihal Sarin really trying to turn the screw against Alireza Firouzja. I should point out, though, this is by no means a time scramble or anything like that just yet. Even though Sarin is up on the clock by about 10 minutes, there's still plenty of time to think. But the attacking play, especially from Nihal here, has been particularly on point so far.
Very interesting. He played in this point knight g5 and Black went e6. Because after castle, probably his plan was to go knight takes h7 with an idea to go queen h5 and after that to grab the knight on d5. So this was a very important moment of the game that after knight g5, it was not possible to castle for Black. Very beautiful idea. And after e6, defending the knight on d5, probably Alireza thought that, okay, the queen is attacking the knight, so you have to do something about it, and then I'm going to be castling. But Nihal played bishop a3. What a wonderful move. What a wonderful try. Cutting out the king to castle from castling, and knight d6 is in the air. Amazing. Queen takes g5, which seems to be not the good move. I wouldn't be surprised if bishop f8 was the best. But he went queen g5. And in this position, White was winning already and played the mistake of f4.
Well, you called it, Judith. Knight d6 has the blue arrow against it, meaning it is the best move by far. So not multiple good moves, but well, even if there are multiple good moves, one is much better than the rest.
You go out, only move, and just take it, no?
Oh.
But no. Maybe not taking, maybe f4 now? So maybe the question is, what is the difference? Maybe this was the problem with Nihal, that f4, he thought it's the same, and it's not the same. Important move order, because after knight d6, Black had to go king d7, and only after f4, it's a problem for Black, because he went f4 immediately, which gave the opportunity for Black to go queen f6. And I believe after knight d6, Black is not going king d7, but maybe he can go to d8.
I'm looking to try and resolve why as well. I'm wondering if Black plays if White plays knight d6 straight away, and black plays king d7 and knight takes f7, I'm wondering if what white saw is that maybe black has queen f4, and because that queen f4 move is forking the bishop and the knight, so the idea is if I play f4 myself, that removes the square from the black queen, and then I can proceed. But clearly something else disrupts the plan.
Well, the question is what happens after queen f6? What was the winning move? Can I take and go queen g4 check, or should I go f5, for example? I would consider f5 also. Maybe f5, look at that.
The eval bar loves f5.
Exactly, and if when the king is on d8, then the bishop has its protection over the f5 square. Because now if you go gf, white is just taking this, and rook f5 and rook f7. Kills the game.
That would be that. That's curtains. So
Move
not easy
order.
to spot that. But it's interesting, isn't it? That bishop a3, the double exclam, and you go, oh, this is going to be the start of some amazing sequence. And actually, it was the very next move that was the mistake, even though the idea of taking the f4 square away from your opponent here to continue the attack, if I'm honest, to me, it still just makes sense. Like you say, Judith, the move order reigns supreme here. Wow.
Yeah, there are a lot of examples on move orders, but sometimes it's not so easy to understand it. At the same time, you know, it's still, I don't understand if, but white didn't want to go knight d6. That was the thing.
I think White's saying,
so
I'm
probably
guessing White is saying anytime, I can play knight d6 anytime because the bishop's defending that square, so I can choose to play it anytime I want.
Yeah, but
There's
what
no
I
pressure?
want to say, if it was his plan to play knight d6, then he would found knight d6 first, and after that f4, because it's simply more forcing. Because if here, instead of queen e2, you would give a check on d6, you can still calculate king d7 or king d8, right? So
Yes, yeah, for
in
sure.
case he wanted knight d6, he would have played knight d6 first, forcing black to go to d7 and only after f4. But this was the problem, that his plan was different. He thought he would go queen e2. And let's see what's the problem of queen e2. Black can go king d8. Well, for Nihal, it can, I mean, okay, I understand he offers a knight, but how is he going to be playing knight e5 is possible, for example.
King d8 is also a brave move to play, right? Black doesn't have a pawn on that file. There's still a question on how the rooks are getting connected. The long diagonal for the dark squares, maybe it looks good in the long run, but it's still a queen staring down the pawn on c3. I don't really know what the light squared bishop is doing in the short to medium term. So,
but it's an extra.
Yeah, the good news is it's extra, but there's a lot of problems to solve for black here, and even in this variation where Nihal hasn't managed to find the best continuation, I think it's fair to say, even though there was a, like a question mark move on the board, that it still feels like black is the one absorbing all of the pressure here, and there's still chances for black to go wrong.
Yes, but the thing is that it's now white who has to show why did he give away a knight? He gave away a knight, and what for? Right?
That's a pretty big pressure question to ask.
I mean, the g5 knight, fine. I just give that away just for black to be able to castle. At the same time, he says, okay, no problem. I go king of d8 and middle of the center, but now I still have a pawn on d2, so I would be better off not having that, because then rook d1 would be kind of posing problems for black. But, you play against Ali Reza, he's going to play some good moves, and he might just keep the knight for himself.
So Which side would you rather play here, Judith?
Ah, what a question. As I don't see so much how I'm going to be continue attack, I would pick black.
Okay, so absorb the pressure.
My heart is with white, but if I'm looking the tournament situation, I have to win. I take black.
Gotcha. That's very important, right? When you get to this stage of the tournament, you've got one eye on the candidate spot and whether you're going to be able to do enough to qualify for the candidates tournament. Extremely important now with round 9 of 11 in the FIDE Grand Swiss. And Nihal Sarin on 6 points, but Firouzja seeing it as an opportunity to leapfrog Nihal. Look at that, the start of the day. In the last 3 versions of this tournament, the last 3 editions, the winner and the runner-up after round 9 had the same amount of points. Well, take a look at this. It's Bluebaum and Nihal here, but Nihal potentially in trouble if Firouzja is able to survive, Judith. What do you think about that? Are you superstitious about how many points after how many rounds and reading into history?
No, I didn't care when I was playing in tournaments. I don't care what was the pre-tournament history on these things. At the same time, after the tournament and before the tournament, you listen to this. But mainly what I would be thinking of, like really how many points I need at least to be able to be the contender for the top 2 spots. And this we were discussing in the very beginning, that 8.5 points.
And with 3 rounds left to go today.
Sorry?
And with 3 rounds left to go, including today's game, of course, if you were on 6 points to begin with, that's very achievable right now.
Well, yeah, I would think that if I make 2.5, for surely I qualify. And with 2 points, there is, better to make 2.5 to be on the safe side.
Oh, Judith, I've got another game to show you. I'm afraid it's a game that is going to cause some amount of discomfort, not just us in the commentary box, but also a lot of people taking a look in chat. It's board number 38, so it's far from the top 10, but an extremely important board nonetheless, because the biggest prize in this tournament, Judith, is the spot in the candidates. And people play in the candidates because they want to play to become world champion. And Gukesh is unfortunately struggling again in this game. It is by no means over, but Robert Hovhannisyan is doing an incredible job so far at applying the pressure on our young champion.
Well, it seems like the Black Queen is chased away from... he made a mistake a few moves ago, where after bishop f5, he decided to take with the rook, not realizing that there are going to be some extra weaknesses. Probably he should have taken with the queen, or I would think also considered with the pawn, but he took rook takes f5, which after the next move was very powerful, playing f3, going attacking the queen, and after the queen went to the other side protecting the b5, now knight c7 is possible because the rook 2 moves ago captured on f5. So after knight c7, the question is how can black solve his problems? Now the problem is everything is hanging. The b5 pawn is hanging, the d6 is hanging, and the most serious threat is knight e6 checking the rook. So what can black be doing? Yeah, Gukesh yesterday played against Divya, a very long game, but it was not convincing. He was, in the beginning, in the opening, he was a little bit more pleasant, but then he was also worse. And then somehow Divya was happy to enter into a rook knight versus rook endgame, and that was held by her not big difficulty, as I understood.
Yeah, it takes a very long time though, and the longer you spend at the board the previous day, like we've covered before, it does affect your mentality and the amount of energy you have on subsequent days. It can be very tricky. I think Artur was talking about this in detail as well, about how whether you win, lose, or draw, if you're spending 7 or 8 hours at the board, even if you have a rest day the next day, that doesn't automatically mean you're 100% fresh when you come back to the chessboard.
Yeah, and well, for Gukesh, it's a very sad game. I think a crucial game was for him in this event when he was playing with Mishra, and it didn't work out, the opening preparation for him, and then things went in a very mixed way, and at the end he blundered and he lost that game. That was a crucial game for him, because after that he was really losing another game and another game, and I don't know how many he lost, but now he's on -1. And if in this game he cannot save it, then he might end up -2, only 3.5 points so far. So it must be a huge struggle for him to handle this event the way it goes.
And it looked great for him to start off with, because I think he went to +2 relatively quickly. But yeah, 3 losses in a row is just very, very difficult to take against such also scary up-and-coming young talent as well, like Mishra, like Gurel. So that is certainly a rough position to be in. The good news is Gukesh doesn't have to qualify for the candidates. He will be there waiting for the winner of the candidates to play the World Championship match. And if we're being very pragmatic about all of this, Gukesh can play as badly as he wants right now, because as long as he peaks during the World Championship match, that's what's going to matter. Obviously, you don't go into a tournament like this going, it's fine, don't worry if I lose. But it is true, for him, the stakes are lower than for pretty much all of the other players in this tournament, and he can afford to use it to explore ideas, check out what's going on with the potential opposition and things like that. It would be lovely to close out the tournament with 3 wins, don't get me wrong, but he will still be there waiting no matter what happens.
Yes, indeed. At the same time, emotionally, it is a very hard roller coaster Gukesh is taking. Of course, you never appreciate losing, and of course, in his case, it is really dramatic. And he's very young. We shouldn't forget that he's very, very young, and he knows it himself that he has to prove it. He has to improve. He has to be tougher. He has to be better chess player, even better mentally, psychologically, being more prepared. Because of course, since he's a world champion, there's a huge expectations from the world. Like, okay, we see a new world champion. Will he be the person to prove it that he is really the best player, maybe within a few years? But he's very young, so he has a lot of more opportunities, but it's a very challenging time for him, I think.
The context of the World Championship has, whether we like it or not, has changed in the last couple of years, because it's not just about the World Championship title. Even if the players aren't asking it, the people who are watching are saying, who is the worthy successor to Magnus? Like, even if he's not in the cycle, you can't escape the question being asked, the players wanting to prove that actually they deserve it, and they're able to do that playing a brand of chess that's exciting and crushing and absolutely fantastic. It does put additional pressure. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Gukesh recovers from the slump. I should also point out that it's not the case that every player consistently has their rating go up and up and up and up, and that's the only story. Every player is going to have peaks and troughs, and if you think about it pragmatically, if there's going to be a time where Gukesh loses 20 or 30 rating points and has a bad tournament, I would much rather it be now than 6 months from now, when we're starting to get ready to talk about getting into the next World Championship cycle. So it's going to happen to every player. It just happens to be that right now it seems to be happening to Gukesh.
Yeah. Still, I remember when I was seeing the, Karpov, he was there for 10 years being a world champion, maybe more actually. He was, nearly
very
10
long time.
Yeah, 11 years. World champion, #1, winning one tournament to another. after another. Then it was Kasparov in my time, since my early age. He won. He was number one. He was almost winning every tournament or being on the very top. And you have those world champions, right? Like Magnus Carlsen, he was number one before he became a world champion. And we have some world champions who won in different time control or different style, different format, like the knockout. We have Kasim Janov, we have Ponomaryov, we have Halif Man, and then you were thinking a little bit skeptical about them because they had the tournament of their life, and then they did not show that they are the world champion, the best player. And this is going to be the big question with Gukesh also. Whether is he going to be ready to defend his title and improve his rating and improve and show it in every tournament that he is the champion we are looking for to have. That we can say that he's the best player also.
So, no, in short, no pressure then. Oh man, it is tough. It is tough, and it's arguably the toughest place to be in the world of chess, because you reach that summit and you ask, where are you going next? So we're still waiting here for Hovhannisyan to find knight c7, and if he finds that, then defending against the threat on e6 as well as defending the pawn on b5. Unfortunately, both of those things become practically impossible.
Yeah. So let's go on the peak, the bird's eye view, I think, because
let's take a look at what's happening.
Yeah, because well, we'll go back to Nihal. Black did not play king d8. He played knight e7 because he still wants to keep an option to castle, which seems to be not the best move. So there are going to be a lot of things happening, a lot of stress, and actually it's a game. Depending what is going to be the outcome, it will very much influence who is going to be qualifying. Because I believe that if Nihal wins, then Nihal...
I'm tempted, Judith. I'm tempted to suggest we have a peek at board 9, because Erdogmus is under 5 minutes on the clock, and Vachier-Lagrave is almost 1 hour, and it looks like MVL might be about to convert that game.
Well, that game is just over. I was also looking... hold on.
Let's see.
Yeah, so that game is just basically over because Maxim has an exchange up. And of course, it's a matter of technique how he's going to be converting his material advantage.
Oh, and it's also move 38 as well, so it's not like we're going to have 10 moves blitzed out into...
No, it is already going on for some time, because for a long time...
I'm sorry.
...has an exchange up, so this will be not something too exciting. White wins, and that's all. In the meantime, we have some very interesting things on Niemann versus Mishra. That's a game. Very interesting. Maghsoodloo.
We haven't checked in a while for that.
Sorry?
We haven't checked in a while on that game, so that could be a candidate for us going to next.
Which one? Hans Niemann you want to go?
I think so, yeah. We've got, obviously, we have Keymer, Maghsoodloo, which is still looking quite one-sided. You mentioned, though, that Nihal Sarin and Alireza Firouzja, keeping the knight and still inviting the knight d6 check, is potentially somewhere to go. We've got plenty of options. What's the most pressing, do we think?
Interesting what Saric is doing. The chase of pawns. Interesting situation. I think Hans' game. Let's go to Hans.
Let's do that. Excellent.
Kind of interesting what's going on there. And then, of course, Keymer is always interesting to go back because he has a huge advantage. So in this position,
I think we were talking about the critical position where we wanted to play, potentially wanted to play b6 earlier. That has now been played, but it's on move 23. So very different to when we last came by this board.
Yeah, it's very different where we stopped because it was at this point where black exchanged on e2, and after that, interestingly, he was not playing b5 or queen a5, queen b6, stuff like that, but he was forcing the knight going back from g5 to e4, which I think maybe it benefited white. Takes, 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 though he wanted to capture a pawn. This is also understandable. And now white played queen d2, giving up the a2 pawn. But white got a little activity also. g5, h5, b4. Black is not exchanging the queens. Queen a4, bishop b2, b6. He did not want to see this knight on c5.
Makes sense.
And now, after b6, white to move, and this is what the live position is. I like very much white's bishop on b2. That became suddenly such an active player in the game.
If you compare this position to what the pieces looked like before, it does feel like they're on more natural squares. There's a bit more harmony. Not necessarily a breakthrough, so it's positive, but I'm not about to be shouting from the rooftops about it. But there's definitely options. I'm trying to think though. The pieces are on good squares, but what's the plan? What's next? If the knight can't move to c5, are we thinking about things like knight d6 to c4, for example? Are we thinking about getting the king out of the way and getting the rook in as well? What are the plans here?
Well, first of all, it's clear and it's important to understand that if it would be black to move rook c8, it would be very powerful, entering to c2. So white has to do something against it. If knight d6, I would not be so happy for white because I rather have my knight on e4. I think I would just go rook d8, for example. I don't see the benefit too much of the knight move. It's possible because it's taking away the c8 square, but I was thinking at first what happens if king f2, let's say rook c8, and then white goes rook c1. What is this? Who does this benefit? Rook takes c1, queen c1, and I'm trying to go to c7.
Yeah, we're offering up b4, but there's a bigger prize if you can.
Bishop a3. I was thinking. Though also knight f6 takes queen d6.
Queen b5 then, I guess?
Yeah, and I wanted to go something like queen c7, but it seems like just take it.
Yeah, because the scariest thing white has in this position in the long term is that d5 pawn, isn't it? If you can keep a hold of that d5 pawn and threaten to push it.
But he doesn't want to go queen d5. So what kind of move you can do with black? I don't understand.
Is there no wait? But there's no follow up. Yeah, bishop h3. Okay, cool.
There is a follow up. Queen f1, queen g2.
What's the follow up? See, I'd be terrible, Judith. I'd look at that move and go, haha, that's cute. Looks flashy.
Queen f1, queen g2. Threat.
Is it really that powerful? So is that the reason why queen c7?
Yeah, I think so.
You can't freely move into c7.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. So this is the position. This is the live position. And b6, and it's white to move. Not easy for white, by the way. I mean, maybe you're right, but I don't know what you're going to be after knight d6. Knight d6, rook d8. And if, let's say, king f2. So
maybe Maybe it's as boring as knight d6, rook d8, and it just buys you time. So if you play king d8 now, there's no scary magical square the light squared bishop's going to come to where the discovered attack is devastating. So you just move the knight back to e4. And you say, okay, thank you.
When? Now you don't jump back because then rook c8.
After the king has moved to f2.
Ah, okay, okay. But I don't have to move back until you're not attacking me. Right? My next move would want to be rook c1.
Exactly, yeah. You don't actually have to move back until the bishop moves.
But the thing is that I don't have space for my bishop. I don't see a good spot for my bishop because it's in attack everywhere. White went castle short. Can you imagine? White went short castle. Funny decision. And black played bishop f5. Not rook c8. Maybe black wants to go back with his queen to d7. But I don't understand. So if white goes knight d6.
Yeah.
Takes. d6. Also, I had an idea. What about playing f4? Is it a problem? Queen b3 or something?
There's a lot of calculation involved as well when you are thinking about pushing a pawn forward, like d6. It feels really committal. The e-pawn's never going to get there in support, so you don't want to accidentally play a move that might result in the pawn dropping. The biggest single lever white has in this position.
Yeah, but I thought I can defend any time. But it seems I can't, yeah? I think it's this is the problem for white. e2 and then, oops. Some fun lines.
Oof. Are there any lines where you play dark squared bishop after f4? You play bishop takes e5 to try and get some support for your d pawn. Were there any lines in that variation where that could work?
You mean if we go back to the line? If that
Yes.
that's fair? Like knight d6, rook d8.
Rook d8.
Takes. f4.
Yeah, so you played f. Yep. Was there any point where e4 instead to shore things up? Was that
With
a
black?
potential idea? With white.
With white.
Yeah, so before f4, is there a way to get
Yeah.
e4 to work so that we don't have to worry about the defense of
Actually,
d5?
e4 I like quite a bit. Yeah,
And
e4
then
of
we
course.
continue to squeeze.
Stabilizing this pawn on d5.
Because I just get really worried about that. I've got no concrete analysis, but I'm thinking if push came to shove and piece swaps came off, if you played d6, I'm just thinking the black king is a lot closer to that pawn than the white king. Are you running the risk of losing that pawn in the long run?
Yeah. It's well, and black has much less time.
21 plays 14 and they're on move 24, so they have to make 16 moves in the time they have left, so under a move a minute now, not including increment of course, for Abhimanyu Mishra.
Very interesting moves are happening in the Nihal game. Maybe we can go back to.
We'll hop back to that in a sec. I think we're going to be heading to a break, so when we come back from that, we'll go straight into the Nihal game. It gives you guys a chance, of course, to go ahead and maybe grab a bite to eat, grab something to drink while we get ready. But while we're on the break, also make sure you've signed up for what could be one of the biggest chess events of the year. Levy, of course, has garnered the biggest audience over the years as a content creator, and now he is taking on the world. So how will the community fare against the man who brings them recaps, guess the ELO, and all sorts of chess news? Use !play Gotham in chat to join the team and do battle against Levy. When we get back as well, not only will we go straight to Nihal, but a lot of the boards will be getting into time trouble. So get ready as we come back to check out the scrambles.
Hi, I'm Badana and I'm here with Judith Polka, and I picked a game that I really liked of hers to show today. Judith, is very cool to be here with you, and I'm very excited to show you one of my favorite games of yours.
I'm very curious which one you picked. So let's start, and then I tell you which one is it. I'm white, right?
Yeah.
I made e4 all my life, so it's easy. Then I make this. So what did I play here? Because I played bishop b5 and d4.
You played bishop b5.
Okay. Castle. Bishop g7, c3. This is how it went?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you tell me why do you like this game of mine? Why did you pick this one?
Because I like the open setups.
This game actually we played in the first half of the tournament. I have won already quite a few games. And I was playing with white against Chilingirova. She's from Bulgaria. And the Women's Chess Olympiad, this was the first chess Olympiad I played. I was just 12 years old. And it was very special for several reasons for me. Because at the time, in '88, the Olympiads had 4 boards in the open section and only 3 boards at the time in the women's section. And I played together with my sisters, Sofia, she was 14, Susan was 19, and there was another team member, Ildiko Madl, who was also 19. And I was just 12 years old. And I was playing in board 2, so they were kind of happy because I won one game after another. And in those times, it was not team match which counted, but it was board match. So it did matter whether we won our match out of the 3 games 3-0 or 2-1. And my sisters were very happy that I was playing in the middle. And we were always starting with a win by me, or they could count on me winning one game after another. So that was something very nice for them, but it was also very nice for me.
C4 knight b5 is on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Jordan is getting closer and closer to a win.
Jordan is just playing marvelous chess. He's lost 0 games, so he's not taking risks.
Jordan Fanfarist with impressive, amazing performance, amazing games, wins the last round. We are in for tie breaks, people. We have tie break between 2 Dutchmen, Anish Giri and Jordan Fanfarist. winner of the tournament, and it is Jordan van Verreest winning the dramatic Armageddon.
Basically comes down to a lot of luck, so I don't know. He played the better chess, but maybe I played the faster chess in the end, and full credit to him. He played a really good tournament and he really deserved to win it. I mean, he could have won both of his last games too, I think. But yeah, this is just how it goes.
And how do you feel?
Yeah, just on top of the world, I think. So a lot of feelings, but going through my head. But I think it still has to, you know, still in a bit, hit me, you know. And I think that comes when all the interviews and stuff is done, and when I'm like at night in my bed trying to sleep, something like this.
Welcome back to the action at the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Time trouble is now upon us. We've got a lot of players under 10 minutes on the clock and not that many close to reaching the 40 move counter, which means we could see some big mistakes in time trouble. I'm John Sargent. Joining me as always is Judith Polgar, the GOAT. Absolutely fantastic to still have you here, Judith, and a lot of action happening. I think before the break we mentioned Nihal's game as well. So is there anything else that catches your eye here before we go into board number one?
What's going on? It's action almost everywhere, I must say. Keymer's game, I think Maghsoodloo is struggling but fighting, but it's getting more and more difficult to hold that position, but we will be able to go there to check it. It's a seriously depth endgame between Saric and Nepomniachtchi. Then... Well, we have some fun action going on, I see, between Pragnananda and Liang. So there are some fun things going on here. Which one to start? Let's go for board one, I think.
Yeah, I think let's stick with our guns pre-break and hop into Nihal Firouzja to begin with. But we will hit all of those boards that you just mentioned. This is the current position after King F8, and this is King F8 in the current position after move number 20. And I'm saying this because it feels like we analyzed variations to death where king f8 was fantastic, but earlier on, and the move order and the timings here have made a big difference. Finally, knight d6 check has been played, but this is a very different position to the ones we were taking a look at earlier, even though a lot of the pieces are on the same squares.
What is very interesting, since we've been here, that after queen e2 at this point, which was not the best move, black played knight de7 instead of king d8 going out of that pin, because black wanted to castle probably short side. After this, a very unexpected move happened on the game. In the game on the board, g4, trying to trap the queen with g5. And black had to escape through h4, and only after this happened that knight d6 check, king f8. So now the big question is how Nihal will be continuing his attack. His piece is gone. The knight was sacrificed. Now it's clear that black is not be able to castle in this game. White has an incredible powerful d6 knight, which gives all kind of threats, but not yet a threat that it would be decisive. So white, I think, tries to push f5 with somehow the terms he would like to have. But it's not so easy how white is going to be playing. The bar says it's equal or it's a little bit better for black. But there's so many things happening on this board. For example, I'm also curious what can happen if bishop c6 takes on c6. I go, let's say, bishop c5, trying to attack on a7. Black goes a6, and let's say I go rook a4, and then I go f5. You know? I mean, I have these kind of crazy ideas, and surprisingly, the bar even not jumping up and down as usually does when I say some moves.
That was very much agreeing. One of the issues I had with f5 was that once you start taking and taking some more, it's easy to forget that black has an additional piece that he can bring into the defense, because you have queen g5 check as an intermezzo if you need to bring the queen in to defend. So that sort of removes it, actually, your line, by playing the rook across to a4, and you're defending laterally there. It actually stops that because you can interrupt with rook g4 yourself and make things really quite complicated for black. So there's a lot going on here, but like you say, the stakes are that if you don't get this right, well, you've sacrificed a piece to get into this position. So the amount of compensation you need to get off the back of it has to be huge. And if even one tempo gets lost where black has counterplay and there's something else that takes the initiative for black, you could be in a lot of trouble with the white pieces.
White played bishop c5 immediately, not taking on c6, but I'm pretty sure he keeps that in mind. He just wants to postpone it. He says, okay, I go bishop c5, and then look around. Bishop c6 is a threat. No question about that.
Why is the blue arrow on there, though? It seems very, very... Like, that appeared straight away as well, like within half a second of that.
Because this is what I was thinking, because after bishop c6, black is not taking a back on b takes c6, because after that rook a7, and something really bad will happen to black. So actually, this is why I thought to go bishop c6 first, and only after that bishop c5, because after bishop c6 here, I think the question is whether black takes pawn or with the queen. But this is absolutely possible, because suddenly rook on h8 without making a single move, it's one of the strongest attacker in the game.
Yeah, this is starting to look quite dangerous for white. It's very much not one-way traffic.
So what happens? Rook a7, g3. Though maybe g3 is not possible, you know, because knight c8. If rook c8, my plan was to go rook b7.
Okay.
But it's not clear why is this bad for white. Maybe just bishop f6, you know? Maybe that's the problem.
To what extent is that holding everything together? That bishop is
H5 on the
glue.
board.
H5 has been played. Only move has been played. Everything else would have led to big advantages for the opposition. And bishop takes e6 on the board as well. So these ideas now starting to come to life on board 1. It's 9 minutes, plays 8. Remember, this is only move 22. They've got 18 moves to make, Judith. So even though they're playing quite fast, they have to keep this tempo up for quite a long time to get to the time control and get some additional time to think. This is not easy, even though some people might say they're navigating through the most difficult part of it, but I actually think with time trouble, the worst is yet to come.
I also believe that there is a lot to come in, more to come in this game because of time, but also because on the position, there are a lot of things happening and they're quite a big danger Black has if in some cases with the king on f8. So now the question is for me, h takes g4 we were discussing just a bit. But whether queen g4 is also a possibility, but probably not so much, because in this case, Black has no attack, so White can keep the good position. I don't know if bishop g7, bishop b7 can be a possible move. But
do you play rook takes a7 anyway in some of these lines?
Well, I think now I cannot do it because knight c6. And after taking on c8, Black is just going out with the king. And then rook h5 will show up and
yeah, it's not enough.
Get some activity. And by the way, pieces are hanging. So knight e7 must be the only move. But here, Black is who is playing for advantage. Rook h5 or rook h3. So that's kind of fine. So now Black is thinking h takes g4 seems to be the move because because Black is kind of in problem, has no time to defend this because after that g5 will happen. So otherwise we had a similar line where Black took already on g4 and then bishop f6 was a move which was a great defender there. So I think h takes g4 should be on the board very fast because Firouzja is going down in time under 6 minutes and still so many moves to be made.
I guess it's a little bit frustrating that after h takes g4, it looks very menacing, but there's no entry for Black here. You still need to find more time to play g3, and it's is there enough time?
I don't know. And of course, in one move, you can lose the game with either color. I think this is, for example, not possible because I'm going to not the right direction. Though I don't know if rook h5 or Black just goes g3.
One thing I would say, though, Judith, is if you compare this position to the position 5 or 6 moves ago, it felt like Nihal was applying all of the pressure on Ali Reza. He had sacrificed material to get into this point, and Firouzja is defending. If you compare that to the position now, it feels like that Firouzja has some ideas to attack, has some counter-attacking chances that Nihal has to calculate before playing his next moves. And if you think about like the pendulum swinging, the direction of the game, the way it's feeling, it does feel like Ali Reza is on the ascendancy. Definitely not out of trouble, but it's like he's got a lot more going for him now than he did 5 moves ago.
Yeah, but a lot has changed in the last few moves, and it's not necessarily for me the difficulty level. It's more that after g4 there was an idea to trap the queen with g5. Yeah. But after g4, Black went queen h4, and suddenly, completely from nowhere, Black could play h5, and this is the greatest saving and counterplaying idea. So this is why it is so difficult to play such a sharp positions, because it's not only that you have to find the best move and sometimes the only best move, but it just completely unexpectedly new ideas you have to figure out for yourself, but also for your opponent. Because if you're not seeing that h5 after bishop c6 is an option as a counterplay, then you're going to get a shock in such a cases. And this is one of the biggest challenge, I think, for players to understand that you're not looking only your side of the board and your opportunities. And I'm just kind of trying to find my words, because I see b6 happened. And this was something I was not taking in account.
Yeah, so h takes g4 hasn't been played yet, which means if we follow the blue arrow and we play bishop back to f2, there is no pawn hanging on h2. So it's buying a tempo, if you like. And if you take that, well, yes, you can, but then unfortunately the queens are off the board, and suddenly black's attack is not looking so menacing as it was when the queen and rook had a battery on the h-file. So by no means does that mean the game is automatically over. There's still so much to play for here, for sure, but it's getting... it feels a lot less threatening with queens off.
Well, the thing is, with the line I'm looking in the meantime, that this can be maybe black blundered, because after b6, bishop f2 is the most obvious move.
For
and
sure.
after queen takes g4, takes, but now the white bishop has other moves than to go back, because after white goes back to g2, I think black can go, for example, a5. It's still not easy and nothing is obvious, but now I started to look at, can't white take on a7, giving up the bishop on c6, and now to go, let's say, to give it check, and after king g8, going back to c7, attacking the knight, attacking the bishop. And right now, white has a pawn, a very active game, and attacks two pieces. And black has
the pawn structure for black is absolutely awful on the other side of it. Obviously, you have those pieces, but it's like you're playing checkers there. There's nothing connected. It's going to be a little bit rough going into that endgame, but that's where the extra pieces come in handy.
Yeah, very interesting now the way it unfolds.
So are we going to go into something like that here on board number 1? b6 is on the board, so that's inviting bishop f2. We'll wait and see if Nihal Sarin is able to not just play that, but take a look at what follow-up he might be going off the back of that as well. Let's take a look at some of the other boards. We have got a result in the top 10, by the way. Abdusattorov Bluebaum has ended in a draw. 20 minutes, plays 10. Just taking a look at what move number there. They were at move 39. So it's not like someone was about to blunder in time trouble or anything like that. And it looks like that was relatively peaceful.
Yes, and Keymer is going into win, I think. Still white is, of course, trying. Hardest moment for Maghsoodloo, I think. Because it's a very, very difficult position. Maybe we can jump there for a short time.
Yeah, let's do that, because Vincent Keymer also has under 30 seconds on the clock, and it's move 34, so he does have to play the next 4 or 5 moves on increment. He might be in a winning position on the board, but he still needs to make sure he plays the most accurate moves. Even if this is winning for black, we need to find A, the knockout blow, and B, how we do this without risking anything in time trouble. So let's take a look. Apparently there was an only move there, queen c6, and h4, which looks extremely natural, is apparently a blunder. I'm going to guess because it's just queen takes pawn and you don't mind if black takes in the center.
Well, I think the question mark goes obviously that there was a better, more straightforward win, but I completely understand the logic behind h4, especially that Keymer has very little time. He's under a minute, and right now we are only move 35. So after, oops, I'm sorry, this was a mouse slip. So if I go queen takes h4, he wants to go, I believe, d takes e5. He thinks that there are two connected passed pawns. He's going to play f5, still has the queen. So I should be still winning. So he wants to do it in a safe way. At the same time, probably after queen c6, there was too difficult for white to play against the h4 h pawn. So probably going out here and then go d takes e5. So what can really white do? Maybe, I don't know. It looks like h4 is a tough move to handle for white. So h4 was too much of playing for security. But he doesn't mind playing for long. He just knows one thing: he wants to win the game.
And it's a very, very big game to win. Very pivotal when it gets to the point where you're thinking, are you going to be qualifying for the candidates or not? If you can move to 6.5 points here, you're in with an excellent shot. Exactly right. Yeah, you're spot on. Our feature chat via YouTube. Vincent is completely winning, but must play all his moves under increment, under time pressure. And just because we have an emotionless eval bar telling us black should be taking the full point home does not mean that the humans behind the chess pieces can easily do that. And Vincent needs to prove himself here. The great news is, of course, like you've said before, Judith, he's had a pretty good year. He's won some pretty strong tournaments. He's doing fantastically in freestyle as well. He has got the recent form to try and bring this one home. Parham Maghsoodloo choosing to block with the queen on e4. I'm guessing instead of going to f6 or something like that. And the engine's also not liking this move. I'm guessing the idea behind it is if black chooses to respond by playing f5, for example, then you just take.
You know, there is some incredible action going on between Anish, the Dutch board.
Wait, so the board where we said, don't worry about this, it's a boring draw.
Yeah.
Hang on just a second, maybe not. Is that it? Oh no. Is that just a one mover? What's happened here?
It seems, well, first of all, there was an exchange of bishops. So this was the position. Black went knight d4, bishop f1. Everything is under control, it seems.
Yeah.
But black played bishop f1, king f1, and now knight f3 was the move. Trying to grab this pawn on h2, or also the other idea to go knight d2, it seems. But he has 1 minute on his clock, and he went knight c2. So this is the big question. The problem is, I see, can't white play b5?
b5 was played.
This pawn is hanging. Knight e3. This is the game. King e2. Wow. Okay, knight c4, only move. And now white will be, I guess, playing bishop c3.
Right. So is the idea then, Judith, that quite simply after king d3, it's going to be impossible to hold on to the pawn on e5, and white just gets that pawn as the endgame advantage?
No, but black is going to grab one of the pawns. b5 or e4. So black plays knight d6.
Oh, okay. So why does the eval bar like this so much for white?
Well, this is what I'm trying to figure out, because there is a move playing a4, knight e4, bishop e5, knight c5, bishop b8, knight a4, bishop.
Okay.
Yeah, it's over. Black is saving the game. Knight c3 is a threat. If king d3, a6. If king d2. King d2, knight c5, knight d7, and if white goes king d3, king f7, and king e6. Okay? So black is back in business. So this is not possible. Bishop c3 was played, so after knight d6, probably I would have to go king d3. Knight b5, I go bishop e5. And the question is this knight. Because now white is threatening to go a4. So if black goes king f7, a4 wins. Because after knight a3, bishop b2, knight b1, king c2, and bye-bye for this
And there goes the knight. Yeah.
Okay. So this is a problem. So what happens after knight b5, bishop e5? So king f7 is not a move. Black can go maybe a6. But I think after a6, this will be a win, you know? This is a problem. Grabbing the pawn because black cannot take the bishop because the king is not reaching to e6.
It's too far, yeah.
Yeah, and white is going to be grabbing the pawn. So king d3.
And this is a big
Yeah.
opportunity for Anish Giri. He has 15 minutes playing
So
1 minute.
This is the position they are in already. Bishop e5. Ah, even worse. No. So actually interesting that he says king d3 is the best because a4 would be also something to discuss. a4, knight a3, king d3. And now again the threat, bishop b2 and king c2. But black goes b5. And it seems like black is getting out, but still there is a serious problem. We just don't know why. No. Why is this winning? Why is this winning?
Yeah, I'm not sure I get that either, because even if you push a5, a6, it's like, I don't see why.
But we cannot, because after a5, knight c4, bishop somewhere, a6. So maybe just going and king c6.
And again, the king's not near enough.
Yeah, but now Anish is thinking he has plenty of time, so he's doing it well. So now he's thinking to play king d3, the best move, which is the most logical, or to play a4. It seems like the black king is far away. That's the problem.
This is a kind of thing where a lot of players in tournament play will be furious because they can identify with it, and certainly I can as well, where you think a game is heading towards a particular result and then suddenly you don't realize it's actually quite sharp, or you have a series of only moves, and if you don't realize it in that scenario, it's so easy to make a mistake that changes the outcome of the game. It feels like that's what happened to Jordan here, but knowing these guys, super grandmasters, it's probably a trap set by Anish to say, okay, do you know that actually this is a tightrope? It's not a very wide road you're walking on. And if you make one careless mistake, I'm in this with a very good chance to win.
Well, and I have the feeling that Anish was playing so stable in this tournament that he will have he has the nerve, he has the patience, he just played king d3. He's going to be collecting the full point. Why don't we jump to another game?
Yeah,
I've
got one last question for you, Judith, which I think I know the answer to, but the featured chat asked a very interesting question. Do we think Anish knows for sure it's winning now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
he's just playing for the point.
If he knows it that it's completely winning, I think, first of all, he has an incredible feeling for it that it should be winning. But I wouldn't be surprised if he would just understand that it's winning, I just have to find it.
Got it. So it's not like I've calculated all the lines, therefore everything is fine. It's more like, in principle, this should be winning. I just need to find the way.
Exactly.
Makes sense. Okay, so let's head back to our bird's eye view. We still have 9 games remaining in the top 10. You see, although we suspect MVL is going to be converting against Erdogmus relatively soon, and also they've played a lot of moves, so they're not actually in time control, in time trouble at the moment. Where would we like to go next?
I'd like to pick. We have some great action going on.
Yeah.
Just so that Goryachkina, we have 2 ladies competing in this tournament. We haven't been talking about them, but now they are not playing. None of them are playing for the title and to qualify for the candidates, even though for Divya.
Divya was playing Gukesh yesterday, right? So a lot of attention on that game, I suppose.
Yeah, and I like the way she plays. She exists there in the tournament. Like she gives a hard time for the guys. She plays against a very strong field. And yesterday she made a draw against with Gukesh. She's playing against over 2,600 players during the whole time. And she has 50%. And it's a great tournament where she can show her strength.
Worth pointing out, though, you did mention Goryachkina. She is currently beating Boris Gelfand. So that is a notable result. It's not on one of the top boards, but she's doing incredibly well in this round. Winning, but not yet won, so still some conversion required, but she's enjoying a fantastic position against Gelfand.
I played with Goryachkina in 2014, I think, when I played in Yerevan. What was it? Was it 14? Yeah, I think it was the European Championship or something, and I played with her the first round. And I remember the people were telling me and my coach, she's a talented girl. Yeah, she's talented, but she was like 2,400 or something at the time, 16 or something like that. And she didn't play bad, but I won the game. And of course, much later, or not so much later, she became already one of the best lady players in the world. So we see girls are improving. So
absolutely.
This game I wanted to come here because we left it very much in the middle game where it was compensation for Pragnananda, but it was not clear how he's going to be steering it to the way that he creates advantage for himself. And now we have this B8. Look at this knight. We are move 33, and this poor knight is still standing on its initial square. Starting position. This rook also actually probably does the same. But let's see what is this position, because it's white has 2 pawns for the bishop, for the knight, for a piece. And now the question is where white is heading to.
3.5 minutes plays 2.5 minutes as well, so it's worth pointing out that a game-ending fatal mistake could happen from either side in the coming minutes. They are currently, they're about to play move 34, so there's 7 moves that we need to play in order to reach the time control for both Prag and Liang, and it's not completely straightforward. Very difficult position to play defending as black here. There's a couple of interesting things. The pawns on f2 and g3 seem very normal, but it's less normal when they are not the same color. So there's always intermezzos to be checking with g takes f2 if white is not careful. At the same time, though, like you say, Judith, the knight on b8, not really doing that much at the moment except protecting the rook on d7, which might come in handy with all these queen checks coming about. And the rook on a1 is also a little bit out of the action right now. It's very much a one-piece attack. The only additional thing white can do in the short term is to bring the bishop out with a check on d5 to try and join the attack there. All to play for with 6-7 moves remaining to get to the time control.
Yes, but it's interesting whether can white repeat just like that. Okay, queen g6, of course, is possible.
Mm-hmm.
And if rook g7, that would be losing on the spot to bishop d5 and queen h6. So that is not possible. After queen g6, queen g6, well, king h8 is possible. But white will have to waste time to take this pawn on g3. There is another idea, indeed, bishop d5. It's a question. What is it? King to g7, white goes to e5, queen f6, white goes queen g3. Probably it would be... Ah, but hold on, that's also hanging, so I cannot go to f8. So maybe king h6. Now black is threatening rook g7. And this is still hanging, right? That rook. So white would be
lots of loose
check,
pieces in this position.
and then somehow going rook e1, let's say. But it's not so obvious and not so clear yet how white is going to be converting his very promising position. Queen e6. So now the question is, should black go king g7, let's say, or can he go queen f7? Because after queen f7, bishop d5 is possible. But in this case, probably black can just take, and rook d1. Rook d1, king e7, rook d5.
Really turning the screw.
Well, it's one of a way how the game can continue. So queen e6 is on the board.
So tread delicately. Queen e6 on the board. They still need to get to move 40. Ewanda Liang now down to under 1 minute on the clock. Not just thinking about the next move, of course, but stringing the next 3 or 4 together. If there was an opportunity for him to repeat some moves, just inch closer to that time control, of course he would do it. But right now, it's not as simple as saying, oh, if I block, we're going to repeat. It's actually quite technical, and there may be other things at play that we need to watch out for as well, like we just demonstrated in some of those lines. So plenty to think about, especially with the bishop potentially coming out to d5 to reinforce.
Tough matches, John.
Only move.
Not easy. Not easy
Queen
for the
E5.
guys. King h8. Best queen e5. And what happens on rook g7 here?
If only that rook on a1 was a bishop right about now.
Too nice to be true. Knight d7 coming up.
At some point, does white have to resolve the tension by playing f takes g3 just to remove the tricks, or can that stay?
Well, now, for example, it's not really possible because black will be giving a check, an important one. And then the rook comes to the 7th if the white king goes to h2, which I think is not possible, but king f5, 1 is the must, but here black has some counterplay, definitely. Yeah, queen e5 is kind of forcing, but then, okay. I think I simply cannot go out because bishop d5 is show up. I mean, it looks very scary for black. Maybe I can just take with a plan, with an easy plan.
Finally get the last piece into the attack.
Yeah, so rook g7 is a must. Rook g7 is a must. On the board.
Found and played.
On the board. So it's not easy for white to collect the full point, to be honest. At the same time, it seems like there's some blunder has been happening between game Arjun and Sevian.
Ooh, and that's on our top 10 as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. Prague is down to increment only, but multiple boards are down to increment only at this point. So, Arjun, that is board number 7. You can see there on the bottom row of your screen. What has happened here? The eval bar is absolutely loving Arjun, but we need to find out how we got to this position where everything is under attack. There isn't a piece that isn't under attack for Arjun right now, but he's the one that's winning.
It was something like this, which does not seem to be very dangerous for black. Completely equal material. And at this point, black went king h8. I mean, bishop f7 was a threat. This I can understand. What should have done for maybe g5 he had to go. So he went king h8 and then knight e5.
Okay.
And then it's trouble. Wow. He went rook d5. Rook takes d5. f6. Rook d8. Beautiful move.
Wow.
Beautiful move.
That is incredible. And then with g5 as well, we've completed the on-pre attack because everything is on-pre. But it's actually, it's white that's just crushing in this position. That's unreal.
g5?
I can't see. So is white's winning in all lines here?
Well, now I'm thinking how is the best.
How?
Yeah, this is the question. What is white up to?
So I guess white's move has to be a queen move, right?
I don't know. I'm looking some crazy move, but I think it cannot be. I'm looking knight g6, you know?
Knight g6.
But then queen e4. Yeah, because I thought black has to take. And then this is hanging, and then d7, and white wins. But it seems like after queen d6, you have queen e4. And it's a perpetuate check.
It's like a saving grace.
Yeah. So after g5, let's see what's the best move for white.
So what I...
Queen f3. What? What? What is queen f3 equal? Look at that. Some drama is happening in Nihal's game.
Speaking of blunders, Nihal has blundered. And we were talking earlier about how the sustained pressure could cause Alireza Firouzja to potentially blunder himself. But of course, when Alireza gets to below 3 minutes on the clock, that seems to be when he comes into his own. So let's take a quick look at that game. 34 seconds versus 48. A few moves ago, bishop f3 apparently was the blunder when... Wow, it's a rook e5. Is that just losing? Is that losing a piece? What's going on? Why is this so crushing?
Not losing a piece, but losing a very important pawn, this one, on c5. Bishop d2, and then the pawn was captured.
Oh.
King h1, rook c2. Well, not much chance for Nihal. What a heartbreak. Bishop e3, rook a8, rook h8.
I think we mentioned this at length at the Esports World Cup, Judith, but even if Firouzja is unbelievable at playing with faster time controls and playing with not much time on his clock under time pressure, that's only useful if your opponent is also under time pressure. If you're playing with 2 minutes and your opponent has an hour, yes, it's still good to have that skill, but when your opponent chooses to take their time, they can compensate for not being able to maybe as quickly come to the correct intuitive guess as you can. And Nihal Sarin also under immense time pressure, and both players effectively playing with increments in the last couple of moves. Move 40 has now been played, so both players are going to get an extra 50 minutes. That's 5-0 added to their clock, so you can ignore the 25 seconds for Nihal Sarin. That's going to be 50 minutes and 25 seconds. Bishop G1 potentially getting played here, and then after that they'll be able to sit back, have a think, and unfortunately Nihal is going to be rather unimpressed with how the position has developed.
Not at all. Not at all. It must be so frustrating that he ended up here, and it's very slim chance that he can save the game. So suddenly, from place shared number 1, he will drop to quite a bit.
A critical pawn at a very critical time of the game, but at the same time, that's why making sure that everything is accurate up to the time control so important in this game. And the players will have some time to think. So this is move 40. It has been hit pretty much everywhere, folks. So the players are going to be taking a little bit of a breather now. We'll have a bit of a lull in terms of moves played while they sit back and evaluate the positions to try and work out what their plans need to be to get to move 60, which is the next time control. We're going to use that opportunity to hop to a break, and then we will check out all the positions with the dust settling on move 40 when we come back.
If you don't like this game from Tata Steel 2024, then you simply don't like chess. It begins with the English opening where black goes for e4 followed by c6. And here Abdusatorov is already going for a gambit on move 4. His opening prep, watching action movies for inspiration. The idea is that after knight takes e4, black gets a lot of counterplay. The knight on g3, let's just say, is like a tourist in a bad neighborhood. Instead, the game continued with queen a4, and after a couple of moves, white is trying to place a bishop on d6, making life miserable for black. Abdusatorov, who fears nothing, decides to sacrifice the exchange, because those perky dark squares on white side are like an all-you-can-eat buffet for black's pieces. Parham does not grab the exchange and then plays knight f2. Rook e8, and Maghsoodloo, who's not afraid of chaos, plays h4. Black breaks with b6, and after these couple of moves, white misses a chance to gain an advantage with queen to a3. After this sequence, guess what? The queen is trapped. Stockfish advice, resign and grab some popcorn. In the game, queen c2 was played, and after queen a2, bishop c5, black sacrifices a piece, but white's b2 pawn is suffering a heart attack. After knight d5, black's threatening the devastating bishop to c3. But wait, rook a3 is coming. And after rook e3, this is like a bomb dropped on the board. If white captures everything, then the a6 bishop will finish the job. In the game, knight fe4 was played, and white's position collapses faster than a house of cards. h5 was a subtle move using the pin, and after few moves, white decides to resign.
Okay, white to play and win.
Okay, I think we don't have much choice for the first move. We should play b7, king b8, but then I think I should take some time to think how we can manage to kind of break this structure. I mean, bishop a7, king c7, of course, is forcing, and after bishop f4, rook c7, we will have some... Well, I think my idea is to go b7, king b8, bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, and get the king to d8 before the pawns move. I just need to make sure I put the bishop on the right square so that the pawns are not too fast. So bishop f4, rook c7, king g6, h5. I cannot go king h7 immediately because of g5. So if I go to h2, there will be h4, king h7, g5, and no, this I cannot do, so I will probably go to e5 or d6. I'm not sure that makes a difference. Let's say I go to d6, h4, king h7, h3, king g8, h2, bishop h2, g5, King f8, g4. Nah, I think I'm missing a tempo somehow. I'm not sure how I'm going to win this tempo actually, but there should be some smart way. King's already on f8?
Yeah.
Okay, then I just play some bishop e5 for bishop d6 and then move the king. Yeah, my mind that was... Does it matter where I go?
I think
it has it as bishop e5.
Yeah, but yeah, Levon said it probably works with bishop d6 as well. Yeah, Levon said it probably works with
Yeah, it doesn't qualify as a study then, but still it's a nice position.
He's a bit disappointed.
And then we take one.
Yeah, very good. Impressive.
Did you like it? Did you like chess? Was the passion of yours, or
I loved chess.
Was somebody else forcing you to play?
I loved chess until it became
like a profession, right?
A profession, which unfortunately for me started at a much younger age, and the pressure was very real. I would say very quickly in my early teens, chess became more of tormentor than mentor. It was difficult. I still played obviously and pretty well for a lot of years to come, but you know it was difficult. I was basically orphaned because of my talent and because of the unique control and power that the leaders of the collective had over everyone within it. So yeah, it's been a very interesting relationship that I've had with the game. I would just say that it's been an obsession and then became something that was much more than that as far as my job, if you want to say that, but also something that I feel a great sense of purpose within in terms of what I do and what I try to do anyway. It also comes with a lot of scars, yeah.
Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. A lot of the games now are reaching their conclusions as we've just hit move 40 and the time control, so things chilling out just a little bit, but still very much in the balance in the women's section where we are playing with a slightly different time control, and as a result we have a couple of games that are still up and down. We've still got a little bit of time trouble going on. Worth jumping over to have a quick peek. Let's see maybe what the overview looks like, and Judith, we can decide if there's anything in particular we want to cast our eye on. But first, here are the results that you guys have seen so far. So only the 4 games in the top 10 that have concluded with a result. Irina crushed, though. Crucial victory today to take her to 7 points. Oh, sorry, 6 points now, is it?
Yeah, that's a crucial game to win, and Well, she couldn't win in a better time than today against Stefanova, former world champion. So things can be very interesting because on board two it was a draw. So they also have 7 points each. And we see the game which is still running between Katarina and Bibisara.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the pairings and results now. Only the one game finishing in the open section. Abdusatov Bluebaum, of course, ended in a draw quite some time ago. And because we've just hit time control in the open section, the players are slowing down a little bit and taking a bit of a breather. So maybe let's do the women's section bird's eye view and see what's going on here.
Well, I think I would be happy to see the board number 1 because there are a lot at stake in that game. The other games, well, also Muzikchuk, she has a very promising position, so she might be winning. Then we have a different color bishop in Kostenyuk's game.
Both Muzikchuks doing very well.
Yes.
Both with the white pieces sat next to each other as well.
Yeah, on board 5, also a nice position with white, pretty much. But I think the key game is board 1. And why don't we pick that game and see what's going on in this endgame?
Let's have a look. Katerina Lagno playing with the white pieces. Bibisara Asabayeva playing with the black pieces. It is 2 pawns for a knight, threatening to go very, very long into the evening. We've seen a couple of rook versus rook and knights so far in the open section of the tournament. Could we be seeing another one on board 1 of the women's section today?
Well, I'm not sure black can so easily simplify the position to have rook knight versus rook. Not that it would be winning, but that would be a big achievement, I believe, because white's setup is pretty convincing. Having the rook on f5, cutting out the king from going on the 5th rank or going back to the other side to go in front of the white pass pawns, connected pass pawns. Sure. King and the rook is defending very well. The pawn, one of the only target in the position, defending the f2. So it's hard to see how black can even try to move on. If white is just sitting and playing king g2, king g3, defending, what can really go wrong for white? If the black knight wants to be regrouping to somewhere else, then white has even the square for the king on f4. I'm hesitating whether white wants to go h4 and h5. That's always...
I was going to ask that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure I need that, because in that case, the g4 pawn will be vulnerable in some cases. But...
Because if black leaves her pieces where they are now, where we're saying actually the knight on d3 is restricting the movement of the king, and let's say we're just shuffling the rook, what I would have thought white's plan is going to be to play h4, h5 and say that with the king cut off, my h-pawn's going to queen if you do nothing about it. On the other hand, if we want to find a different plan, then if you're playing with the black pieces, you will ask, well, if I do nothing, can you make progress if it's not pushing the h-pawn?
Well, white is also... I mean, white can only win if black is pushing too hard, I think. Because black can always go rook c3, then trying to jump away, pushing f3. I mean, white is also not going to be really playing for a win. White is playing for stability, and I think she found this in this position. Though I don't know if we go back a little bit, what kind of position they started out with. It seems like, wow, black had this position. Ooh. So you see, there were some very tough moments. Very tough moments. So Bibisara probably is now kind of very unhappy that what kind of position she ruined.
The pawn's in the middle of the board. and the king being closer looked very, very menacing in the position you just moved back to for sure, Judith. And now
I don't know.
It's it feels quite different to how it was back then.
Yeah, I'm just thinking what kind of move was the best for black. Maybe just c3, don't you think so? Isn't it just winning?
I'm a big fan of the simple plan. If the question is, I'm going to push a pawn and ask what you're going to do, then that's one of the nicest, most simple plans I can have in the endgame.
It seems like she was completely winning. She went knight e2, king h1, which was basically the only move. Maybe this was somehow underestimated by Bibisara. Okay, so c3, king f8. Ah, so she blundered. Okay, she blundered. I mean, if she goes c3, game over. Resignation, kind of. Okay, so she didn't play this.
Oh no.
And she wanted to be very smart. And then suddenly bishop takes c4, rook f6. Well, here I believe still black should go to g7. She went king e7 here. Okay, so this is how we reached to this position. Well, I'm sure she's very, very upset. Well, she could take over the lead in the tournament.
I mean, that's pretty huge, potentially taking over the lead in the tournament. So yeah, getting to a position now where, I mean, there's still a way for this game to be a decisive result. You mentioned, Judith, if either player, if you let ambition get the better of you and you overpress, this can accidentally become a position where a drawn position can be losing. So still quite technical and plenty to play for. 18 minutes versus 13 on the clock, and I believe they don't get any additional time now as well. So in 15-20 minutes time, if we're still playing this position, it's going to be both players, I think, playing on increment only.
Don't they get 15 minutes more?
I think... Oh, I'll let Vic correct me if I'm wrong. I think...
It's after move 60.
I don't think there's additional time added after move 60, I want to say. I think it's 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then they add another 30 minutes after move 40, and that's it. So because this game is past move 40 now, the only extra time that gets added is just the increment. There's no additional time added at move 60.
Okay.
So it could get really technical and really tricky if you don't have that extra injection of time as well. They're on move 48 now, but they've still got more than 10 minutes each. But yeah, that's all they're going to get.
Yeah, but h4 was played.
Push a pawn, ask the question.
Yeah, but this was maybe not the... Well, yeah, in one hand it's okay to push because on h5 you never know. You might even get options and opportunities if some blunders are coming up. At the same time, you have to be careful with white. Just to make sure that the g4 pawn will be not vulnerable.
So we'll see what ends up happening here. Let's head back to the bird's eye view and take a look at where things are at. And we'll see if there are any other games you want to dive into. If not, we'll head back to the open. Worth mentioning, by the way, that at the, well, not the bottom board, but on the fixed board, where we had Tan Zhongyi playing Carissa Yip, Tan managed to win that game. So Tan Zhongyi is now on 6.5 out of 9. That game isn't on the view you see here because it's on a fixed board. But just FYI, Tan is now on 6.5 points. So very much in the conversation as far as the candidates' positions in winning the tournament is concerned. Is there any other game you fancy hopping into, Judith? How do you feel?
Well, I think the other games are are pretty much going on their way.
Okay. Should we maybe
So
take a look at the
this was
bird's eye view
something
for...
very interesting, I think.
Which one, sorry?
Generally, this first board one was what I was interested about.
All right. Shall we hop over to the bird's eye view for the open section then, maybe,
Yeah,
and see how
why
things
not?
are going here? So after that frustrating mistake, we can see Nihal not having the greatest time against Firouzja, and because it's 46 versus 36, plenty of time for that game to reach a conclusion as well, and Maghsoodloo continuing to fight and continuing to feel the pressure against Vincent Keymer, who seems to be, oh god, resolving to a position where it's 4 pawns versus 0. You've got it's queen, knight, and bishop versus the world on that board. It looks rough. Forget Levy versus the world. It is queen, knight, and there aren't even any pawns for white here. That is a horribly difficult position for Parham Maghsoodloo. Oh goodness.
Well, it's yeah. Well, this is how Keymer wanted to play. Maybe it's not the best to play h4 and simplify, but I'm going to be winning slowly but surely. And, well, it's hard. It's hard for white to play this on. Okay, it's still, I mean, white is completely lost, but white is trying to give some trouble for black.
I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because at any point, I don't know this for sure because I'm guessing it's still quite complicated, but let's say black makes some sort of mistake, Judith. I think it's even possible just to play rook takes knight check, and you're still at least drawing. It's difficult to lose from this position. You can sacrifice in exchange and still be drawing for quite a lot of these, right?
Well, black played queen d4, and of course he did not want to exchange the queens because it's just completely hopeless having the king on the king side while dealing with the connected passed pawns on the queen side. So white played queen e2, queen d7 check, king h2. Maghsoodloo is playing fast. It must be very difficult to play on. But of course, he's looking for chances. He still has an incredible bishop on f2. He just has to visualize it enough time that the queen on a7 can give checkmate.
We just need one moment of madness. And this turns completely around.
It's clear that he's lost, but you need some technique with black, you know? And sometimes it's annoying that if it's not so simple as you want it.
It's not a position where, oh, don't worry, you can just sit there and do nothing and you're winning in 6 or 7 moves. You need to apply that technique, like you say. You need to make sure you're on the right path.
And you have to start to do something, right? So that's why I play a5. Maybe it's not the best, but eventually you have to make something. You can't just sit and wait until your opponent faints. So you have to do something. White will anyway go back to e3. You go back queen d4, and then I go back. So black has to come up with an idea. How is he going to be progressing against queen e3, and I move away. So it's not as simple as one would like to have. Let's say, for example, rook g4 maybe. It is something I would think. And then on queen e3, let's say to go rook d4. But okay, then knight e2, for example.
Or, if I may, Judith, let me give an example of why this is tricky. Because I had an idea in my head and I just played it out on an analysis board, and it is completely and utterly the wrong way to do that. So if we go down your line where you play a5, for example, try and make something happen. Queen e3, queen d4. Queen e2, and then I had an interesting idea. I went, well, hang on a second. I'm going to play Queen h4 check, because the idea is after King g2, I can play the rook to h6. And it's like, aha, I have some light squares that I can play with now. That's fine. I don't need to worry about the dark squared bishop. Queen b5 apparently, and this is completely and utterly dead equal.
Yeah.
Light squares, not for the black pieces, but for the white pieces. So completely misjudged that.
Yeah. So this is the thing that it's tricky. It's tricky. Let's say we would be playing against the computer, obviously there is zero chance for white to save the game. Zero chance. But when we talk about human elements,
that's part of Parham's job, isn't it? You need to give Vincent the maximum possible opportunity to go wrong. And Parham is doing exactly that right now. The bishop on f2, like you say, is a monster. Those 4 pawns are extremely dangerous, and they're going to be game-ending. But they're only going to be game-ending if you have enough time to get them down the board and start doing something and executing a plan. Otherwise, you're shuffling pieces around and white can hold on. So plenty of questions still to get asked here of Vincent Keymer before he can potentially take away the point. And as I've just demonstrated, there are plenty of ways to immediately go to a draw.
yeah, absolutely. It's so here we are going to come back to this point because Vincent will have to work. Vincent will have to work. And what else do we have? Well,
Parham's moving so quickly as well that they're going to get to move 60, get an extra 15 minutes in the open section, and then it's going to take even longer. So that adds another half an hour onto the game, so it could take quite a while.
Yeah, but we have some interesting endgame, you know. On the game, Nepomniachtchi has a very interesting endgame, for example.
Let's go ahead and take a look. We've been doing a rook endgame clinic all week, Judith. I feel like, why stop now?
Yeah, it's interesting how Nepo is dealing with this endgame. It was, of course, an incredible opening, we have to admit. That was quite something.
The preparation.
Yeah, and it seemed like preparation for both, which is quite impressive. And later on, it was with 3 pawns on the queen side versus a knight. And this is what we're having. It shouldn't be much for black. Different opposite color bishop with rooks. Of course, without rooks, it would be completely draw. They wouldn't even be playing it. There was one moment I want to jump back. Like, what was it really? It was this, when white played a mistake playing rook to d8.
Rook to
but
d8.
I have the feeling that it mainly was a mistake because there was something better. And here black made a mistake by playing bishop e5.
It's weird seeing the mistake one way and then a mistake the other. And even the eval bar is saying, okay, yes, it's a mistake, but not moving much.
Okay, so in the last few moves, white was able to activate his king. And now f5 was played on the board. So white will have to go back to d3, I believe. White will go to d3. White will go with the bishop to d5. Well, Jan will be pushing it, but I see very little chance that he can really bring life and real chances in the game.
Is there a I don't want to say a trap, but is there risk if white goes up to d5 instead? There's going to be like some point where, oh, you've gone too far and now the f-pawn gets to run for free. Do we have to be careful that there isn't some sort of additional danger there, and that's why d3 is just the safer bet?
I don't know. Somehow I would think I want to place my bishop on d5 and the diagonal. After king d5, I don't see my route for the bishop, how I'm going to get there. I can go bishop c4, bishop d3, which is quite fine. But somehow intuitively, I wanted to go king d3.
Makes sense. Okay. Yeah, especially when you have that lovely central outpost for the bishop. You can just take that at any time you want once the king's on d3. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you plant the king on d3, you get the bishop on d5. If the rook comes to c7, you don't mind. You can block with bishop c4 if you need to, but basically you're holding out on the light squares and saying that even with the rook, it's difficult for you to make progress.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
what I would think.
Ivan Saric, Jan Nepomniachtchi, when we took a look at this position after move 15, after move 20, if I'm being honest, it feels bizarre that at this point in the game we'd actually be talking about it going into this endgame. It looked like it was going to and it did absolutely explode. So I'm surprised the fallout from that seems to be so equal at the moment. Absolutely love how this game started. Not going to finish in quite the same vein, though. We've still got 9 of the top 10 boards still going. And most of it is just applying pressure at this point, Judith.
Yeah, I would like to jump quickly to Hans Niemann position.
Okay, so against Abhimanyu Mishra. And that is our game on board number 5. So the top right of your screen here. And things are looking relatively chilled out here as far as the eval bar is concerned. But unlike the other game we've just seen, the bishops are of the same color. And both sides have pawns on both colors as well. So this is a much more technical endgame than if the rooks got traded off and you had opposite colored bishops on the other one, for instance.
Yeah, and it just a move ago that it happened that black decided to capture on f1, exchange the knight for the bishop, and black says, okay, what do you want? But at first it also has a strange feeling for me that is it really so that draw? Because there is a counterplay for black. This h4 pawn can be vulnerable. But now it's a big question how black is holding. Maybe black just wants to go king d7 and he says, you know what, I'm sitting and waiting and you have no chance, no entry points in my camp. Let's say king d2.
Would white have a plan potentially of going bishop d2, king f2, king g3, f4? And just trying to prise things open that way?
That's also, I was thinking about playing f4 here, going king f3 and then threatening e5.
Yeah.
But then I was thinking of bishop c5, so king f4, bishop f2. At the same time, after bishop c5, now I see that why not to play bishop e5 and then grab this pawn.
Can you also play bishop e1? And if the bishop moves back to d6, then you play bishop d2?
I can go bishop e3, I think.
Okay, and then you'd have to play like bishop g3 ideas.
No, but I don't understand why is it's just so dead draw. I just don't understand the bar. I just don't understand.
There are certainly ways for white to make progress, right? You take a look at what's going on here and you can see that there's a couple of potential clear plans for white.
Okay,
for black, not so much.
You go here. You go here.
Then you just take.
And I have nothing?
Really?
Okay, that's clear that I cannot go d6 because king e6.
Mm-hmm. But why can't you just move the king around to c6, for example?
Because there you go, king d7.
Okay, and so is the plan just to stay, I guess, king b5, and you're just trying to get ahead? Because there's no way black to attack you, so... Oh, is there really nothing better? Is that looks...
Crazy.
It looks so open, Judith.
Absolutely crazy.
It looks like there must be a way in.
The king is just stopping the e6 important square. This one basically controlling this. So if you go king a6, king
It's
b7,
like a force field. You can't get through that.
then the d7 king is just smiles at you. Hi, nice to meet you. No entry points. I don't want to see you on crossing the c5. I'm going to be guarding this place on d7. And I'm guarding simply all the important squares. Sorry, I messed this up. King c8, on c7, c6, e6. I just can, maybe I can move only one move at a time, but I can control everything.
And the e6 break is not possible because you just exchange, and that's fine. The d6 break is possible, but you gain nothing from it because you're not actually threatening anything, just moving that on a dark square. That's not a problem.
Unbelievable.
So, wow. So there's no further progress that can be made here as long as black wants to draw. So
for now, what is happening? White is trying to bring his king, but black is what he's going to be doing. He's going to go king d7 here and just do nothing. So what if I go here? King b5, king b6.
doesn't matter. The black king's already on the magic square as long as the black king is planted on d7. You can't move it.
What can I say? Mishra knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. So there's there's a lot of door knocking going on, but no one has to open up and answer. Very interesting stuff. So a lot more technical, and but being able to dive down into the reason behind it and understand why Mishra should be holding this, I think is a fantastic little bit. That said, you know, we've said the same thing about some of the other games as well. Think about Giri von Forest, for example, where we were thinking, okay, this is going to be a relatively straightforward draw, and now look what happens. We've got Torture with white instead winning the game. So there's still plenty of opportunity for mistakes to be made.
We have endless number of endgames, you know? Endless number of endgames with quite fun learning opportunities. I don't even know where to go.
What do we fancy next?
Like, for example, Arjun is winning, but he still has to make some... Well, no, he is going to just win. That's all. What about the game Maurizi? We haven't been there for some time.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's been quite a while. We've just had a good move played on the board as well. This is the position after bishop a4 is played on move 43. So important to note, they have reached the first time control. The players have had additional time, and they have to make it to move 60 if they want any additional time on their clocks now. On the surface, I'm looking at this going, rook d4 looks pretty strong for black.
Yeah, it's kind of a tempting move. Trying to capture one of the pawns.
All of black's pawns are on dark squares, so the light squared bishop for white needs to work together with the rook to be impactful. I feel like there's a lot of pressure coming white's way here, and I don't see the white counterattack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I'm actually a
also
little bit
wondering.
surprised. Like, the bar is only slightly in favor of black.
Probably there is some counterplay in some situations. I don't know. I don't see what.
I can't see it. It looks crushing. Well, as in, like, it's so easy to see how to play this for black, and I'm struggling to see what the plan should be for white. Maybe the super GMs in chat can help us out here. You're
Maybe
holding this
bishop
position.
What about bishop b5? And after rook e4 to go a6.
And if you just take so that there's no white pass pawn to potentially think about, is the idea then to try and infiltrate with the rook and play against g7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I have to do something, and I have to give up one of the pawns.
And I guess if you play king e7, then you can play rook a7 and the king has to come back to d6.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't know what's the point for me.
But I think critically, the rook still doesn't have other entry squares. So once you play king d6... so you want to use b8 as an entry square or b6. Okay.
Yeah, for some reason it's... I'm not
That makes a
getting
lot of sense.
support. Interesting. Why rook b7 is so bad?
Oh, if your king's on d6 and you're looking and you're holding, like you're within touching distance of c5, c6, c7, is it just saying you're queening the c pawn? Is that all it is?
Well, somehow it's being pushed. Yeah, it's a problem.
Is it that
I don't
simple?
know. Maybe I should just come with the king. You know.
When in doubt, push a pawn, right?
Well, I then bring the king. And if takes c5, c4, I would like to... Crazy. I don't understand.
And
Yeah,
now
it's
you
important that the king on f2.
You can. Oh, I see. So you can't just play c3 here. Because my thinking was that even though
But
the king
c3 rook g6. Anyway. And going to c6.
Okay.
But still, it's definitely much better not to have the king on the first rank, because whenever the pawn is pushed, it's going to be a check. It's also more important to get closer with the king. So those things I understand. So black played knight a6, not rook d4, because he wants to bring his knight to b4 out of the box.
Yeah, rook d6 is rook d4 for black is a square you can jump to at any time. If you're not forced to do it right now and you can find another way to improve your position, then why not?
Yeah, it's an interesting way, because the black knight can be much more valuable here and still play rook d4 at some point, or to play knight d3 or knight c2, knight d4, so black can give quite a lot of headache for white.
And white doesn't have the counterpunch of a6 because the rook is still on d6, so it's very adequately covered. So black can take his time and try and find something else, maybe improve the position of the king before coming in with rook d4. There's no pressure to do that immediately if he doesn't want to. Nice.
Yeah. In the meantime, we have another game running. We haven't been there for quite some time in the Anish game. In the Anish game,
yeah.
what we have...
Pain for Jordan.
Yeah, this is the position we are having at the moment. So white is ready to go to b6 and grab the a6 pawn. Yeah, for white, it's not so difficult to win.
Yeah, there's no cheeky checks. For example, if you're thinking like a knight e6 check, fine, king b6. It covers c5, so you can't go there forking the pawns. And the pawn on h4 covers g5, so the knight can't hop in and steal a glance at the pawn on e4.
And how important victory it will be for Anish. After this game, if he wins, he climbs up for 6.5.
A very, very strong
reaching to catching up Bluebaum.
With the leaders.
And also together with Firouzja. And also Vincent will be also on number 1. And then we have to see what Niemann is doing. It's a draw. So there will be a 4 tie, right? Bluebaum.
Yep. With 2 rounds to go.
Keymer and Anish. And of course the chasing group after that.
And then you have to resist looking at tie breaks. Maybe you wait until after tomorrow's round where you say, okay, if there are still 4 leaders after tomorrow's round, then you're starting to calculate tie breaks furiously to work out. I actually don't know. I don't know precisely what the rules are going to be. I'm sure the organizers and arbiting team will know, but if there are only 2 spots available for the candidates, that's going to become a very important conversation for us on the stream. After tomorrow's broadcast, we're going to have to do a lot of homework and a lot of maths. I think I would much rather calculate rook and pawn endgames than tournament tiebreaks, I think.
Well, but that will be it will be heartbreak for some. But can you imagine playing when you're not sure how the tie breaks are working it out? I mean, I remember when we were playing, actually it was a team match. It was the Olympia 2010 in Hanti-Mansisk, and we are continuously calculating what happens if we don't win, we make only a draw. I remember, I think Israel was in the chase. Not even in the chase, they just came on the side and eventually they took the medal. Took it front of our nose. We were fighting it until we were chasing the medal. We were there in the front. And at the final prize giving ceremony, we were not on the stage.
And sometimes the results away from the crucial boards are the ones that actually determine the tie breaks as well, because there are some tie break systems where it depends on how well your opponents have been doing. So if you beat someone in the tournament early on, actually them losing in the final round can affect your tie breaks because they, I don't know, affect the average performance of your opponents or something. And even that can change who qualifies for the candidates. I don't know for sure what the tiebreak system is, but that sort of thing is very, very possible in tournament chess.
Well, this is what exactly happened when we played as a team for Hungary second time in 1990, playing in the Novi Sad Olympiad, and we won because we were on the lucky side. But I remember so vividly experiencing it. We were playing in a sport hall, and you had this on the gallery part. We were sitting. I remember sitting with the captain of our team, Laszlo Hazai. He was also my coach. And we finished, the Hungarian team finished the event. And we were still waiting. Also, the Soviets finished the event. So none of the games were still running. But we had to wait the board number 52. What is that team going to be finishing with? Because the secondary tiebreak calculation was, as you said, that whose opponents made more points. And this is why we were like sitting there for 1 hour, and we understood that it's not in our hands whether we are going to receive gold or we are going to receive silver. So that was a very stressful hour. And there I said, okay, this doesn't make any sense to be playing in such an event where we made an incredible performance in matches, in points, and completely other people who are not racing for the medal, it's going to be decided. So we were on the lucky side, and we won this way the second time the Olympiad, but it's very heartbreaking situation.
Oh,
But okay,
I've got
let's see.
I've got some good news for people in the chat. If you want to actually study the tie breaks in further detail, you can. While we're busy guessing, you don't need to guess. You can hit ! tie in the chat, and that will give you the details for what the tie breaks are going to be. But the first tie break is the average rating of your opponents. So you take your lowest rated opponent throughout the tournament, remove them, and the remaining opponents, you calculate their average rating. And the player who has the average opponent average rating will be the winner, and that's tiebreak number 1.
Okay,
So
but this means that you know in advance. So this means that you know before the start of the game that what results affects you in what way, just by the results. So
yes, that's right.
And actually, it's a very logical one. I remember during my career in the nearly 4 decades, it was always, well, 3 decades more, it was always an issue whenever there was a tie break. It was always a discussion when you were on the wrong side. Why are these tie breaks like this? It has to be some different one. But this makes a lot of sense because it means that you made the same number of points against a stronger opposition. So this is something makes a lot of sense.
But that means then that if you are a player who has played Gukesh, Arjun, Prag, for example, and maybe like Firouzja or Keymer as well, if you have most of those names on your opponent's copybook at the end of the tournament and you are tied for first, then you're almost guaranteed to have a candidate spot.
Yeah, but some of the players who are going to be in tie, probably they also played against very strong players. And this is why that the rule is that out of the 11 opponents, you have to take away the weakest one. So this way, because maybe in round 1 you played against someone, so this way it's kind of equaling out, I think. So it's pretty fair. But as we all know, it's everything when we talk about the turning points, the edge on things to decide. It's always very painful and very difficult. But at least the players will know it exactly what's the situation.
Oh, thank you very much. Folks, I have a little bit of fun for the nerds in chat as well who want to calculate all of the tiebreak scores. You actually don't have to. If you're following the games through chess.com/events, bear with me. Once you get into the Grand Swiss, obviously you look at the games tab quite a lot because you're flipping through all of the games of the players here. You can click the results tab and you might be thinking, fine, John, I click the results tab, so what? I see everyone's rating and their points. Yep, that's great. You see the crosshair, but if you hover your mouse over the points, you actually see the tiebreak score. So you don't need to calculate it. It's there calculated for you in case you wanted to take a look. So that's a great little bit of a tip if you'd like to be following what's going on with the tiebreak scores over at chess.com/events. Thank you very much, team. Appreciate that. That's awesome. What other endgames have we got here for our lesson today, Judith? Where are we looking?
Well,
yeah. It's king and pawn versus king in Erdogmus.
Yeah.
Defending against MVL. Looks like that's going to be over
well, it's a last
momentarily.
trick. No, not even a last trick. No, there is no trick left for black.
No last tricks, I'm afraid.
No last trick. Okay, Vincent is still working working to have his victory. Yeah, then Anish will
Covered
be
most of the other
collecting it.
games.
Niemann will be a draw because black have the setup, having the queen there.
Sam
The
Sevian has just resigned, so Arjun has won on board 7.
And we're going to see on Saric Nepomniachtchi also shortly a draw because black will have to exchange the rooks. So that will be going to that direction. So we see Maurizi Junjanji. That can develop to a victory for black because white cannot win. White made a move h4, a breakup on the king side. Very difficult, very great chances for black to win. And we see Pragnananda finishing with a draw. We see Firouzja is trying to collect the full point. 2 pawns. Oh no, it's only 1 pawn up. There are still some struggle, but it's very difficult to see where the counterplay can be from white. But it's not so easy. It's not over yet.
I'll tell you what. May I please suggest board 16?
You found something.
I did, and it's because we haven't covered Vachier Sindarov too much in this tournament, at least not to date, because if I'm honest, he had a little bit of a rocky start. He had 2 draws, then a loss to Chaparinov, and then another draw before he started winning, but he's found his form a little bit now, and he has an opportunity to try and convert the full point here. We're on move 44, so we're not scrambling to race to move 40. The next time control where you get 15, 1-5 that is, minutes added is at move 60. And he has an opportunity here to try and win the game after h5 on move 44. So we'll see what Sindarov continues with, but our silicon friend here is suggesting one of either f3 or g4.
Yeah, to block the pawn on black square. That's very sensible. If black would be a move playing g4, that would create great chances for a draw for black. g4 I like quite a lot. Playing g4, but also starting with f3 and after that to play g4 is quite sensible, I believe. After f3, maybe I would be going h4. Bishop g5. Well, simplifying and giving exchange the pawns, and then rook h2, let's say, and then grab that pawn. So the less pawn we have, the better chances black has. But of course, g4 is also quite appealing. Yeah, g4 is very unhappy for black. I mean, if Sindarov is not winning this game, he'll be very unhappy. This I can tell you.
I guess one thing I want to ask is if we end up in a situation where the black pawns are all blocked up on dark squares, I get why that's important. But the rook on b2 pinning the bishop to f2, and also, I guess, g2 as it currently stands also is quite useful. So is there any way for the white king to get involved? Otherwise, are you just having both sides taking pawns and it becomes a bit of a race? Is there anything that white has to do to stop black from getting in?
But where would you like to get in? Like after g4, what is your plan?
So let's say g4, I don't know, even making an example, h takes g4, h takes g4.
Okay.
I guess my question is, if black plays what does a sensible looking move look like here? Maybe king e6?
Mm-hmm.
And white wants to come in with rook a6 and start to mop up.
d5.
Then you can, if white takes the black pawn on g5, you're then losing f2, and it feels like Oh. Never mind.
No.
Never mind. That was a lot worse. Yeah, exactly. Hang on a second. But in principle, what I'm saying is rather than just slowly taking the pawn and winning, it feels like there was a situation. It feels like there are many situations where white's taking some pawns and also black, and there's some counter chances available. So how do you do this in a way that shuts out the opposition and makes it clear that you're playing for 2 results? Feels a bit tricky still.
Well, it is tricky. I think first of all, I would play f3, so my pawn is not attacked. Eventually, I'm happy to put my king on e4. So if you go rook b3 check, I'm going to go rook king e4, rook b2, then I push. Whenever I have an opportunity to push your king back and cut, I will do it. And once you go back, I'm going to be playing probably king d3. This is one option. At some
Can you
point,
play rook b3
maybe,
again, though, when you do that?
Yeah, 1 second. I was also thinking to take on g5. So after that, if you take, I may, I don't know, go king f5. But then you go rook b3. So maybe here I should do something better than that. And what about bishop f6? So bishop goes somewhere. I don't know.
The black rook is just so annoying.
Yeah, here I should be going somewhere with, because I would want to somehow to go king f5. But of course, the less pawn, the more chances for black. So I'm thinking, if I go king d3, you want to go here. I go king e2, and maybe you can even go e4, you know, and go rook g3. And then I go bishop takes, and I have this intermediate move, king d3, and I should be winning. So it's not easy to win, but you need, if you have the patience, you're ready to focus and calculate, you should win the game.
There's plenty to calculate for sure. It's not simple, but the good news is, of course, he's 33 minutes playing 10. So Chagayev here trying to look for any possible resource in the book to get something out of this game. But Sindarov looking like he's on course for victory here.
Yeah. In the meantime, maybe we can jump to Nepo's game, because I think they're going to be finishing. And I just thought to take a look what is going on, because now they have exchanged. So what is there anything that black can play for? This is what I want to see. Of course, if the king would be, let's say, on e1 kind of and push f2, that would be win. But what happens if, let's say, white just goes? Let's see how it's lost. You see, this is, for example, a clear blunder. White loses the game because it blocks the bishop.
Yeah, you can't get back in time. You just play f3, don't you?
On no, because after f3, I go king f3 and I'm fine. But black goes d3 first. And when I take it, f3, and nothing can stop. Because on bishop e6, black goes king h4, and there is no way back for the bishop.
Oh, wow. And it's because the pawn on d3 is now blocking those squares that it's a that is really nice.
It's a nasty thing. So white can't go wrong. So probably what happens, for example, if I go bishop c4 first, f3, king e4, king d5, threatening to take the pawn, bishop goes here, king e4, king g4, obviously, and then, well, basically black, the easiest, I think, to go bishop f1, and then go king d3, and this bishop holds up the pawn, and whenever it's exchanged, or just in the next move, I go c3. Yeah. But okay, of course, it's a sportive event, so you still want to give the opportunity for your opponent to make a mistake, because we've seen such mistakes, even on the highest level. You lose concentration, you think it's just over, and you make a mistake. the way you don't want to make a mistake, right? So
well,
it's,
exactly. And speaking of that, Anish Giri has claimed the full point now. Jordan von Foreest has resigned. So Giri has joined the leaders, and a very similar situation to the one you've just described there, Judith.
well, now King D5 would be a bigger mistake, as Van Forest was doing, but it's very painful what Jordan was actually experiencing. But okay, he went down in time, you know, and you cannot do it, because in some situations you can make a mistake without any doubt, and well, that's what it is. Let's go back to Firouzja. What do you think?
There is some psychological pressure as well. 1 hour and 14 minutes plays 10. So, you know, you never know when someone's going to make that mistake. So you're absolutely right, Judith. Just keep pressing, because the critical moment when someone's going to make a mistake, if we all knew that in advance, then we don't need to guess and we don't need to press. So you always have to keep the pressure up. Exactly right. And it's that's one of the great things about sport. So yeah, this is Nihal Sarin, Alireza Firouzja, and still very much fighting here with, I think, Firouzja continuing to press, and Nihal really not enjoying this position anymore, not after that c-pawn got blundered.
Well, there is nothing to be enjoying here with the white side, and so much energy was taken away from Nihal and Alireza as well. But you know how it is when you have a great position out of all these stressful moments. You are always happy, and Black has quite a lot of ideas, I believe. White played Rook F2 because he does not like this second rank occupation by the Rook.
Mm-hmm.
But, well, I believe Black wants to go Rook C1. But then Rook F1 I would go. It's not easy to win at all, you know? And Nihal is not going to give up so easily.
So, if the rooks came off the board, is it significantly easier to draw? Is that just drawing?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a draw, but definitely White has a relief. And White has the bishop pair, which is very beneficial. An A pass pawn is always very cool. So White wants to exchange, Black doesn't want to exchange because losing a lot of the opportunities. Maybe the idea is for Black the best to go Rook C3 and then to go also Rook A3. Bishop D4 you don't want to allow. If there is an exchange with the Black square bishop, that would be horrible for White. So after Rook C3, White would be probably making a move like this. Rook E2, trying to attack. So the bishop cannot move because of the E6 pawn is under attack. So let's say Black goes King F6. Black could be increasing the pressure if, let's say, Black goes G5, G4, Knight goes to F4, Knight goes to H3, for example. It could be quite annoying for White. And at the same time, White has to be careful a lot, because once White is pushing the pawn, for example, here, it would be very easily missing the point for White, because Knight F3 and then capturing the B5 after Rook B2 and capturing the pawn. So it's very dangerous for White when he's going to start pushing the pawn.
So you have to time that very carefully and make sure that you know
absolutely.
what's happening all the way to the queening square.
Absolutely. So I'm not sure at all if Alireza will be able to convert this game. But that for Nihal will give him the hardest time to do so, that is clear. Because he's fighting here for his life. He wants to qualify. He wants to play in the candidates tournament. He has the moment of his life if he wins. Well, he cannot win this, but if he saves the game, it means that he's still tying for first. 2 rounds to go. So this would make his life so difficult if he would lose this. And which means that you're going to be fighting and focusing until the last breath.
So Nihal Sarin here, fighting till the last breath, as you heard. And a very different situation to, oh, if nothing's happening, I'm just going to push a pawn. Actually, very precise calculation required just to get into a position where it could maybe turn out to be a draw if we have a mistake from Alireza Firouzja. Plenty to fight for still, and we're going to find out who ends the round top of the leaderboards here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. For now, we're going to a quick break. Top up your teas and coffees, ladies and gents, and we'll catch you in a few.
I'm gonna guess real Gotham or AI Gotham. Here we go. Why on earth would you play that? I think that's AI.
It is.
All right.
1 for 1.
Yes, 1 for 1. That move makes no sense. That one's real. Makes no sense. Has to be real. It's real.
Fake.
What?
It's AI.
Makes no sense? Was,
yeah.
No chance. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Makes no sense. What? Oh my gosh. And he sacrifices the rook! That one was fake. That had to be AI.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the rook one didn't. It wasn't guttural enough. What the heck is this move? I feel like it was too high pitched. Was that AI?
It was AI.
Oh my! It was like I don't think I hit like a. Okay, there's one more. Let me tell you something right now. Building a chess website is not easy. Right? Chess.com built their website for 17 years, still being built. That had to be real. That one was like 10 seconds long. So I was like, okay. Oh, so there was 4 AI and 1 real one. And I went 3 out of 4 on the AI ones? Okay.
Hey, we're here with Grandmaster Sara Asabayeva, and she played against Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana at the Granky tournament, and you had this position, I believe it was black to play.
Yeah, it was black move and we was in the strong take note. Firstly, he told me that he planning to play rook d1, and I also, because we have position like something like here, and I don't want to play queen d8 because of rook d1, then I noticed that I can play knight f6. And here, okay, it's equal position. If he will play queen b8, we can take and take on h6. It's a draw. But he tried to do something more and he played h5. And after knight e7, it's a bad position for black because I want to play queen g8. He played queen b8 and I played queen d5. Here I realized that I have big advantage because I want to take on f7, take on e4. Also at some moment maybe knight c6. And also we have seconds. He can't play something like queen d6 because I can take and take on rook on b1. I think he played rook b6. After queen e4 it's maybe just a little bit better position, but of course I take here. Okay, he played h4. If I'm not mistaken, something like here, I can play rook e5 and I think it's over for black because after h take g3, I can play queen h5, just take on e5 and the game is over. And he can move his bishop because of rook h5 and mate in 2, but I didn't saw it unfortunately. I give a check, rook h6, check, g6, check, take on a6. I think my king was on h2 actually, because I think he take and I play king g2. Yeah, and he take here and... Okay, you know what is funny? I can't explain knight a5 move. Firstly, I thought, of course, I can take on g6, but I calculate something like f1, take, check, king g2, and in my mind, his queen also is on e2. I don't know how. I even can play king f2, king c2, and it's draw. But in my mind, king was on e2, and I thought like king g1, queen e3, king g2, queen h3, and I'm losing. And I was shocked, and then maybe I panic and play knight a5, f5. But you know what's the most interesting fact? That we are finished the game immediately after knight a5 because of f1 and queen b5. But after the game, I told him that I can play just rook f6. He said, yeah, it's probably good to move, but black don't have any normal move because they can't move queen from 8 rank because of queen g1 mate. And okay, it's around +2. It's not easy to win, but it's winning position.
Welcome back to the 2025 FIDE Grand Swiss. Many of the games now have reached their conclusion, but many of them are now in endgame grinds, whether it's one player struggling to grind out the victory or whether it's just about a tensely held together draw. There's a lot of action still to go in the playing hall in Samarkand. Let's go ahead and take a look at where things are at with the top 10. Judith, I regret to say that there is a chance that John being here and automatically having 5+ decisive results in the top 10, there's a chance that that might not happen today. I think I should still be okay, but I'm not feeling as confident as I have been on the other days.
Well, I think there can be easily 5 decisive games.
But I want 6 or 7. I'm not sure I'm going to get
Yeah,
that.
7 I can give you good chances for that. No. I wouldn't bid on that, but we have 3 for the moment. Anish won. Vachier-Lagrave won. Arjun also collected a full point. And right now, who are still chances, of course, the Vincent supposed to win. He shouldn't. Actually, it's going to be resignation in a few seconds. Yeah. The problem is for Maghsoodloo, by resigning this game, he's also saying goodbye of qualification spot. And then we have Firouzja, who wants to qualify. He has a winning position or very close to it. Very difficult with white to defend. At the same time, very difficult, but some very practical chances for white to defend. So it's not clear, but that can be a decisive game. And of course, the Maurizi Yuyanji game is also, you never know what happens. So 5 is realistic, 4 for sure.
All right. Well,
so you can still hope.
Okay. We'll be keeping an eye on that. There's another game where I want to be holding out a bit of hope simply because it's really exciting and I'm very keen to see what happens. It's board 12. It's off of this screen, Judith. And it is Nicholas Theodorou against Richard Rapport, where in the current position, Richard has a queen.
Don't say it. It's secret.
I'm so confused as to what's going on here.
Because actually, I wanted to start from here. You know, white just played A5. So there are 2 pass pawns, right? White has a pass pawn and black. But black did not capture on A5, but played knight F6. After A6, so there is a race going on. White goes king G1, black goes H2. Thinks that I can win the game. I'm going to be queening. And then black goes rook G3. So white has nothing better than giving up the H1 square, the control. H1 queen. But he's not resigning, even though that the knight is hanging. White is playing A7, trying to queen. Unbelievable. And black has nothing better. I mean, the unfortunate story is for black that it's the king is here, so white is going to queen with the check, unless queen a8, and then king g4.
Oh no, Richard. So black's plan is to get the king all the way to b7, but I mean, on the surface, you get the king to b7, move the queen out of the way, queen, exchange, and then you would go, therefore white's winning. But there's still 2 other pawns for black.
What do you think about this move? What do you think about this move? It's a study-like move. Look at that. Queen a7 would lose. Because if pushing back to the 7th rank the king, and then rook a7, skewer.
Spots all the tactics in the position. That would be a horrible way to lose the game.
Yeah, that would be awful. So, I mean, white can play for tricks, but obviously black would go, for example, h5, and I think game would be over. Because after rook takes, queen g2, king h4, and what happens?
I was about to say, the pawn's still on a7, so you have to be a little careful.
Well, you just take it away to your pocket, and then it's not there.
Yeah, exactly. Classic coffee house blitz.
What to do? What to do if you can't take that off? I mean, I can place my queen to f3 to go here, but even then, what did I gain? Maybe king f6? If not king f6, what can I do?
This is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. I completely agree with you. It's ridiculous. But okay, talking about ridiculous, what if I don't play rook h2? I mean, the question is there any way that white can lose? Probably there is.
Your opponent has a queen on the board and you don't, so I feel like by default there's got to be ways you can lose. There's this sort of turned from this is really quite interesting, little bit of a technical endgame, and it sort of it became quite crazy quite quickly.
Okay, I go knight a4, take my pawn.
Pull my finger. No, Judith, I refuse.
I'm so generous, giving up the pawn.
Wow, this is so great.
Maybe
I'm not going to take your pawn. I'll play king d5 instead. That'll show you.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So king f6. No, we need to.
Yeah, the thing is that you can
fun.
take my rook, but you're not going to be happy with that either. Queen b3 check, king h4. If your king would be on f5, that would be a nice mate.
Is it possible to play queen takes rook, then queens, and then queen f2 check and find? Oh no! I'm looking for ways to. I'm looking for ways to force the game to.
You can still lose by playing queen b6.
You take the knight, maybe. Aye.
But why is it not losing? Because queen e6 you save. You save with queen e6.
Oh wow. I did not think there was a saving move there. I thought that was just lost.
It's not so easy to lose, you know? If you have a pretty good position, it's not so easy to lose. So... yeah. So what can you do? Maybe h5. Maybe h5. Because for example, it's possible to lose, you see? Because queen f3 and now I'm losing. You see, I succeed. Here, king f5. Bye-bye. If king g5, you go queen g3, and then king f6. Bye-bye. Not completely, but
king
why?
f5? Bye-bye?
No, because here rook f2. Yeah, king f5. I misplayed it. I'm sorry. Yeah, important. So check on h3, right? So king h5 is not possible to take. You have to be smart. I think this is also losing. Not losing.
I think chat said it best. Having people say, "Oh, what a position! This is incredible," and then someone just goes, "Richard is a psycho."
By the way, h5. We are on the board. Knight a4, h5.
I love it. Come on, Richard. Let's go. This is what we stay up to watch.
No, Richie always gives us hope.
Look, you've got how many other players in the playing hall, Judith, impress us with like incredible 25-minute opening preparation? And sometimes it feels like Richie decides to start his preparation on move 35.
He always comes up with some original ideas. He will not give up. But this is a fun endgame. Very fun. And it's easy still. Well, white is not going to make this mistake of king h5. He will be... My question is king h4 a mistake? Yes. Yes, but why?
Why?
Queen f3. That's why.
Okay, that counts as a net, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so king g5 on the move. King g5 only move.
Well, you could also go back, right? Can you not go back to
king g3?
Like g3, for example, and you've got no queen f3, or I'm not.
Maybe even king h3. You want to say? No, king h3.
No,
should be...
g3. I'm thinking.
Even king h3 is a draw.
But king h3, you've got queen f3, don't you?
King h2.
Oh. Okay.
And knight is a8 and knight c5 next. Yeah.
I like that. Knight c5.
Yeah, white is not going to be blundering that.
Let's get these pawns rolling, boys. Oh, very good.
You know, we have another very fun endgame. I don't know if we have several positions.
Yes, we should come back to this later because now that it's 18 minutes plays 8, if this game is still going on 10-15 minutes from now, it might actually get quite interesting with just a few minutes on the clock. So if this is the best opportunity we have to take a look at the other games before they conclude, I think.
I think we should jump actually. I wanted to jump somewhere else, but we can't do this to our viewers. We have to go to Maurizi Yuanji because we haven't been there for some time.
Or 10.
And after all, they are the top 10 guys. Top words.
Wait, what? Okay, this is me looking at the eval bar, not the position. But if I remember correctly, when we left this game last, Yu Yang Yi was about to press for a win. That is not what it looks like anymore.
No, he's still pressing for a win. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, wasn't it like -2 or something?
I don't see how minus was. I just saw that it was worse for white.
Like when he could play rook d4, was it? And then he was just completely in control.
Well, let's go back to this point. This is more or less where we stopped, and white started to open up the position with h4. And then takes rook h3 was a mistake. But if not rook h3, I mean, that was the idea. So probably bishop b5 must have been the move. Or something like that, because white continued according to his plan. And then rook d4, rook h4, rook e4. But rook c4 was possible. Maybe rook c4 first was a much better idea. But okay.
Rook takes e4, I guess, makes sense in the sense that you can't push the g pawn. There's like
and then he started to give up all these pawns. You see? And now he did not make the best move with black. He should have fastened the push of the pawn, by playing rook c1. He went rook f4, rook f6, c4.
Okay.
And now he went rook e6. Though I'm questioning this move because I have a question here. Why not g5? Because I thought if c3 I could go here, and c2 is not possible because of takes, and g7. But probably something else.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that would be very winning for white.
Because in this position, black just goes e4. And on g7, c2, and black comes arrives
that blocks
with a
line
check.
of sight.
Okay. So... But maybe, yeah. So he went rook e6.
And is that just picking everything up?
Well, if c3, just rook e5, I guess. Well,
And if that pawn drops off the board, Judith, it doesn't. It feels like if we are still pressing for a victory, it feels a lot less clear.
This will be a draw. This will be a draw. Then we have another game with Hans Niemann, which is also going to be a draw. It's what, board 5. Nothing is really happening for quite some time, I believe. Well, we don't see how black will... No, but hold on. Hold on. On king b6? Oh, yeah, bishop c7. Yeah.
This is where we were saying as long as the black king stays on d7.
Yeah, nothing can go wrong.
This is my playpen. No one's coming in.
Okay, so we can go to some fun endgame. So what I wanted to show is the game.
Where are we going next?
Arjun. 1 second. 1 second, I have to pick that game up. Let's see if I can bring that up. Okay, look how funny endgame it is. Arjun Chopra versus Injich.
Earth?
It's not very common that we have this endgame. 2 rooks versus rook and bishop.
I'm used to rook and bishop versus rook. I've heard that before.
The good news is even if black loses one of the rook, it's still a draw.
There aren't that many endgames where you can say if you drop a rook, it's still a draw.
No, there is not much. No. But what I'm trying to figure out, is there a way that black can win? How can white go wrong? I just don't see any way that... You know, there are ways to lose. For example, if the last move, I'm just trying to think how. For example, I think bishop d4 is losing. You see?
Instantly.
This would lose because of rook f4, I think. And black is threatening to take the bishop. And if king a3, then I go rook b3, king a2, and rook
d3.
But look how beautiful. Rook b2 is also a win. It's beautiful, isn't it? If the king goes to a3, rook f3, yeah, and if this, then we go rook a4, and we just make a pass, right? So this wins. Okay, so bishop d4 would be a losing move. But he played, of course, right, and he played bishop e5. But for example, it would be possible to lose this way also. Oh, I find ways, you see. On rook e2, if you go bishop f6, rook e4, rook a6 is losing. Rook e6.
While the king's of opposition, you can't afford to
Because it's
let the
checkmate,
rook
right?
wander. Exactly.
So it means that after rook e4, you go rook a5, and of course it's still a draw. But at least... So if
There's
rook,
still some tricks to try.
Yeah. And after rook b5, you have to go rook a3 or rook a8. But it's important that most of the time you have to avoid putting your bishop and your rook on the same line.
Yeah, you can't allow the bishop to be skewered to the rook at any point.
Yeah, but this is, to be honest, it's a pattern which good to know, and then you can avoid blundering with this.
Getting a rook to a3 also just helps out because you have the bishop and you know that you can play rook c3 to get the king away from opposition. Then you can just play the rook back to a3 if you wanted to, and just ask black, how are you going to make progress?
But I think there also, for example, let's say I go here, rook a3.
You run yourself out of squares.
Yeah, the thing is that it's checkmate after that, right?
Surprise! Yeah, exactly.
But let's say if I just make a move and then you go rook c3, I think it's also losing because I give a check, and when you go out, you will get rook e6, and again threatening the bishop and
oh, you can't stop, mate.
Yeah, so generally speaking, it's very much draw, but still, if you're just making moves like, okay, I cannot lose this game, you can still do it.
The amount, yeah, the amount of resources that black has is more than you would appreciate at first glance. It's just such a problem as well with the king already being on the edge of the board, so there's plenty of mating threats.
You know, I want to go back to Richie's game because it's incredible how tricky this guy is. He's genius.
You found more?
Sorry? Incredible. Look how cool the guy is. H5. And he went... Sorry. What has happened? One moment. He did not
Is that
go
a sideline?
this. No. No, king g4, h5, king g3.
Yep.
This is what we looked at. This is also the draw. King f5. Look at this tricky move, king f5. And if knight b6 would be losing to queen g8, and you cannot go to the second rank because it's check,
because you
queen
take with the rook,
and then you take that, right? You cannot go to h4 because it's checkmate on g4. And you cannot go to f3 because queen b3, check first, and then with the check to a2. If you go king h3...
Same.
Because we get the position which we talked about, that we have to have the king on f5, taking this and giving checkmate on h2.
Mm-hmm.
So the guy is genius. King g3, he goes innocent move king f5, and the best move is to go knight c3. And Nicholas finds it.
What a fantastic find, and what a great question to ask as well from Richie. That is so
E4.
cool.
King f2. So accuracy is needed.
Judith, do you think that maybe king f5 is the kind of move where against many opponents, okay, you would just keep playing, but you're thinking, because it's Richie, I'm going to look deeper just in case?
Well, Richie has that image, yeah. But let's say in the blitz, where you're just playing moves, you can fall into things like that. But,
so easy. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, because otherwise it doesn't make sense, you know? That's the problem. That when you go to king f5, I mean, if knight b6, you have to understand there is a point, right? You have not even another check. So it's clear, but it's nice that he's trying and he made the white go back to c3. It means that he can still fight for longer. And you never know when there is an opportunity, because he's going to be pushing his pawn. Why not? Well, in the other hand, he might also lose if he's not paying attention, because let's say h4, king e3, actually I think he played, yeah? He played h4, king
He played
e3.
h4. h4 is on the board, yeah.
Yeah, let's say king e3, h3, and maybe I just would go knight d5, going from the other direction with the same ideas. And what can white black do? If h2?
Yeah, it's like you have to. Do you have to play h2 just to keep up appearances and swap off?
And what can I do with white? Maybe I have to take this. Yeah, but this is not so funny for white. Yeah, okay, this is a draw, but it's not so funny. You can...
Still things to try. It feels very unpleasant.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's a draw because you cannot do anything. I mean, I keep my rook here, I keep my rook there, and I just move with my king back and forth. So you cannot do anything. But okay, white's time ticking, and you know,
crazy.
I mean, you're not happy to give up the
fact
A7.
that Report found additional traps, additional resources in that position, still giving chances to tempt his opposition into a fatal mistake. Absolutely love to see it. And also a great example of if you have a queen on the board and your opponent doesn't, there's always plenty of tricks. Always difficult in these sort of endgames.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. There are some interesting stuff going on in other games also. Let's see.
Or Parham is still struggling on. But it looks like the push a pawn approach seems to be what Vincent Keymer is now starting to do. So I have a feeling that sooner or later we're going to be forced to sacrifice one of the remaining pieces so that there's no queen. And at that point, I think the game is over.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mishra is back down to 1 minute on the clock. I don't know if the extra 15 minutes has been added yet on move 60. I suspect it still needs to get added, and it's not quite as dramatic as the top right of your window necessarily suggests. But Niemann still continuing to press, and we actually have... No, we've got nothing being taken, but we're still trying.
Yeah, they are fighting it out. Maybe we go back to Nihal's game. What do you think?
Nihal, let's take a look and see.
Because we haven't been there.
No, we haven't. Ali Reza Firouzja down to 3 minutes on the clock. And this is absolutely vital to the outcome of the tournament as a whole. Remember, the top 2 spots go to the candidates tournament for a shot at the World Championship. This is the position after bishop c6 on move 55. Let's see what we're looking at here. Still very much Ali Reza pushing. But with the passed pawn on the A file, there's some counter threats from white if black doesn't finish this off relatively quickly.
Yes, but there is a very serious difference compared to when we left it here, because some moves ago, what has happened? The pawn was still standing on h2. So this was for a long time. This was going on. And then at some point, White decided to go h4 to free the bishop from g1 to be able to go somewhere if it wants to. So after that, knight c3, bishop b6. Bishop b6, what is the idea? The idea is that black cannot take this because of bishop d8 check, and the bishop would be hanging. So this is why after bishop b6, black went knight e4 back. So it means that this move was blundered, maybe, from black side. Bishop c6, pushing away the knight, but the knight is not moving. He goes bishop g3. I would think knight g3 was better. I think this was better. Maybe knight d2 check. I think this could be very unpleasant. I mean, this rook on the second, it's a killer. And on king h1, I think black can now go bishop g3 or bishop c3 and then push e5 possibly. But this not happened. What happened was bishop g3.
So I'm guessing, is it the only move for white to play the same idea you had earlier, where it's bishop d8 check and everything else drops the pawn? Or is there something
I'm not
better
sure
than
I'm in a rush, to be honest. I'm not sure I will be going bishop d8 immediately. What about going rook f1?
Yep. And black obviously can't capture because bishop d8, and if you're not careful, you drop the bishop. But
maybe bishop
very
f2?
unpleasant.
No. Maybe knight d2. It's not so easy to win the game. No matter how many tricks the bar plays on me.
Is there a particular pattern or a particular place you want to be placing your pieces as black, where you can say, if I achieve this position, I'm guaranteeing victory? Like what?
Well, for example, I would love to have my knight on f4, because after
Okay.
that, rook h2 and knight e2, knight h3s would work, you know?
Yep.
But for now, that's kind of, I know that it's not a legal move to go knight f4. But for example, yeah.
Yeah, it
So
would take
rook
quite some
f1
time to get there.
Rook f1 is one of the move. Then maybe somewhere else is better to go. Maybe to c1. But after going to c1, then bishop f4 seems to be powerful, and then knight g3 is an option. It's extremely dangerous for white. But there are chances also. There are chances, but you have to calculate, you have to be extremely careful.
You'll have a little bit more time to do that shortly. They're on move 56 right now.
Rook b1.
Once they get to move 60, they'll have 15 minutes added, which means that just under 2 minutes, we've got 4 moves to play for Alireza Firouzja. And he is the player at the moment who's pressing, looking for a way, looking for a chance to take home the full point. Of course, if he's able to do that, that puts him a very, very big step closer to finishing in the top 2 of the tournament. Nihal Sarin, on the other hand, will keep fighting until the end, and with the bishop here and with opportunities for Alireza to go wrong, like you've demonstrated to us, Judith, it is still possible to turn this around. The problem is, if there's one player who's unlikely to give you a big blunder under time pressure, unfortunately, it's Alireza Firouzja. He absolutely loves playing with little time on the clock. Doesn't bother him in the slightest.
Well, he's having his wish in that sense, because he's under 1 minute by now. And it's move 56. He went bishop f2. What is this bishop f2? What is this bishop f2? What about this? After this, bishop b6. Okay, this is not so good for white. Maybe just bishop takes. Knight f2.
Yeah, what happens if you exchange?
Well, probably not much good happens. Maybe black can just play e5. And then e4, knight. I mean, the rook stands incredibly well. So, but you know what? What about check? And the rook is standing perfectly if you go back to the 7th rank. And after king e5, if bishop here, black goes king d4. But why is this so good for black? a5? a5 rooks. But hold on, maybe bishop b6 was possible. Well, it's crazy difficult. It's a minefield.
White's making some progress here for sure, especially if you can push a5, but it does look like a lot of checks on the dark squares here against the black king. I'm not seeing where it feels like Nihal needs one more motif or one more idea as a follow-up to make that a bit more concrete.
What happens if bishop d8, king e5? I think it's not possible, yeah? Rook d1. Because probably black can go simply sneak in. That would not lead anything good for white. So bishop d8 is the move.
Okay.
But you know, in the meantime, Yu Yanji is winning the game.
Wait, what?
Yu Yanji is winning the game. You hear it right.
Well, he was piling on an awful lot of pressure earlier against Moritzi, and then it looked like it was possibly petering out into a draw, and now there might be another opportunity for Yu Yanji to take the victory. Let's find out why that is. If we zoom into the game, the last move played was rook to d4, and that appears to be a blunder. The question is, why is that move a blunder?
There is some funny line I'm looking. What happens if knight d5, king d3?
Yeah, sure.
Knight f4. You cannot take because of king e2. King e3, knight g2. So the king has to be moving back, right? And now maybe c2.
Well, when you played knight f4 check, couldn't you just play king takes c3?
Knight e2.
No, the knight. So.
I thought knight e2, but you want to say king b4.
And I'm just saying, if I can swap all of these off, can I just hold the draw? Can I get away with that?
I just don't understand.
This is where we find some
winning. I go back. Wow, this is nice. Look at that. Phew, it's so easy to blunder. Because now you go with the king, and with the rook, I will take it.
Oh, yeah, that does. Okay, so the knight literally just steps back to d5, and now that the king's open on the a file to the check from the rook, that actually loses on the spot. Nice, okay. You just go back to where you came from, and now it's winning without the pawn on c3.
So can I go c2? It means, because I thought that after rook c4, I can force you to take it in some way, and it's either knight e3, knight e3, or knight e1. But you can go, and I thought, how do you draw? If king d2, I wanted rook d1. Rook e4 check. Sorry, rook e4 check, and then you can take it. Sorry, misunderstanding.
Okay.
So after rook c4, After rook c4, maybe knight e1? No. After rook c4 is a draw. But here I was still winning. If knight e1, king e3. No, after knight e1, by the way, you can simply take on c3. So what is winning instead of knight e1?
Can't play c2 here, can you?
No, that will look c2, rook c4, draw. So maybe I have to go back. Maybe here something wins. Can I play c2 here?
I'm thinking c2. I'm thinking
rook c4.
Ideas with rook c5 maybe instead of c2, like to prepare c2. I'm thinking...
No, but I can take on f4 then. Then rook f4.
And rook f4, and you can't... No, yeah, and you can't get there in time.
Okay, work. Let's see. Go back. Rook d. Why rook d4 is losing? This is the question. Why rook d4 is losing? Because I thought that I go all the way around with the knight, and that's the way to win it.
It makes sense, because even after you play knight d5 check, knight f4 check, knight g2 check, the king can't leave the rook.
If
so
now
it's only
rook
black
d5,
that's pressing, but then what?
If now rook c5, it's not going to be win because rook e4 and king c2, I think. So black has to go knight f4, king e3. Knight g2, king d3. What about rook c5 now? Then we said rook e4, right? And king c2.
We did, yeah.
So it has to be king knight e1. Not c2, knight e1, king e3. No, king c3. It was not winning. I can't understand this. So Yuya,
really difficult to find
you know
a
what
breakthrough.
He played? He went rook a4 and gave away the victory. Kind of.
Well, to be fair, you say gave away the victory. Finding it, even if it was on the table, was so difficult. Very hard to see, and it's a minute 13 plays a minute 26.
No, but you know, I checked it because I couldn't stand it. What the computer says, which I'm not so sure that he's right. Knight d5, king d3, and b5.
So is the idea that in the long term, if you're able to get the b pawn involved as well to protect c3, then instead of having to decide basically on a seesaw whether or not something is winning, this just becomes unstoppable?
Yeah. So black played rook a4, rook c4. Rook
well,
c4.
To be fair, it's a blue arrow move now, so it's a lot easier to see when b5 naturally hits the rook on c4, and b5 has been played.
Of course.
Nearly instantly.
Well, it's how can you stop to such a provocation? Maghsoodloo is still fighting, you know?
Oh, he'll still be fighting 2 hours from now, if that's possible, Judith. I think yeah, it's gonna take quite a while. But with Vincent Keymer now just pushing pawns down the board, it's gonna be difficult to stop now. It's just going to take some time.
Yeah.
So does the rook just go back from here? Do we just go rook e4 check and... Do we go rook e4 check and g5 maybe? But this it can't be fast enough, right? Because if it's fast enough, then we wouldn't be then the eval bar wouldn't be where it is.
Well, I guess black is going king d6.
Yeah, and I'm guessing g5 here is just nowhere near fast enough.
No, the thing is, I think that black can just simply go away with check and play b4, and then everything wins. Or exchange the rook and then b4, because that should be maybe not everything, but it looks it's not going to be only one. d5 there.
So we've hit move 60 in this game, folks. The final 15 minutes have been added to the clocks of Maritzi and you, and they will be having a think about whether or not Yu Yang Yi can convert that to a full point. We're going for a break now. The question is, will it be our final break? We don't know yet. It depends on how these endgames pan out. But what we do know is we will catch you after the break. Welcome back to the FIDE Grand Swiss. This is round 9 of 11. We are very much in the closing stages now, but at the same time, these end games are so important, not just to the results of the overall games, but the standings of the tournament, where the big prizes on offer. 2 tickets to the candidates in both the open and the women's section. So Judith, this is really becoming incredibly important.
Yes, we are going to witness some heartbreak moments, I think, shortly, because this game is going on already for quite a long time, already having Queen Rook with 4 pawns versus the Queen, Knight, and Bishop in the game between Parham against Vincent. And, well, it was an incredible performance by Vincent from the opening phase of the game. He came up and made a home preparational move g5 in the early phase, like around 10 or something. And look what we see, because it was about time. And
yep, the king e2 runs into queen d1 checkmate. And if you go a different way and you try and block with the bishop on g1 instead, then I think you have queen f3 check. And unfortunately, that runs into rook d1 on the next move, even if you block again with the bishop. So that is it. This game is finally over, but my God, Parham really put up a fight.
Well, unbelievable performance by Vincent, I must say. He could have been easier, I believe, earlier, but he went on the safe side, which means in the standings that he is 6.5 points. So he's going into the tie just in the last 3 rounds. No better timing than to go to the first place. And look what we have, another game.
So we spent how long on this game trying to figure out how it was going to be a win for black, but ultimately the series of moves that white chose, that Maghsoodloo chose, actually made b5 a very natural move. And after b5 has been found, if we take a look at this position now, I think it's fair to say it looks a lot more one-sided, a lot more winning than it did when the b pawn was still on b7. Like, this is, yeah, very strong stuff.
Well, connected passed pawn are very rarely you have a possibility to stop them, especially rook is cutting off the king. This pawn on g4 is so far away that it would be on g6 at least. Then maybe there would be some chances for white, but this is completely hopeless. It's very unfortunate to Maghsoodloo because he had such a great tournament in the first half. And then some things went wrong for him. And today also, he was quite okay for a long time, but then he made some inaccuracies, not even serious mistakes, but many inaccuracies led him to give opportunities and great chances to Yu Yangji. And he took his chances and won the game.
So black here having to play almost a waiting move, if you like. The pawns are protected on the dark squares by the knight on d5, and therefore you can't just casually push any one of them now. Let's get the rook out of danger first so that it's not in danger of being captured from the king. So rook h2 gets played. Oh, and that's actually the winning move. That is eliminating any counter chances, and Yu Yangyi picks up the full point. So he moves on to 6 out of 9. Very important victory there for the Chinese Grandmaster.
Yes, absolutely. Though he's still there in the chasing pack, but he's not on the first spot in the tournament. Of course, next 2 rounds, as we were discussing it so many times, it is going to be burning in the playing hall because so many people want to do 2 out of 2 in the last 2 rounds, trying to clinch the opportunity to qualify for the first 2 places and get to the candidates, stay in the World Championship cycle.
Let's take a look at what that actually looks like as things stand for those of you who are watching who are going, hang on a second, so what does this actually mean for the standings? First of all, let's make clear the scores that you see here are the scores with the round results already added. Okay, so for example, Bluebaum is on 6.5. It doesn't mean we add another 0.5 and he's on 7. So he's on 6.5. So wherever there's a result, these have already been added on. This is what the current results look like. Nihal Sarin and Alireza Firouzja still, of course, playing their game on board 1. We'll go to that next, but there's no rush. From a tie-break point of view, possible standings, how is this shaping up, Judith? Are we at a point now where you can say, actually, we think we have some favorites to take the candidate spots?
Ooh, it's so difficult to point. I think that Vincent, for example, he has great chances because he's in the form, in the mood to win one game after another. He has just won 3 games in a row against Vidit. No, sorry, 2 games in a row. Yesterday he won against Vidit and today against Maghsoodloo, which was crucial in his moving forward to the qualification spot. He's young, he's talented, he has a great year. So I think everybody is thinking about him also, who can be one of the candidates to play in the candidates tournament.
Right, but speaking of young and talented, if, and it's still an if, Alireza Firouzja defeats Nihal Sarin and he moves on to 6.5, I mean, that is tantalizing. It's also, of course, possible that Firouzja and Keymer move into the candidates. It's 2 spots, not 1. So the result on board 1 is going to be fairly critical. And then we think Hans Niemann, Abhimanyu Mishra is steering towards a draw, but of course a decisive result in that game for any reason, even if it's a blunder in time trouble, will actually result in another player joining the leading pack.
Well, I've seen that they are playing blitzing kind of many moves and they are already having the same position more or less for a long time. Niemann is trying to get a hold on, but Mishra is making a mistake, but Mishra has an incredible tournament. And of course, with the draw, they move forward, but not forward enough. So that's why, of course, Hans is just wants to play until the very, very, very last moment, until he feels that there is a chance.
And if anyone's wondering what the tiebreak situation looks like, so from this screen, Bluebaum, I'm just going to give you guys a tiebreak for the average opponent rating, but with 1 player cut. Bluebaum's tiebreak is 2680. Keymer's is 2654, so Bluebaum is heading that up. And Anish Giri is 2649. And if Alireza Firouzja wins today, his tiebreak will be 2677, so he slots into second place behind Bluebaum if the tournament were to finish today.
Well, yeah, it's good information. Thank you. At the same time, there is going to be some shift because, of course, the players are going to be battling it out against each other. And in the last 2 rounds, so they are going to be taking away from each other points, and also the tie-break ratings average can change a bit. But of course, the players are also taking an account, watching this. What does that mean? Who they are going to be playing with? So they're, of course, calculating. Apart from that, of course, they have to be focusing very much how to play the next game. Vincent, for example, had a very tough day playing more than 6 hours. So he has to go back, recharge the batteries, make again a good choice for tomorrow. I guess they are get to know the players who they are playing with already later tonight. So the players will have to sleep well and be ready for the next day.
Oh, so easy to say, right? Oh, sleep well and everything will be fine tomorrow. I'm not sure I can say that about commentary, let alone playing chess. This is a very grueling tournament with only the 1 rest day for 11 rounds. Firouzja, Nihal, still ongoing there on board number 1. Shall we have a quick duck in to see how that's going? I know we've been on that board a few times now, Judith, but it's so important to the standings and the overall story for what's happening here at the Grand Swiss. I think we just have to take a look at developments. They're on move 63 now, which is important because that means all of the time they have has been added. I think, if I remember correctly, every time we go back to a game after move 60, we have to wait about 1 minute before the extra 15 minutes gets added. So I'm expecting Nihal Sarin to have 27 minutes and Alireza Firouzja to have 19. But that's it. Aside from the increment, that's all the time they're getting for the game.
But hold on. Don't they get after move 61?
Yeah, so I think that still needs to be added.
No, but I think why do they get only when they
No, I
use
think
their
it's just.
time?
I think it's purely a delay in the transmission. I don't think it's anything else. Because move 59, move 60, move 60, they were only using a couple of seconds on each move, I think, for that sequence. So I have a feeling that they still need to bring it in. I suspect it's a DGT thing. There's a chance we're wrong, but according to what we can see on the events page, I think there still needs to be some trigger for the time to get added, and both sides have an extra 15 minutes. So I believe Alireza has more than 4 minutes right now.
Yeah, so King E7. This is very interesting because we had a very tough endgame where the players were fighting it out. White had a pair of bishop like 5 moves before. They got to change the knight for the black square bishop. Now there is a different color bishop endgame. Last move of black was King E7. So there is a big question how black can play for a win. Bishop H4, by the way, if we go back just 3 moves ago, move 61 after H takes G5. Because, no, I go back 1 more move. Because in this position, when we still had the bishop pair for the white, in the break, I checked it, what has happened, how white was almost drawing the game. And the situation was that white had to go check and exchange not the black square bishop after king h6, but to go bishop e4, f takes e4, and the fantastic move was here possible for white. But it's, as I say, it's like Nihal had to be God for that to find it. Because the logical move is to go bishop g5, but then
for sure.
King h5, and white is losing for several reasons. Black can go enter into g4, h3. Also e3 threatening. The a4 is on the loss. But look at that. Instead of bishop g5, white can move rook b4, attacking the pawn. And you say, okay, but e3, what is the difference? The difference is to go bishop b6, and this way to stop the e3 pawn to be able to push, because the bishop on f2 would be hanging. So white bishop holds up the pawn by this way, attacking on the diagonal from the back. And it means that also white is looking forward to go rook e4. He's also ready to push a5, so keep busy the black rook. And it seems to me that this would lead to a draw. But this was so difficult to find with little time, etc. So he went bishop b5. Yeah.
King g7 just before the time control. So that's move 59. You have to have calculated that entire line out to see that that was possible to get to a draw and make sure you accurately play rook b7. And this was before the time got added as well.
And okay, he had more time, and it was not that he had only 2 minutes on the clock. He had the time, but it's such a difficult game he's playing already. I mean, he sacrificed a piece, move 12 or 13. So there was crazy amount of calculation, crazy amount of ideas, mistakes by both sides, opportunities by both sides. But for quite a long time, Nihal is already fighting for his life for a draw. So it was a very logical continuation to go bishop g5 and not allow the black king to go out, and also to go for the different color bishop. At the same time here, bishop e3 was a much better idea for black, because on e3 it stands much better than on h4. Like I was looking a line with rook b7, king e8, check, or not check, sorry. Let's say to play bishop d7, king e7. Very similar is happening in the game. But I just want to show that in this position, I thought to give up the pawn and then go king f4. And somehow the bishop stands really well, because black is going king f3, king f2. It's mating net. Okay? But black went bishop h4, which is not the best move. Check happened, king f8. bishop d7, king e7. So I think
Similar line.
This is its position, but now the bishop is on h4, not on e3. And on
Yep.
h4, it's not standing so active. Like mating nets are not going to be working so easily. So let's go and play bishop c8. Let's look at it. Maybe it's the same. I don't know. I just have a feeling that bishop on e3 was standing better. So, but I understand now. He didn't want to have this because when the bishop is on e3, he was not able to play king c7 to rook e6 and counterattack the bishop. And this way rook b6 is not possible because king c7 and double attack. And if after rook b4, black just takes it and wins the game. With the two passed pawns, I think.
But didn't we also go via rook b6? Like when the bishop was on the other square, didn't we also play rook b6? So could you not have just taken it in the other variation as well?
But in that situation, after... No, bishop is on e3. Bishop is on e3. So, okay, after king e7, bishop c8, king d6, rook d7, king e5, rook e7. What happens? So if black goes king f4, it's not going to be checkmate. Or will it be just? Maybe it will be. I don't know.
Feels like you need to get a bit closer.
Maybe anyway, king f3, king f2, and bishop g3. It seems like it's also a checkmate problem.
And then I guess White will be trying stuff with bishop b7 and getting the rook out.
Okay, I have another idea. What if I go bishop b5, king d6, rook b6. Well, you can go king d5, yeah, because king e5, rook e6. This is what I wanted. And bishop c4 if you take it.
If there are tactics in the position, you'll find it.
Okay, but king d5 is the problem. Bishop d7. Probably rook e2. And then I can try to push a5. I'm kicking. Kind of. So let's see. Okay, so this is the position. White is thinking what to do. Bishop c8 or bishop b5? Bishop b5 I like because I'm protecting, keep protection over the a4 pawn, and also this diagonal might be good for defending.
I'm trying to figure out under what circumstances and what lines that the bishop coming back to f1 would be appropriate, but psychologically, I find it very difficult to want to play bishop c8. I feel like bishop b5 just, even if I don't get to play bishop f1, psychologically having the bishop on that diagonal feels safer.
Yeah, it feels safer. It's not safe, it's just safer. Can I go here and grab that pawn? Or it's just... Again, I'm just going too much away with the bishop. Well, I'm very curious how Nihal is going to be reacting in this moment. Bishop c8. Because bishop c8 is logical also to try to grab the pawn on e6. Very difficult moment for him. Very difficult moment, I must say. Hans Niemann is still fighting, still didn't make any progress, by the way, but we still have that. In the meantime, just let me switch to that position so everybody understands that not really.
Let's take a quick look.
Yeah, they play very fast, interestingly enough, but well, they're playing this position for, I tell you for how long.
A lot of moves.
This is already move 85. 85. Oh, actually, maybe they will. That's how they will finish. It will be 50. Hold on. 85.
Where's the last capture?
That's what I'm chasing now. That's what I'm chasing.
King takes F1, move 44.
Okay, so that's it. So
Is
move
it move
44. 44.
So we have 11 moves left before we get to move 94.
So it's a draw. Unless he's looking, maybe he's very smart. And somehow until then, now maybe he's going to make bishop c5, d6. So just to show that something like this can happen. Here, d7. So white reaches to d5. Black goes, let's say, bishop f4, bishop f2, king e7, and something like this can happen. And they can play out for another 50 moves.
And even then, it's 50 if the players claim it, or 75 if the arbiters observe it. So it can be even longer than that if you really want.
No, Mishra will do it. So within 10 moves, there has to be, what did we say? 94, yeah?
That's
and
right,
this is 83.
So
No, there is one
90.
way how white could reach, let's say, well, it's difficult. I mean, bishop c5, king d7, bishop f8.
You'd
And
really
let's
want the
say-
king on b3, don't you? So that if you play
No, but I want
bishop
to
G6
show that maybe, for example, after bishop b2, there is an option that white is getting somewhere, you see? This is the only thing I wanted to show, that f4
Okay.
is unstoppable.
Yes, okay. So you're not actually focusing on winning the pawn. You're actually keeping the bishop pinned.
Yeah, and after f4, black has to go bishop f2. But after that, maybe... Well, I don't know how white wins, to be honest. At all. But it says
mean,
it's winning, so probably white comes back with the king to f3.
It's looking a hell of a lot more promising, that's for sure.
And somehow something will happen. What's the problem with my king f3?
Nothing in the long term, says the bar.
Well, something should work. Well, maybe bishop comes back, e5, maybe f5 at some point. No, it will be f5 first, and if you take, then it's a problem that I will get a passed pawn. If not, I'm going to be exchanging on g6, and then the two passed pawns will be moving. Okay, so this is the possibility for black to ruin the game. And
So in order to do that, white would need to make sure that bishop can go via c5 to f8 to g7.
Exactly. And then if the black bishop would be going to b2, then an f4 break, and then white is winning the e5 pawn. But Mishra will not do that, because whenever white wants to go to all the way, he's going to be moving his bishop to f4. What just has happened? Bishop a3, move 84. Last move was bishop a3. Okay, so black is still hanging on. Let's go back to the big match of the day. Nihal Sarin versus Firouzja. What is going to be happening? Bishop b5 was played, and after king d6, not rook b6 check, but white is hunting down the g6 pawn. Is this a good idea? Maybe not bad at all, because now if bishop g5, white goes rook g6.
Take.
Black has to give a check on a1. Otherwise, if bishop f4 or anything, then rook e6. And immediately simplifying to a draw. So if this we have on the board, check is done, king g2, and black is moving his bishop to f4, I believe. This is what I'm expecting. So after bishop c4, rook e1 can be played. Let's see what he plays.
That saves the pawn on the light square. There's a way to protect it, which means white will have the pass pawn on the A file. Black will have the pass pawns on the E and F files. And, well, once you start counting, it becomes obvious. Even though white's pawn is slightly more advanced, it is still Firouzja pressing. And...
well, Firouzja is the one.
You have to fancy black's chances in a time scramble here.
Well, the thing is, if white could exchange the rooks, it's a dead draw.
Fine, yeah, then that's just game over.
Even if the pawns reach e4 and f4, if I can make my setup with the bishop on... no, actually, that... yeah. If I can set the... not on e2, but the king on e2, and the bishop goes to g2, that's a draw setup. But of course, we are very far away from even just dreaming about exchanging the rook. It's far away, I think. But I think Nihal has significantly increased his chances in the last few moves of the game. Bishop e3 threatening rook g1 check. King f3 will be the move, I believe.
Yep, looks pretty natural to play pretty instantly there.
Let's say bishop d4. That would be almost a draw already. Look at that. And white goes a5, I believe. Not much black can do. So let's see what can black have after king f3.
King f3's got to be the move, right?
But what can black do better than playing rook e1? I mean, bishop c4 is next move. Whatever happens. Unbelievable save if Nihal can save this game. Unbelievable. Incredible.
And if he does that, of course, crucially, let's talk about his tournament hopes. He needed to not drop this game. If he wanted to stay in the running, he would be 6.5 and with a share of the lead if he is able to save this game. It's still far from done, but if he can do that, then he's going to have a lot of optimism, a lot of hope in the final 2 rounds, knowing that he very much has as good a shot as anybody else of making his way to the candidates.
And he had amazing games, like in game 2, he sacrificed the rook with black. He won a beauty prize kind of game. Also later on against, if I remember well, I'm not sure I remember well whether against Gomulars he played or Mendonça with white, with very beautiful different color bishop with 4 rooks, and he made some very nice technique there. So he showed some of the greatest skills he have. And if he makes a draw here, wow. Wow.
There's been a pawn capture in Niemann Mishra. Reset the 50 move counter.
Okay,
they
kind
want to
of...
keep playing. Oh my. Yeah, that could take some time, guys. That might be the game that keeps the players in the playing hall. Maybe for another hour. Who knows? This could be a long grind here on board 5.
Well, what we have here, if bishop c4, rook e1, right? So bishop went to b6 in order that white has no way of pushing a5, a6, because that would give a great counter chances for white. So this is logical what black did. Yeah, it's not so easy for white. Threatening also to play rook e3. Bishop on b6 actually stands very well. White has to be careful. So maybe after bishop b6, What else can white do? If king e2, I believe black would go rook a3 maybe. And he went king e2.
King e2 on the board, move 69.
On the board. On the board. Rook a3, I believe. Rook a3 or also rook a2 maybe. Rook a2 is also possible. But then I would go king d3, rook a3. I don't know if I can go king c4. I don't like it really to go away so far from the pawns. So let's see if black goes rook a3 immediately, or he gives the check first, or decides.
That's a question, actually, Judith. Is the white king being closer to either side of the board? Either side. Can that be an advantage right now, or is the point that you have to stay in the middle and keep flexibility because it's possible for the action to happen anywhere?
I think the best is to keep it somewhere in the middle in these, and try not to go to the first row. Try not to put yourself. Keep it on the second and third somewhere here. Being there in the action.
How must the players be feeling now in their 7.5 hour of chess when you just keep having to find not just like it's because this isn't only moves to save the game or something like that where just quick bit of pure calculation is going to do it. This is you're formulating a strategy over the long term to try and prevent black from getting in, and you're having to do this after 6, 7, 8 hours of intense calculation. It's so difficult to put yourself in the player's shoes. It's very easy for us to sit with an eval bar, potential engine support, you know, having the odd super GM come and help you out. But for the players, this must be beyond exhausting.
Obviously, both players must be very exhausting. At the same time, both of them, they cannot think anything else. White is thinking, I have to save the game. I have to save the game. There is no way I can lose this. While for Firouzja, he's in a much better situation because he knows that even with a draw, he's there. He's still fighting for his spot. But he feels it that he needs that spot so desperately. He was so close. He had this incredible almost winning position with the bishop and knight previously. And this is not exactly what he wanted to get out of there. So he has a feeling that he misplayed it a little bit. He gave more chances for white to save the game. At the same time, he still understands, of course, that, it's going to be on the edge when Nihal goes down in time. So he has to play it all the way out, whether it's 7 hours, 8 hours, whatever number, doesn't matter. He has to go all the way and think about tomorrow after the game.
So we are fighting here for a draw for Nihal Sarin. If he's able to do that, he's on 6.5 points and is very much in the share of the lead. But it's not all about the players that are on 6.5 points. I would like to draw your attention, Judith, to someone who is fighting for 6 points rather than 6.5. And that is Vidit on board 11. Very much in a time scramble, but at the same time, it is Queen versus Rook in one of those lovely endgames where, yes, it is technically winning for white, but you need to find the thread, you need to find the correct way, and you have to do this under time pressure as well. This is already move 76, and both players are down to just a minute or two on the clock.
Yeah, and actually white can go wrong, I believe, in this moment, because if white goes queen c2, well, maybe it's still okay. I thought f2 counter check can be very unpleasant, but white, of course, cannot take it because of rook g2. White should be playing king e2, stopping the pawn of queening. Yeah, and in some way or another, it seems like black is going to be losing the pawn. But let's see what he played in this position after rook g3. Still, yeah, they played this for quite a long time, this endgame. And yeah, sometimes it's not that simple and easy to win.
The extra pawn so close to the queening square does make things a lot more complicated for Vidit. It's not a straightforward queen versus rook. The extra pawn does make things tricky. And there's, if you play some of the checks like queen h6 check, after king g2, technically there isn't an additional check. So you probably have to play, I guess, a move like queen c6 to stop the pawn from moving ahead. And there's some finicky nuances to this endgame that means it's not all one-way traffic. Even if the eval bar says one thing, you still have to make sure you back it up with execution and you thread the needle.
Well, I think in these positions, white has to go somewhere this, and then play king f4. So at this point, to do something like that. Giving a check, and then I don't know if how should I win this. After this, it seems f2. So this would be misplaying it. Probably I have to give a check. Sorry. In this position, giving a check. King goes to g2. Queen goes there. Yeah, in this position, white should be going here. Mm-hmm. And once king f2, then, for example, queen g4. You see? And if king goes here, then king e3. No, rook g3, I have to give a check, by the way. I think I have to give a check here. This is the... Yeah, queen f2. What is in the game position? What is the game position? Hold on. This is the position we have. Rook h3.
Rook h3 after move 78.
For how long are they playing this already? Let's see. Because I think this position, it's move 73. Oh, okay. So they have plenty. Queen c6. So now rook g3 must be played. So this is what we're going to end up, which we just seen. Rook g3, king f4, rook h3, white gives a check on g6, king here, white goes queen c2, king, sorry, no. Here, you're laughing that I'm getting confused here.
I mean, if you're getting confused, Judith, then there's absolutely no hope for me. I can tell you that much. But it's just a constant demonstration of there are so many ways to go wrong.
I just made it.
There you go.
I think I made it. I think here, because f2, this is where we started, right? If f2 now, then king e2. And white wins the pawn, and then it's still some time until he's going to be winning. And what's going on with Hans?
Let's go ahead and take a look at that. I should put Vidit still fighting against Sarxian, so we'll hop back into this game in a bit. But yeah, pawns have been taken here, so it does look
another
like
50 moves to be expected.
They've reset, exactly. 50 move counter could be going on once again. Hans is continuing to press. King f4 has been played on move 102, but bishop takes f4 was played on move 87. So now we're looking to get to move 137 if there isn't another capture.
No, there will be no capture. Only one move to e5. And then another 50. Pawn move is enough. Even capture we don't need for another 50 moves.
Yeah, we can just wait it out.
Bishop a5.
At what point, Judith, do you think about... If you're Hans here, at what point do you start thinking about conserving energy? Are you worried that by playing an extra hour in this position, for example, it might take away from your game tomorrow? Maybe the players don't allow themselves to think about that during the game, but at some point, if it looks like your opponent can defend, you have to be thinking about that in the context of the bigger tournament, right?
I think he's just having fun. Having fun. He plays an over 100 move game. It's fun to talk about it. He cannot lose. He's not risking anything by any means. So he's testing. Is there any option to go wrong or not? But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised that eventually he agrees to a draw. Because I understood a bit that there was bishop f8, bishop g7, so there was something that he might be winning if black is not paying attention. Here, to be honest, I just simply don't see how black can go wrong, apart from the fact that really putting the bishop in pre, like just losing the bishop, playing bishop c7, like a mouse slip kind of story. I just don't see anything like it's a one move thing if black is losing. It's not a two move, like you allow the maneuver of bishop g7 and then f4. Now I think it's simply it's only one move opportunity for white. So the king is on d7. You're not moving with the king, white to move with the king, and you can just move your bishop anywhere. Not here, but here.
And as long as you keep that bishop around, it should be comfortably holding. Okay.
And there's one thing you shouldn't allow. Maybe bishop g7 would give some chances. You know?
I was going to ask, is there still something that Niemann can hold on to here to say, actually...
You see, bishop g7 would be losing. Because e5 and d6, I believe. And I block your bishop. You know?
Oh. Well, there you go. So perhaps Mishra has demonstrated he's not about to move the bishop back to g7. And at move 104, the game was declared a draw. Alireza Firouzja has also just won on board number 1. That is huge for the standings because it means Alireza leapfrogs Nihal Sarin into the joint lead on 6.5 points. So those games finishing within seconds of each other. That was a grind and a half from Firouzja, honestly.
Wow. Wow.
Big result.
Wow. Well, congratulations for Alireza. I mean, he fought it out. He made it. He made it in only 82 moves.
Only 82 moves. Nice and chilled out. Exactly right. So now, well, we still have a question over whether Vidit will convert in his game, but I think that's the only game on the top boards that is ongoing. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings and where this puts us for the final 2 rounds of the day. This is extremely important now. Properly getting to the sharp end. We officially have 4 players sharing the lead. Even if Vidit converts in his game, he will only be on 6 points, not 6.5. So at the top, that's not going to change. Matthias Bluebaum, Alireza Firouzja, Vincent Keymer, and Anish Giri will be the leaders of the tournament after round number 9 with 6.5 points. Judith, what do you think of this screen here?
Well, absolutely amazing. 2 rounds to go. 4 players are fighting for place number 1 and 2. Of course, they want to keep it, but even if they are like Being here, I mean, two of them would be not happy because same points, verse tie break points, so that would be a heartbreak for Vincent and Anish. At the same time, we see that they are in the form because the number 2, 3, 4, Alireza, Vincent, and Anish, they won their games in order to be in the tie of the first. And Matthias made a draw today, and he keeps in the lead. Amazing day.
Let's take a look as well at the standings in the women's section, because we've also got a fair chunk of prize money and there's spots and candidates up for grabs. Katarina Lagno, still the sole leader now on 7 points. That is a very, very strong result with 4 players on 6.5. The field is a little bit more spread out here, but pressure on Katarina heading into tomorrow, Judith.
Absolutely. Well, Katarina took the lead several rounds ago, and she's still going and keeping the pace. Well, she needs 2 more rounds to take her candidate spot, and she's in pretty good form, I believe, and she has all the chances to win the tournament. And of course, we see some very tough chasing pack there with Bibisara, Song, Tanjonji, and Vaishali. So the nerves has to be strong as iron because there is so much to come. Good sleep needs to be done, great preparation, great nerves, playing out games, have resilience, and many more you have to have. And a little luck never hurts.
So it is time to roll up our sleeves and get ready for the exciting conclusion of the FIDE Grand Swiss. The final 2 rounds will happen tomorrow and Monday. It's been a really tense day today, Judith, with several players and many boards grinding out. Even if it's just a draw, everyone was trying every possible resource to give themselves the biggest possible advantage heading into the rest of the tournament. It's reaching fever pitch now. How have you found today has gone?
I think it was very interesting, and I could feel even here from Budapest that at the location in the tournament, it must have been crazy tension. And well, I'm sorry for Nihal that he had to finish the game this way in the 7 hour of fight. So this was heartbreaking from his end. He fought very well, but Alireza fought even better. This is what we can say. And as you see the field, Ivanchuk, Gelfand, and many other great top legend playing here and not even being in the top half. So amazing event and games.
So that wraps up our coverage of round number 9 of the FIDE Grand Swiss, everybody. Only 2 days left to go. We have a sole leader in the women's section and 4 joint leaders in the open. Who will make it to the candidates? How will the nearly $1 million worth of prize money be split amongst our players? Tune in tomorrow, same time, same place, and join us to find out. Good night.